BetOnline is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for online betting in 2025. Whether you're a seasoned fan or a first-time bettor, BetOnline is your ultimate game day companion with the largest selection of odds on everything from NBA and college basketball to NHL and UFC. BetOnline continues to be your number one sports betting source for every three-pointer to hat trick. BetOnline has you covered with odds, stats, and more for every game, every play, and every win. BetOnline, the game starts here.
Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that?
Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys.
Head coach talking to you is kind of a sobering moment, so it was very exciting for me.
It's a long way from the quarterback into the youth football.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure, definitely a long way.
Was it expected? Did you feel like the Saints were an option for you?
Yeah, I definitely felt like the Saints were definitely an option. I feel like my meter on the draft meter was from like position 6 all down, so I knew it was an option. I felt pretty confident when I talked to the Saints at the combine, and they felt pretty confident in me. Obviously, they picked me, but I definitely knew it was a decision that could have been made.
What was your experience with them like? You met them at the combine. Do you have any other interaction with them, or what's that about the combine?
Yeah, so at the combine, man, it was definitely a good meeting for me. Went in, drew up some play schemes, but also just getting to see what type of organization they were and them getting to see what type of person I am. So we had a great meeting there. And then at Pro Day, Coach Nugent, he kind of ran a drill there too, and we kind of got to interact a little bit, like the football aspect of it. So it was definitely good communication there.
Hey, Kelvin, you played on the left side pretty much your entire college career, right? Have you talked to them about like where you'd play in the pros? Is it you feel comfortable on the right side? You feel comfortable playing guard? Where would that be?
Yeah, I haven't talked to them about playing, but I'm gonna play whatever, man. As long as I'm the best, if I'm the best 5 on the field and they give me the opportunity to go out there and start and I earn that right, then I'm gonna play wherever they put me at.
Kelvin, how would you kind of describe your play style in your own words?
Yeah, my own words, I'll say I'm a smart player, smart, physical, smart is fast thinking, but fast thinking, quick feet, things of that nature. So I'll say those are like some tangibles of where my game excels.
Calvin, you started every game at Texas. Did you start every game in high school too?
Yeah, so I actually didn't. So my freshman year, I transferred from Humble High School to Summer Creek High School, which led to me having to sit out a year. So I sat out my freshman year, played freshman football, and then sophomore year is when I got on varsity, and I started every game there.
Have you done any training this offseason at guard if teams want to move you there, or what do you think about potential at guard specifically?
Yeah, I don't care, man. Like I said, if I'm the best 5 on the field and it's at guard, then that's what I'm playing. To answer your question, yes, I've been training almost every side. So what I'll do is in my training, I'll make sure I do right side sets and run block drills or different like that, and I'll switch over to the left side and do that as well.
When was the last time you did play on the right side?
Last time I probably played right tackle was like beginning of sophomore year of high school probably, but we do a little bit of like transitioning in practice at UT, so we would do a little bit of that. So it's not something that's unfamiliar to me.
You're the second lineman the Saints have taken in the first round back-to-back years. What do you think about being able to play alongside a guy like Taliesin Fuaka?
Yeah, I mean, my sophomore year, I watched a lot of his film. We played a couple of teams that they had to play, and he's a great player. So I can't wait to learn from him. I know he's just coming off his rookie year. He had a great year. So just learning from him and kind of taking some gems and picking his brain a little bit to kind of help me through my rookie year as well. So I'm very excited.
There are some other guys in the league you kind of modeled your game after as a tackle.
try like to do model my game exactly after other guys. I kind of take bits and pieces, but different guys I've watched in the past. I've watched Jake Matthews, Rashawn Slater, Tristan Wirfs, Laramie Thompson. I watch guys like that, kind of different guys who kind of have the same sort of build as me or the same kind of play strength as me as well. So I try to pick those, look at those guys and pick different things from their game.
Kevin, I know you played in the Superdome last year in the Sugar Bowl, but have you been in New Orleans a lot? What are your memories from New Orleans?
Yeah, so I haven't been to New Orleans a whole bunch, but I have a lot of family that's from Louisiana. My best friend, he's from that area too. So I feel like it's kind of an at-home situation for me. I don't think I'll feel out of place at all. I feel like I'm gonna come to the city of New Orleans and feel comfortable.
You say at home, how gratifying is it that you get to play the next level so close to home?
Yeah, it's very gratifying. Just because I could have went anywhere. But the Saints chose me, and like you said, it's literally basically right down the street. So I get to see my family a bunch. I get to come to all the home games whenever they want to, really. So it's definitely a good feeling.
And having experience, you talked about playing the Sugar Bowl, but what do you remember from that playing time, and how excited are you to have that as your official home turf?
Yeah, I'm very excited just because I remember just going into that stadium and seeing how electrifying it was. Even though it wasn't the New Orleans Saints team playing, it was our team, but just seeing how electrifying the stadium was, how much energy was coming out of that stadium, I just know it'll probably be a good experience as well once I put that Saints helmet on.
Have you had any? You remember having any conversations with Coach Moore? And if so, what are your kind of impressions of him?
Yeah, so at the combine is when I really talked to him the most, and he's a great guy, man. He kind of lets his players be who they are. He wants to understand you. He wants to understand where you come from and things like that. So it was definitely a good meeting at the combine with him, and he's a great guy.
Were you a team captain at Texas?
Yes, I was a team captain my sophomore and junior year.
What was your draft party like? How can I go in terms of that?
Yeah, it went good. I mean, I'm more of like a enclosed guy, so I don't talk much, but because it was more people than I would normally go for. But it was good. It was great to have the family around me and have a good experience. Kind of let them live the moment with me as well. It was a good moment.
Yeah, how did you mentioned like you thought your range was like 6, right? So like when that pick comes up, you start to get nervous. Or what was it kind of like waiting until 9? Or how do you process those emotions?
Yeah, you're definitely anxious. I mean, no matter what pick it is, it was pick 1. I knew I probably wasn't gonna go pick 1 to the Titans, but I was still anxious, just thinking like my name or my number, my card could be pulled anytime in the draft room, and it's definitely one of those moments where you're definitely nervous, your heart's beating, and just waiting for your phone to buzz. So it's definitely an anxious feeling for sure.
All right, there we go. Shout out to the fam, man. We in this thing. Big ups to the fam. Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma, Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fan. What's popping? Thank y'all for being in the live. Much love to all of the mighty and great who that's out there. Your sports family members, much love to y'all. This is a bit of the Kelvin Banks Jr. interview that the Saints did with him. Just giving a feel about what kind of player this is. And you can see he's very enlightening. If you watch the tape, and we talked about Kelvin Jr. on the stream, man, it's just really interesting to say the least. That the guy could play. He could play the blind side position. With Kelly Moore coming here, there's rumors that there could be a shift on the line. We'll see what happens. But this is definitely. I told y'all last time, I said, man, Trevor Penning in trouble. Yeah, he in trouble, family. And of course, they try to throw a little douse it with cold water. Say, well, we can have a line. Just because we declined his option doesn't mean that we won't bring him back. We love Trevor. Okay, you believe that if you want to. Kelvin Banks Jr. ain't here to pick flowers. He here to open up holes and put defensive linemen on their ass. That's what Kelvin Banks Jr. is here for. So big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. As always, much love to the mighty Who Dat Nation. There's a poll question currently in the chat as well, fam. Y'all can get an opportunity to check that thing out. It says, what position should the Saints draft in day 2? And there are 4 options out there: wide receiver, edge, QB, or the 4th one is offensive line or defensive back. They're a combination. Overwhelmingly right now, over 100 who that's have 56% of them are saying quarterback. Now listen, fam, the Shador Sanders thing, don't be surprised if that continues to kind of fall off, because that's been the topic of discussion. I heard some of these ESPN dudes was talking about it. They were making mention of all of the stuff that was going on and saying, it's not because of this, that, and the third. And man, listen, bro, these people read off of teleprompters most of the time. If you if anybody with a pair of eyes, listen to the eyes that's connected to your mind and understand that this guy, there's obviously some bull crap going on. It was leading up to the draft. You talk about entitlement issues and all that stuff. It's definitely personal. And I don't care if it's all the damn teams doing it. There's such a thing that goes on here where they attempt to humble this kid. But in the end, man, he going to end up humbling their ass because regardless of what you try to do, when somebody's really good, they're going to show it. And like I said, just because he didn't go in the first round don't mean a can of beans to me. Sooner or later, he going to cook all them quarterbacks that was picked in the first round. So wherever Shador goes, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, regardless or not, keep your head up high and get ready to play ball. Like I said, one of the greatest quarterbacks ever to play the game was a 6th-round draft pick. And he made it a mission to toast all of them guys that was drafted ahead of him, didn't he? He kept it on his shoulder. This could be something for Shador. This could be a test, But anyway, as far as the Saints are concerned, the rumor mill is saying that they could be looking at a quarterback, just not Sanders. That's what they're saying. We don't know exactly what's going to go on because it's smoke. Where it's smoke, there's fire. And sometimes it just be smoke, period. There's nothing there. But we'll see, because when it all says and the cloak and dagger all disappears, it'll be right here standing strong where you'll see exactly who the Saints will pick tonight. 3 picks totally for the Saints tonight. Me personally, I'm looking at it, I'm saying that they're not interested in Sanders. I think more than likely we'll probably end up seeing another quarterback, whether it's Tyler from Louisville or whether it's Jalen Milroe. That seem to be guys that they're looking at. So we'll see what happens, man. But at the end of the day, a lot of the Who-Dats are kind of disappointed. Yeah, they're disappointed. But at the end of the day, we'll see what it all looks like going forward. But let me give me a second, fam. Let me kind of get this item for you. Hold on. Y'all don't know why it dropped out. Give me a second. I'm going to play this right here by, what's the man name? Ian Rappaport. We're going to play this by Ian Rappaport and hear what he's saying about what's going on with the draft and all this kind of stuff. So give me a second. Let me get this tuned up where you can hear it. Here we go. Put one if y'all.
Talking about Shador
I hate when that happens.
Sanders and when he is going to go tonight. That will not be my topic here, as unbelievable as that may seem. Let's talk about who could be the second quarterback. The first quarterback taken tonight, obviously, would be the 3rd quarterback overall. Could it be Tyler Shuck from Louisville, a name that really has gained a lot of steam in draft circles over the course of the last couple of weeks? He is older than you would want, certainly has a lot of experience, but has learned a lot in his time, had the best year of his career in Louisville, was able to stay healthy. The name has been connected a lot to the New Orleans Saints. Obviously, they pick early in the 2nd round. Would be surprised if that's a direction they go. One thing I kind of wonder is I'm starting to hear that maybe there's another team interested in him. I wonder if it's the Rams. You guys talked about the possibility of the Rams taking a quarterback, even though they still have Matthew Stafford healthy, looking good, and in his mid-30s. That would be kind of a situation to watch early on in this round.
All right, so and this is the thing. You're talking about Tyler from, from whatchamacallit, as, Seattle's on the clock now there. So, I mean, what's interesting about the whole circumstance, fam, is just the fact that that's the bit that Ian Rappaport is getting in terms of what the Saints are getting, right? Very interesting altogether on its face. We'll see what happens here, man, to be honest with you, but it is what it is, right? We'll see where it goes. And Tyler, man, 5 or 6 years. He's 26 years old. He had one good year, which was Louisville. It wasn't really an outstanding year. He had over 3,000 yards. It was by his indications, but I don't see him as a 2nd-round pick. But this was kind of foolishness we got to deal with. And, of course, there's a trade right to talk about. Ian Rappaport says the Seahawks trade the 52 and 82 picks to Tennessee for the 35 as well. So the Seahawks trade all the way up to take the South Carolina defensive back Nick Memori. Hope I got that right. At 35, teams compared this man to Cam Chancellor. So there you go. So the Seattle team trying to bring back some stuff there. It's the Cleveland team is on the clock. So there you go. A little trade action happening as Cleveland is now on the clock and the pick is in. We'll see exactly what it is. as well for Cleveland. We'll figure that out, but a little trade action early on. And like I said, the Saints have three picks tonight, and we'll see what happens and what goes on with them. So Cleveland is on the clock. Who you guys think Cleveland takes here? We're going to see. All right. Yeah, KT says Adam Schefter is on the payroll. They definitely establishment people. They definitely in on the narrative. But yeah, you can't, if you're a football person, I mean, the Shedeur Sanders thing, I don't care what color he is. That's egregious how that whole thing is handled. But in the end, like I said, you can't stop what's made for you. So if these guys want to play ball, they can't stop you. And that's all. Look at Cleveland made Quishon Judkins. One of my favorite running backs is a Cleveland Brown now, 6 feet tall, 225 pounds. Fantastic running back. Cleveland made a good selection by getting Judkins. They needed a quarterback. None of the needs that's listed as far as the ESPN is saying is a running back is a need. But Quishon Judkins is a guy that I really like a lot, man. He played really well. And, of course, Trevion Henderson was a guy that he shared reps with at Ohio State. But Judkins is a good pickup for the Browns as they're moving forward. So still in all, the Browns still have some selections that go in the draft right here. Is the next few picks are going to have them pretty good. So, yeah, there you go. So the first pick of the second round was Carson Schwetzinger, the linebacker. So Cleveland gets a linebacker that helped the defense out. Jaden Higgins, the big wide receiver from Iowa State, went with the 34th pick of the second round to the Texans. And Nick Imamori, the big, huge 6'4" or 6'3", 220-pound safety. A lot of people thought he was going to go in the first round. He falls to the top of the second round. And then Cleveland uses its second of the two second round picks that they have to get Judkins. So they get Schwetzinger, who's a hell of a linebacker. Some say as one of the top 3 linebackers in the draft, one of the top 4 or 5 maybe at UCLA, and then Judkins at Ohio State. And now the Raiders are on the clock to see what they're going to do. So Raiders need help in the secondary. Perhaps the Raiders reach out and grab the lights of Will Johnson. So we'll see what happens here. Because Will Johnson, another fantastic player. He's just been falling through the flow. A lot of people thought he would be a first rounder. He's still sitting up there and waiting for somebody to select him at that position. So the next 5 picks, Raiders, Patriots, Bears, Saints, Bears, Jets. So the Saints have the 40th pick in the second round, and that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 picks from now. We'll see who the Saints take in the third round, and then they have 2 thirds when the round changes. Now, we don't know if the Saints could trade up into the second round, perhaps getting somebody, but all indications are showing that the New Orleans Saints ultimately are going to more than likely stick it out for a quarterback. Now, we got some trade action going on now as the Miami Dolphins have jumped into the position. They traded out with the Raiders, Dolphins making moves. And there's the trade right there. The Raiders trade with the Dolphins and will pick 37. So the Browns stick and pick again with the Quishon Judkins thing. And what does it mean for Nick Chubb? Perhaps Nick Chubb is a guy that could have some issues. But what are the Dolphins looking at doing? Are they going after Will Johnson? And the pick is in. So the Dolphins switch out with the Raiders there. And what do they do with the pick? There's somebody that they want to grab at. Who is the Dolphins reaching at to get there? We're going to see what the call is. Dolphins got a little spice in their step as a trade happened there, man. We've seen that happen kind of instantaneously. All right, so we don't know what they gave up. We'll get that in a little bit, but the pick is in to see who it will be. Will Johnson, perhaps Will Johnson's the guy, or, we'll see. Do they need some offensive line help there or safety there? The pick is in, so we'll wait and see there. But yeah, as far as the Browns are concerned, now that they have, you put Quishon Judkins, he'll battle Jerome Ford. Matter of fact, he'll start over all the rest of them dudes, no doubt about it. Jerome Ford, Pierre Strong Jr., he'll go right ahead of those guys. And of course, You look at the linebackers that they brought in there. Let's go. The Browns have a lot of talent. They just don't have the leadership. They're very similar to the Saints, and not having enough leadership to do anything. And we'll see. So, what do the Saints do at the 40th pick in the draft, family? What do y'all guys think? Put it in the chat. Let me know. What do you guys believe what the Saints will do with that pick? All right. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all being in the live. Much love to the family. And hold on, just clearing out a few things. All right, so we'll see exactly what's going on there. We'll see. So we see what the pickings in for them. They jumped up there, so it must be somebody that they like. There got to be somebody that they like that's up there, and I don't know if the Dolphins can't say it will be Sanders. I don't know if it would be him. I mean, there's somebody that they like up top, and we'll see what it is. It's more than likely it's an offensive lineman to kind of help out there. But then again, 2 quarterbacks, Tua, Zach Wilson, and it'll be, there you go. Salavea, Nair. I'm sorry, I'm butchered it. Let's just say Jonah S. here. I don't want to butcher the man name. But yeah, there you go. So they take a big offensive lineman there. So there you go to kind of help what they got going on there. So 6'3", 324 pounds. They picked this interior offensive lineman there to help them on their offensive line there. So they move up to get Jonah, and Jonah will move into possibly a starting position with the Dolphins. Well, if you look at the Dolphins offensive line, man, right now, Patrick Paul, Liam Eichenberg, Aaron Brewer, James Daniels, and Austin Jackson. And they're looking to kind of add to that thing, man, to kind of help it protect the quarterback. And yeah, Tua needs some protection. Ain't no doubt about it, man. I don't see how he's still playing the game with all those concussions, just to be honest with you. All right, next on the clock is the Patriots. So that's the move right there by the Dolphins. They trade up to snatch a hold of that particular player, Jonah. And let me see what they gave up for the move to get up there. So let me see what they get. Did they give anything? All right. There's nothing released on that right now. All right, there's nothing on. It's nothing. Okay. All right. So there you go. So nothing on that yet. But anyway, we'll see what the pick rolling in right there is going down. And usually when you see stuff like that with the pick, is usually people know what they're going to draft. If the clock is working, the trade, somebody might be looking at trying to make a trade happen here with the Patriots there. Of course, we know the Saints are not that far away in terms of these particular rounds are going to move pretty good, to be honest with y'all, family. These rounds are going to move pretty good. Jonah off the board, the Saints picking 3 picks. All right. So who y'all got, man? Tell me who y'all got for the 40. What's up, brother James? Big Belly, Jerome, big ups to you. What's up, Philip? Big ups to Philip. Brother Duke's in his thing, Backwoods, Cartel. Yeah, absolutely. That should do. Yeah, it's crazy. Then people sit up on their ass on ESPN, all these people say, well, there's nothing to see here. The team just don't think he's got you really? So all of the film, all of the tape. And I said, boy, these guys don't have no spine. You can fold these bastards like a lawn chair back and forth. They have no spine. All they care about is if you're going to give them the money, do anything for it. They'll form whatever opinion that they want. It's just amazing. The guy's tape don't reflect what's going on here. He has no criminal history. He has no off-field stuff. He has no injury history. He shouldn't be falling like this with some dumb crap, a rumored report or whatever about him being a spoiled child or whatever they said, entitled. So what are we going to throw out all of the thousands of yards that he threw? How he outpassed all these people? You're going to try to justify that Tyler Show, or however you want to pronounce his name, who had one good year, is a second-round pick? Are you kidding me? Just sit up there and do this because they're a bunch of sellouts, man. Them bastards they would not form an opinion or truth to save their own life. If they'll fold wherever the money tell them to go, and that's a damn shame. That means you're not made of nothing if you would do that. That's amazing, man. It's amazing. That I know how to study tape. Y'all do too. That kid's production is out of world. He did a lot of great stuff. He beat a lot of these other guys. He operated in the pro system. Deion Sanders is his own coach. So what? Like Deion Sanders is smoked turkey or whatever. I mean, the guy was a Hall of Famer. I mean, that should speak well. He got a Hall of Famer, one of the best players that ever played the game, teaching him. Oh, I'm sorry to go on that spiel, man. I'm sorry. I apologize to the Who-Dats, man. It just stinks, man. I hate when that. I don't care what color they are. I don't like seeing stuff like that happen. All right, big ups to y'all, man. What's up, KT? Shout out to you, Mr. Fire D. Big ups to you, man. Demi, shout out to you. Brother Byron. All right, what's up, Elijah? Big ups to you. The Saints have to take Sanders at this point. No reason to pass on him. Hey, the pick is in with the Patriots. We'll see what it is. They already fulfilled the need yesterday with an offensive tackle. Do they go edge here with Mike Green? They could use some defensive help right there. They can use some wide receiver help. They can use some running back help at this point of the second round. There are quite a few people that's available in terms of the talent of some of these guys. If you need like Mike, we know Will Johnson, Mike Green is there. Running backs, Travion Henderson is there. His buddy Judkins just went. If he needs a cornerback outside of Will, they got Siobhan Rebel Jr. is there. Tight ends, Elijah Royal, Trey Amos. Those guys are still available, depending on whatever you look. If Mason Taylor is there, if you need some offensive line help, one of the better centers in the game, Jared Wilson from Georgia is there. So, I mean, a defensive end type situation. Edge is they got a couple of guys. JT from Ohio State, Jordan Birch from Oregon. They got a few people that's available. So there's quite a bunch of players that's available depending on what the Patriots want to do at pick 6. So they got some rebuilding to do. So the pick is in. We'll see what that is. What's up, Michael? He said, I don't think Saints going to, I don't think it either, friend. I said it yesterday. When it happened, I was like, okay, nothing against Kelvin Banks Jr. I think Kelvin Banks Jr. is a hell of a player. I like Kelvin Banks Jr. I talked about him I think I named Kelvin as like maybe the second or not, maybe the third best tackle in the draft before Mimbo's his ascension. Because I talked about Will Johnson. I talked about Kevin Banks Jr. Because at first it was those two guys at the top, and then Armand Mimbo started to rise really through the rankings. He started to climb. So we seen that happen, and then of course, like I said, I like Kelvin Banks Jr. What the Texans was doing on that offensive line and in their defense was just ridiculous. That is Travion Henderson. So Judkins went early to Cleveland, and now his buddy Travion Henderson, who was a combo back with Judkins. Judkins was like power. Henderson was like speed. Guy's incredibly quick, scat back type guy. Catches the ball out the backfield, has some versatility to his game. Patriots bringing him in. But yeah, I love Kelvin Banks Jr.'s game. He has a good mean streak. He's big. He's physical. I ain't gonna call him a dancing bear, but he moves pretty well. He's fundamental. You can steal around some of them rough edges. But at the end of the day, I applaud the fact that you look at improving the offensive line, because this was something that I kind of beat up on all last year. I was like, the Saints offensive line ain't as good as y'all think it is. That's what I was saying, but they appeased it. But the Shador thing was ridiculous. This is a case study that I really want to know, how far does he fall? Because now that the Bears on the clock, after they picked up Henderson, Patriots got him, Bears on the clock, then followed by the Saints. So me personally, I want to know how far does he fall. And if people ask me, Q, does he get picked from the Saints draft in the second round? I don't know, because I really don't think the Saints are interested in Shador Sanders. I really don't think they're interested. I really don't. I just don't see it. I don't think they're interested in Shador. Now, to me, it's very fascinating that Tyler from Louisville is a second round draft pick. He had over 3,000 yards. He did a good job for 1 year. He's 6'5". He moves pretty good, but 1 year he makes him a second round pick. And before, this guy was basically listed as a third day guy, somebody picked between 4 and 5 round. Now all of a sudden he's being looked at there. I like Tyler's game, but I just haven't seen enough for him to make him a second round pick. Now Jaden, let's say Milroe is there. and you doing your thing. But the reality is, if you take any of those guys, are they ready to compete for a starting job? Or these are developmental quarterbacks, in my opinion. So that means whatever whatever the Saints are doing with Derek Carr right now could be involved in the thinking in this draft in here, because and that's the thing, it clouds the draft, and that's why I got on my rant yesterday at the end of the show when I talked about how stupid this whole thing is with Derek Carr. Is this should not have been allowed to drive or kind of drag into the draft. This should have been settled before the draft is happening, so that you know exactly what positions you had to pivot to and what you had to do. This should have been settled. We shouldn't be here. But we sit up here waiting for clarity. No, you go and get the clarity. You're the general manager. You get that goddamn guy an ultimatum and tell him, hey, man, if you won't play here, you let us know right at this time, or we going to get rid of you. I mean, it's just, listen, man, the guy is not a professional. You got 2 years remaining on your contract. And then he asked for a raise. Did y'all know that guy asked for a raise? Derek Carr asked for a damn raise. Did y'all see that report? How dare he? Yeah, I think I need to get paid more to be down here. What? You making $40 million? You're $150 million for nothing. 14 and 13. That man had the unmitigated gall to go ask the Saints for a raise. Are you kidding me? The team losing, and this guy saying, I need a raise. Are you kidding me? And they still let this guy be here? Man, come on, man. That guy asked for a raise. Are you serious? Well, hold on, Q. I think you should get a raise. Yeah, you get a raise. Put him on the goddamn rocket and shoot him on up out of here. Shoot him up through there and get him on up out of here. That guy had the unmitigated gall to ask the Saints for a raise. Are you kidding me? Check down Charlie, huh? You want a raise? Are you kidding me? See, Derek Carr is crazy, and so is Dennis Allen's crazy. Dennis Allen's crazy. Brought that crazy ass dude down here, and now y'all think I need some more money for what? What you need money for? What's justifying your money? Why you need more money, Carr? Well, you see, and this dude making money right now for nothing anyway. They gave him the money he hurt. And that's Mickey Loomis. That's why I say this is all this is his stupid ass fault. So I mean, in the end, that's what it's just great. Dude asked for a raise, man. For what? These people are insane, man. They're crazy. How does he justify a raise? You can ask, but you ain't gonna get. But this ain't stupid. Mickey Loomis is stupid, so he might give it to him. He know Mickey Loomis is stupid. Mickey Loomis is 3 feet into the realm of dementia. He really is. Crazy people. All right, Luther Burden. There you go. Luther, fantastic, spectacular receiver. Luther Burden did a lot of stuff for Missouri. All kind of stuff. Just versatile wide receiver. The Bears giving Caleb a weapon. As you can see, what Brian's doing up there, Coach Brian moved over from the Detroit Lions, and he's taken over the team. He's adding weapons everywhere. And he's doing a pretty solid job so far, man. So you get him there. So we pull up the teams. The Saints are on the clock right now. So we pull up the Bears picks what they did, man, because the Bears actually, they're trying to do some stuff here. The Bears tired of losing. They hired Brian to come in there, Coach Brian to come up in there, and his first 2 picks, he got a tight end to help out the quarterback in Colston Loveland. Then he get him another wide receiver weapon in Luther Burden III. So they're trying to get that offense going up there as the Saints are now on the clock. So family, who tell me in the comment section, who do the Saints get? According to what ESPN is showing us, wide receiver, cornerback, edge, offensive guard, and quarterback are the needs. I don't know in terms of priority if they have them listed there, but if that is indeed going off of what they're saying in terms of the best wide receivers available, y'all tell me who you think the pick is going to be, or if the Saints, they might very well trade this pick. Wide receivers that's available right now: Trey Harris from Ole Miss, Jalen Noel from Ohio State. Who else they got? Ty Felton, Torrey Horton, Savion Williams would be a great pickup. Isaiah Bond, Alec Ayomaner, who I got that one right. Jalen Royals, And a few people, man. Kyle Williams from Washington State, Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech. They got quite a few guys available. So who do you guys think? And the clock is just running. The Saints could very well trade this pick. They possibly trade out of it. What's up, Joe? Shout out to Joe Guidry, man. All right, big ups to y'all. All right, what's up, Deborah? Shout out to Deborah. Much love, girl. Good to see you in the chat as well. Big ups to her. All right. All right. All right, family. It's raining outside where I'm at. So if I have some issues, y'all know what it's going to be. Okay, so C-Step said, what's up, C-Step? And Jay Savava says, Shador Sanders. KT says Tyler Shaw is, you know what, hot garbage trash. He's not a second round pick. How do you justify taking these people that are not second round picks? The guy was a third day quarterback. He didn't do enough to catapult him into being a second round guy. He's not even, it's just what it is, man. It's just don't scouting mean anything. You go back and look at the scouting report, them bastards trying to do everything they can to change what they said just 2 or 3 days ago. Like, what's going on here? Don't tape mean anything. The guy didn't play in Canada. He was actually playing. He went from, playing for SWAC League. He was in SWAC and went to, and a culture change went up to Colorado. That team was trash. And they went up there and made them people relevant, man. But don't care about that. Records and all this, none of that matters. Oh, you got an attitude. What? He's entitled. And guess what? They got a lot of former players, coaches that's playing in the league that wear gold chains and shit. You see them walk their ass up there on the thing all the time with gold chains. Some of the people, they blood is they come from a lineage of football players and basketball players. They the cousin of, or the son of, or the cousin of, or the third cousin of. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. That's how you keep the pipeline. They just regurgitate their family members into the league and keep it going. That's how it goes. This guy, you might find out this other guy is a relative of somebody else that was in the league before. That's how it goes. But, the pick is in. We'll see who the Saints pick. Y'all saying Shador Sanders. Tyler is the pick. Is it Tyler? It probably is going to be Tyler. I don't know. Y'all might be a little faster than I am in terms of it. But if it's Tyler, hey, man, whatever. If I would be I would be happy if it's Jalen Milroe, but the Tyler dude didn't do enough. If he's I'm not going to even say it now. We'll see. All right. Big Jebediah, is that Big Jeb? Says Monroe and scoop up a running back in the third. Okay, Jalen Monroe. Okay. All right. Is Tyler's the pick? Yeah, it is Tyler. So there go your quarterback. The Saints take Tyler as the quarterback of the team. So there you go. So Shador Sanders is definitely out. No Shador. They take Tyler. Tyler Shoe. This dude had one good year. Okay, we'll see what they got going on, because I could tell you what they caught up on. The height, he's 6'5". He can move pretty good, but he had one outstanding year. The rest of those years, he was hurt and was a backup. And he had 1 year last year, and the dude's like, 26 years old? How is this a thing? Whatever, man. These people, this is what they want to do. So it is what it is. I'm not going to be mad at that kid because he don't know no better. He's just a football player. But let's look at let's break this down, fam. We get a quarterback. It's not Shador. He continues to fall as they go with Tyler from Louisville. Like I said, and I continue to say the same thing. From what I've seen from Tyler is that he played well last year in Louisville. But outside of that, there is nothing else. They won't talk about resume. I mean, 6 years in college. I think he's like, 26 years? How old is he? Like 26 years old or something? Let me see how old the man is. All right, so here's a little breakdown pre-draft here for Tyler. 6'5", 219 from Louisville. They got him at 58 overall ranking here. All right, shoot. He started his college career at Oregon, where he backed up Justin Herbert. He missed significant time with injuries in 3 seasons at Texas Tech. Had his best season in 2024 at Louisville. He has the good size, 6'5", 230 pounds for an NFL quarterback, makes some impressive throws. He passes into tight windows over the middle and drops the ball into the bucket, throwing downfield. He looked good last year. He did. But stands in and makes plays in the face of pressure. He protects the ball well and keeps his eye downfield as he climbs the pocket. He extends plays, makes off platform throws. He ran well at the combine, full 6'3" in the 40, and his speed makes him a threat to scramble for first downs. All right. And also they give him his player comp is Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco. All right, let me get a more in-depth breakdown here. Let me get another one here. How do y'all feel about Tyler as y'all new quarterback? Tyler's not Shador. The Saints buy the hype and they pick up Tyler. Like I said, the young man is just a football player, man. He's just happy to get drafted. We welcome him here. I know people kind of upset about it, but I kind of felt it would probably be him or Jalen Milrose. The Saints had no interest in Shador. They pivoted away from him. There was a report saying the Saints was trying to trade up with Tennessee. I don't know if y'all heard that report, that the Saints were actually trying to trade with Tennessee to get Cam Ward. I don't know if y'all heard that before, but that was also something that was released, that they tried to get up there and go and get him. And when they passed on Shador Sanders last night and didn't try to trade back into the first round and go and get him, I knew that they were not interested. All right, here's Tyler again. Breakdown from the NFL Network. Let's see what the score is right here. 4.63 in the 40. His bio, 2018. This is his whole thing. His whole bio, fam. 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. That's 7 years in college. 7 years in college. Redshirted at Oregon, played 3 games, no stats. 2019, played 5 games, Justin Herbert's backup. 12 out of 15, and whatever. 144 yards. He had 80%. 144 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2020, ranked 7th in the FBS with almost 15 yards per completion. Started 7 games, had 15, almost 1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 6 picks. Nothing to kind of brag about. Transferred to Texas Tech in 2021. Started his first 4 games of the season. He threw for 872 yards, 6 touchdowns, 3 picks, 2 rushes. Missed the rest of the season with a broken collarbone. 2022, started 5 of 7 appearances. Drew for over 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Nothing really impressive. He rushed for 4. Missed 6 games with a shoulder injury. Texas Bowl MVP and went over Ole Miss. In 2023, Texas Tech started 4 games. Had 746 yards, 7 touchdowns, 4 INTs. Rushed for 2 touchdowns. Missed the rest of the season with a broken leg. So this gentleman had a broken collarbone, a shoulder injury, and a broken leg. And then of course 2024, his 7th year in there. Honorable mention, All ACC, named one of 3 National Comeback Players of the Year. 12 games, over 31, almost 3,200 yards, 23 touchdowns against 6 interceptions. 1 rushing touchdown. Did not play in Team Sun Bowl win over Washington. So he was a college veteran, pretty much. 7 years in college. And this is where they said that he's a 2nd or 3rd round. I didn't see him as no 2nd round quarterback, to be honest with you on that. But pocket passer with 7-year college career prompted by 3 consecutive years of injuries while at Texas Tech. He'll turn 26 in September. Why would you spend a 2nd round pick on a guy that's 26 years old that had a history of injuries? Broken leg, collarbone broken, shoulder issues. Why would you spend a 2nd round pick on a guy that's 26 years old? No disrespect, but I'm saying there's a place for this gentleman. I don't think it's a 2nd round pick, but all right. Anyway, he turns 26 in September, was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence, and is backed up by Justin Herbert at Oregon. He's a talented passer with a lob arm who's capable of making pro throws, but intermediate and deep, but battles inconsistency. He plays with good field vision, using his eyes to hold defenders, set up his throwing windows. He's confident and accurate when protected, but will flinch when pressure mounts, leading to spotty decision-making and big sacks. Who does that, man? Big eyes bucking. Keep him, Derek Carr, stay away, your bad influence. His size and passing talent will be enticing, but durability and mobility concerns are impediments he will need to overcome. Durability. Strengths displays good command and full field passing talent when protected. Tall quarterback, standing tall in the pocket. Adequate timing getting through his progressions. Effective use of eyes to hold linebackers and safeties. I respect that. Splashy arm talent, throws all over the tape. He does throw really good balls. Like he throws something, he looks really good. Can sit down and crank up drive throws when needed. Pushes deep ball with effortless release and flick of the wrist. More naturally accurate thrower than stats might indicate. Can come off as primary target subtly after spotting damage. He does have that motion where he has very decent spatial awareness about what's going on the field. Based on what I've seen from Tyler, is that big quarterback sees the field, and like I said, my knock on him is his injury history, his age, and the fact that I have not seen enough of him. I haven't seen enough of him to be saying, hey man, I'll make you my second round draft pick and potential guy. Listen, you pick this man to be your second round pick, this guy is going to compete right away. So he has to. He's 26 years old. In 2 years, he's going to be 28. In 3, he's going to be almost 30 years old. Yeah, okay. Weakness is sluggish operation time, working quick game throws, lacks poise and mobility to overcome turbulent pockets. Occasional issues allowing routes to unwind and develop. Falls way off delivery when pressure is mounting in front of him. Gunslinger mentality brings occasional lapses in decision making. Not enough extend and win when flush from the pocket. Missed substantial time due to injury for 3 years, 21, 22, and 23. This is really a boom or bust type scenario right here. This guy can take this man as a second round draft pick. He's 26 in September. Very interesting call by the black and gold on this one, man. Very interesting call on them. And like I said, we'll just have to see what they got going on. That's all we can do is see what the gentleman is. But anyway, welcome to New Orleans, Tyler. Welcome to New Orleans. This is our new quarterback that'll be competing with Spencer Rattler. Like we talked about giving Spencer some competition. Here comes Tyler from Louisville here to compete with Spencer Rattler for the job. For Spencer. But the reality is this is bad news for the Saints and Shador. That's a done data. But in terms of Spencer Rattler, with him being here, competing, he has the upside right here. So this could be not too good for the Shador thing. I think that's a done data. But Spencer Rattler could stand tall after all this is said and done. We'll see. We'll see what the man could do. He has some play, but like I said, that age and that injury history, that's very concerning for a second round draft pick. A 26-year-old man with multiple injuries in the season, missed 3 years of his college. He played 7 years in college, 3 of which he was hurt. 1 good year of production. And he's a second round pick for real. And Sanders is still on the board. What world am I living in over here? All right, big ups to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all. Who that? Chris says, are they effing serious? Not even Jalen Milroe? No, man. That's who they picked, bro. All right. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate you. All world truckers in the house. I guess Rattler could hold it down. He most certainly will compete with Tyler. And Tyler has, like I said, he's a very decent quarterback, right? Tall guy, strong arm, sees over tall offensive linemen, could deliver the ball. I just haven't seen enough of that to make him that high of a pick. I really wouldn't have made him that pick. But you mean to tell me that I would make him a second round pick and this man has 3 injured years? And then let's see the ESPN dumbasses spin this one. That Dan Orlovsky of all people, that stupid ass dude. Let's see him spin this about why Shador. So you're going to pick a quarterback that has 3, it was hurt, the 7-year veteran with 3 banged up seasons, 1 good year. They're over 3,000 yards in 1 year of production, and 7 years, and the man turned 26. Yeah, he a second round pick. Okay. Thank you, bro. Appreciate y'all. That's crazy, man. Crazy. That second round pick is too high for a guy with that type of luggage, man, with that type of baggage connected to him. That's a lot of injuries. That is a red flag. And we're gonna make the man a second round pick, and he's 26 years of age. I don't get it, fam. I'm not making the pick. I'm just evaluating and looking at it. I mean, we'll see how it works, right? Who that for life? Chris says, Q, can you tell me the difference between Tyler and Tommy Stevens? Because I have to know. He says, no, we gathering at Loomis home with torches and picks for it. This is not on Loomis. This is Kellen Moore making the decisions, bro. Kellen Moore tells them who they want to draft, and they just draft. They give him the card. This is Kellen Moore's guy. Like Pete Carmichael had Jake Hayner, and Clint Kubiak had Spencer Rattler, Dougie Nussmeier, and Kellen Moore selected Tyler. So that's what it is. As the Jets make Mason Taylor, another LSU guy's off the board. Let's give a round of applause to Mason Taylor, LSU guy, man. Going to the Jets, Coach Aaron Glenn. Going up there to see Coach Glenn. He's going to operate as the top tight end along to help Justin Fields and Coach Glenn turn the Jets' fortune around and get a good one in Mason Taylor to go up there. So the 49ers are now on the clock here, followed by the Cowboys. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro, for this one here. Tommy Stevens, man, that's something else. I think he's better than Tommy Stevens. Tommy Stevens actually had some good play there, but I mean, like I said, I watched Tyler, I evaluated Tyler. People asked me about him all off season. I mean, all before the draft, and I said, man, the guy he has the size and the arm talent, but he had 1 year of it. But you're going to take a step there and say you can't justify. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, man. I'm done with it. I'm done. All right, KT says, Q, we just drafted Daniel Jones 2.0. Man, thank you, KT. Shout out to you, bro. All right, let's do it like this too. Dog Vault says Mickey got a QB that is not a threat to Carr. Carr is running our front office. This pick is trash. I guess we like broken QBs. Thank you, Dog Vault. Appreciate you, brother. Good comment. Let me give you a clap on that, brother. I just know at the end of the day, Tyler is a decent quarterback, but at the same time, the guy is not someone you take a second round pick with. Why not, Q? Because he's 26 years old. He had 3 years of injuries, not just simple injuries. He had a broken collarbone, he had a tore up shoulder, and he had a broken leg. That's not nothing. That's not finicky. He did get the comeback player award, but still in all is not one good year at Louisville does not make me forget all that. I need to see more of that. And even if I take the man, it has to be a little lower than this. Because I would, if I had my choice, I would take Milroe because I know Milroe's younger. He's more established in terms of games played and the fact that his durability would not be a concern. But a 26-year-old quarterback with injury history, I just can't. I don't understand at all. Thank you, Dogville. Appreciate you, man. Doc 54 says he's going to be eligible for Medicare at the end of his first contract. Thank you, brothers. All right, appreciate you, man. Hey, man, listen. Like I said, I've watched this man play football. I've evaluated him, and from what I see, I wouldn't mind drafting them, but two second rounds too high. He's not close to Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders. Not close. And they don't think something funny going on, man. Get out of here, man. This is crazy, man. You want quarterback, you take Tyler? It's a head scratcher to me. So we'll see what they got going on. Would they make the picks? We'll see what they got going on, man. This is a Kellen Moore and Nussmeier situation going on. So at the end of the day, we'll find out exactly what's going on with these people. And what's happening? What's up, Jay Black? Tron, what's up, Tron? Shout out to you, man. Shazam, big ups to you. All right. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, bro. It's not a surprise at all that this guy is getting drafted. We said at the end of the show yesterday, I was like, man, they showed no willingness to want to go and move up and go and get Shador in the back of the first round. I mean, that would have been a place for him to fall. They had no to go after the Browns and to start the second round off to go and get him. When I seen it, I was like, they're not interested in him. Dart is who they wanted, and if they couldn't get Dart, it was either Milrose or this guy right here. So in the end, we're gonna see exactly what's going on, man. It's a wretched mess. But in the end, like I said, man, I ain't gonna be mad at the young man. He just doing what he doing. You know, he's just a young quarterback, and we'll see. But the thing is, now we know that that Spencer Rattler will have competition, right? Spencer Rattler will have a big quarterback with a strong arm to compete with. Let them get in the mix and see what they can do. We'll see exactly what happens here. Anyway, shout out to you guys. Let me hear y'all comments on this. A few of the family members were saying, hey, man, we just that, and the third. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about the quarterback pick. The Saints, I think this is the only one they'll have for the rest of the second round unless they decide to trade back up into the draft right now. The picks so far in the second round are Jaden Higgins, wide receiver from Iowa State, by the Texans to start off the second round. Nick Emilwari, the big safety, ends up going to Seattle. Quinshon Judkins goes to the Browns. Jonah, the big offensive guard, goes to Miami. They traded up to go and get him. Travion Henderson, the running back from Ohio State, ends up going to the Patriots. Luther Burden, the third, fantastic wide receiver from Mizzou, ends up with the Bears. Tyler ends up with the Saints at the quarterback position. TJ Sanders, the big defensive tackle from South Carolina, is with the Bills. Mason Taylor gets drafted by the Jets. And outside of that, TJ Sanders is there. Mason Taylor is also taken there. And Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle, is getting picked up by the Texans. DC, check your X, man. Check your X. All right, DC, call. Hold on. Check your X, bro. All right, check your X, bro. It's already sent. All right, DC wants to chime in. We're going to let him chime in on it. Yeah. All right. So, what's up? So, Black Preacher Man, shout out to you, fam. He says he would have been around in the yes, maybe in the third. But I'm saying, but the picks 1, 2, the first, the second, and the third picks are picks. First, second, and third picks are usually you looking for starters there. So you drafting Tyler to be a starter, and this, like I said, this is Kellen Moore's quarterback. This is his version of who he believes. Now, listen, I'm not saying that the kid won't be a game changer for you. And I just question, the scenario in which how this happens. I'm thinking, to me, and I know what I'm looking at, that Sanders is better than this kid, but he's not whoever Kellen Moore wants. So he's going to rock with a guy that's 26 years old, had an injury history, and they say, oh yeah, his guy's a second round pick. 1 year proven. I'm stuck there. So all we gonna see is what we can see when the time hit. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, Black Preacher Man. I don't get that at all. Okay, the Dallas Cowboys take Donovan S. Zaraku from Boston College. He's an edge rusher. So the Cowboys get some help on the edge. Salt Store. What's up, Salt Store? How you doing, brother? Says we got to find a way to get Mickey and Gail out of here. It's a Kellen Moore pickup, bro. So, All right. So thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, you could say Mickey Loomis selected the guy, you know what I'm saying, in terms of bringing him here. But this is a Kellen Moore pick. This is his quarterback. Like I said, every year we've been taking quarterbacks, right, family? Every year we end up taking quarterbacks. That's nothing new. We've been taking quarterbacks for the last 3 years. This make 3 consecutive years that we had one, because every year for the last 3 years we had new offensive coordinator. Every year for the last 3 years we had a new offensive coordinator. Each coordinator was afforded the opportunity to take a quarterback of his choosing. This is what's going on now. A lot of people say Shador is better than this man. He is better than this man. But at the end of the day, he's not. Shador is obviously not a Kellen Moore quarterback, because he wouldn't have reached, because this is a reach here. This is definitely a reach. It's a reach, man. Like I said, I like what I seen from him for 1 year, but I need to see more before I say, hey, man, I'm gonna spend a second round pick. We'll see. What's up, Scoop? Shout out to my brother Scoop. What it do, pimping? Sitting up here watching the Saints. Tremaine, what's up, says Q? I sure hope that Rattler balls out. Tyler is another day. Oh, wow. Davis Mills, only a serviceable backup. Yes, indeed, bro. The man gonna be 26 in what, September? 26. He spent 7 years in college. So if he comes in, but the thing is, listen, he's mature, right? So him doing what he did last year, the man had 7 years of football in college. So he's going to be, or should have, a mature. The man should have a mature understanding of the game of football. God damn it, you've been 7 years in college. You better be good. Hell, that's like Bo Nix and Dylan Gabriel. Them guys spent like 6 years, 7 years in college. You know, customarily it's like 4 years and you're out. Them guys spent 5, 6, and this guy was 7 years. Now he got redshirted on the field because of the injuries. But I don't. It's not my interpretation of what it is. But this is Kellen Moore and Dougie Nussmeier's guy. So we'll see. But Spencer Rattler definitely licking his chops, saying, "Man, I got this." All y'all did. I thought y'all was about to bring somebody in here. Oh, no disrespect, but I got this. That's what Spencer Rattler saying right now. And it said, I got this. Oh, I'm about to run this here. That's what Spencer Rattler saying right now. Elijah says, Q, he would have been an undrafted free agent at best. Bro, that man would have he probably would have fell to the 3rd round. Now, see, if you take a Jalen Milroe, I can see what you're doing. No disrespect. Now, like I said, my honest assessment on Tyler is very simple. JT from Ohio State is the Colts pick. I love JT's game. He's going. Hold on, fam. Hold on here. Oh, I'm sorry. There it is right here. Okay, DC. All right, DC. Check it again, brother. Okay, it didn't go through. We're gonna let DC chime in on just a second. Hold on, fam. All right, Willie says, man, we could have gotten Mike Green or Will Johnson at that pick if he wasn't going to draft Shador. Thank you, bro. All right, Jack says Kellen Moore already sucks. All right. Let's hear it, man. What else y'all got? King Eternal says, did we draft? Yes, we did. Big Belly says the franchise is a joke. Well, the thing is, people are going to be upset about what's going on with the team because of 2 reasons. Number one is they know quarterback is an issue. Number 2 is no other quarterback that was on the board was better than the Sanders kid. None of them is. None of these other guys are close. They're half a quarterbacks. Jalen Milroe has accuracy issues. You know, so he's not there. You got to develop that aspect of his game. Tyler is a big quarterback that can throw the ball, but the problem with Tyler is simply injury history, the fact that he did it 1 year, and you're going to bring him in here and say, hey, man, even though you did it for 1 year and you've been in college for 7 years and you had 3 injuries that stopped you, you my 2nd round draft pick and potential starting quarterback. And the guy got to get to work soon because he turns 26 and he don't have a long string. By the end of his rookie contract, he going to be 40 years old at the end of his rookie contract. So can we really be saying this guy is a franchise quarterback? He is. And for the people that's saying, what they're doing, Q, they're going to pivot to whatever happens next year. None of that is for sure. With this whole thing about the Arch Manning thing, none of that's for sure. I don't even think Manning's coming out next year. So all that pivoting stuff, you can miss me on all that, man. They're going to pivot and miss out the whole damn year to get Arch next year, and he ain't coming out. He ain't going to play 1 year at Texas and then stay and then come out. Man, come on. And he getting paid. What's his motivation for leaving to come into the pros? He come from a rich family. They're loaded, and he got an NIL deal where he just got paid, where he getting broke off. What's his incentive for coming out? He's going to stay there and build his own reputation for the next couple of years. So I don't see him as a guy to pivot to. So this one here is really interesting to me. All right, we're going to let, hold on. DC, are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, hold on, my man. I'm going to get you in there and let you speak your word. Let me get another one. Seth Griffin says, fire Mickey, fire Moore, and sell the team. All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Like I said, man, I like this kid, but he hadn't done enough, and he's not second round grade quarterback right now. But that's just my assessment. All right, DC, bro, go ahead, my man. I know you're still driving, bro. Go ahead and tell us what you think about this.
Yeah, I'm driving, but I couldn't believe this shit.
It almost said, hope you ain't wreck your car listening to the foolishness that they got.
I almost did. I swerved a little bit, man, and then it hit me. I started revving on the gas. I was speeding everywhere after.
You got me.
Road rage. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Man, this is it's crazy. This is crazy. Like I understand that some people may not like Shador and his attitude and whatever they keep trumping up with that shit, I think is nothing. But to like blatantly jump over him to get somebody 4 or 5 years older, I don't get it. I don't get it, man.
I don't get it either.
Is it the arm thing? Kellen Moore don't see Shador being able to run his system because you want a quarterback, right? And I mean, he's right there, and you hop over him to go with all shucks. Because that's all we're gonna be saying every time he throw an interception or fumble or some shit. Oh shucks, you know. Now, I'm willing to, I guess, overlook the whole thing if the brother know how to play, because he on the team now, man. No matter what we say or do, how we feel about it.
DC, you just gave people a whole new thing to say if Tyler Shucks makes a mistake. Because I would use
what it is. That's what it is, bro. Oh shucks.
That's funny. Go ahead, bro.
But he got talent, though. You know, on the positive side, I got how I really feel out the way. But on the positive side, and just looking at the reality of the situation and getting out my feelings, right? Because I would rather Shador here. I think we all would. It don't make no sense, but it ain't gonna happen. So we can't keep harping on it, right? Oh shit, baby, yeah, we can. Tonight to do that. But
tonight's the night. Yes.
But
good.
Right. But looking at the positive, I think Chuck does bring a lot of positives though. He's 26 years old, so that's a hell of a negative. You know. But he got a real nice arm, bro. Like he could throw that ball now. Now we got the line. We got the line, so maybe, you know, I'm thinking, is this some Kellen Moore wizardry? Like, do he really feel like this is his guy? We draft the offensive lineman, right? To show up the line, because you know you can't have no goddamn pressure. Him, or even if they finish kissing Derek Carr ass and get him to come back for a year, he can't have no pressure either. So they went, when I went looking to Banks, you know, some people had him as the number one rated tackle in the draft. I thought that was amazing. I never looked at him like that. I knew he was good, but I didn't know how high he was to, some people. So if we got a line and our line is bulletproof and Shuck ain't getting hit back there, he ain't facing a lot of pressure. Is it a chance that maybe this guy can do something or do enough to where he's not a liability? But he still got to beat out Spencer Rattler, man. I'm not sure if he can do that.
There you go. Do you see when this pick was made? I said, man, that's Spencer Rattler sitting up there looking at Tyler and saying, man, I got this.
Maybe that's the plan too. We got somebody who is good enough to play in case Spencer shits the bed, but maybe they believe in Spence, and this is a play to put some pressure on him and have an insurance policy. I really don't think we're gonna know. Cause think about this too. Cause calming down after I almost wrecked my car and I almost got several speeding tickets. I sat there and I thought, well, Chuck is 26 years old, right, Q?
That's right.
We got Spencer Rattler, and Spencer Rattler is what, 23, 24?
I'm gonna have to look it up. I know he's in his early 20s, but yeah, I think you're right.
What if this is like a RG3 Kirk Cousins situation? I'm not saying either one of them gonna be that good. We don't know, but it's like they got Rattler there, and then they got somebody else who maybe he's supposed to be a career backup, and we looking at this shit wrong. But still, taking him in the second round, I think that's what's crazy, man. You got Mike Green sitting right there. If you're not high on, making him the franchise quarterback, like why not take somebody like that? Why not get your cornerback, man? Siobhan Revel, Will was still sitting right there.
Savion Williams
there. It's just I don't see the thought process, but this is Kellen Moore's first year, and I'm not gonna lie, man. When you go and you look at Kellen Moore's jacket, what quarterbacks? He was over there in Dallas winning with Cooper Rush. He has a history of being able to get quarterbacks that other people wouldn't consider all that good and make them productive. He ain't gonna turn them into superstars, but he can win with them.
Well, I appreciate you, DC, for looking at the bright side. Like I said, to me, Tyler, like I said, we
gonna jump out the window looking at the negative side.
Well, no. Tyler is a good quarterback, man, in terms of what I've seen last year in 1 year. But he's not the guy. He's not a second round pick with that injury history. And see, the thing is, that's what it just gives more ammunition. Like you would reach for a guy. This is a reach, in my estimation. The guy had missed 3 years he played 7 years of college ball. He's 26 years old in September. He had 3 years where he was hurt out of that 7-year college career. He had 1 good year out of the 7. That was like that Louisville year last year. And that makes him a second round pick. And Shedeur Sanders is still on the man. Get out of here. No, that guy's a reach. He's not a second round quarterback. Not at all. But it is what it is at that point, man. And we'll see. But like I said, this is Spencer Rattler's show now, in my estimations. I think Derek Carr is a cooked goose. I think Spencer Rattler is the guy that's going to be running this team. I have nothing against Tyler. I think Tyler, they'll give him an opportunity to compete. But Spencer Rattler is not going to be an easy guy to beat. So if anything, like you don't get Sanders, but Spencer is a guy that it puts him in more favorable position in terms of what I see. Thank you, Brother Rich. He says the Saints don't like black QBs, and I'll stand on that, Q. But Spencer's black, and he's going to be your starter.
Right. I know he looked like an albino, but he's a black man.
He's black. Yeah, Spencer Rattler's black. But thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
I do think it's something to that, though. I don't think the Saints. We've had a handful of black QBs, bro. We had Jeff Blake. You had Aaron Brooks, Spencer Rattler, Help me out, because I done ran out of names.
Aaron Brooks.
Who?
Aaron Brooks.
Now you know it.
I say
Aaron Brooks. Jeff Blake. Tyler, get throw him in there. Jameis Winston. You talking about black quarterbacks? We lost DC. All right, but yeah, it's been quite a few. Teddy Bridgewater. We had black quarterbacks down here. All right, the Saints will win with anybody they can get their hands on. To be honest, Wyo says, "Shut the sound like they back." Thank you, bro. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Wyo.
You repeated Aaron Brooks. That was one of the three names I said.
But I gave you everything. I gave you 7 quarterbacks. I said Aaron Brooks, Jeff Blake. We talked about Spencer.
I said Aaron Brooks. I said Jeff Blake. I said Spencer. Okay, Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston.
Teddy Bridgewater. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, they'll get black quarterbacks. That ain't the problem.
You know, every quarterback you name was within like the last 4 to 5 years, right? Other than Aaron Brooks.
Well, I mean, Jeff Blake was back there too.
Organization has been around since the 1960s.
Well, I mean, you asked me for a list, I gave them to you, brother. I told you what's going on.
I don't think we fancy black quarterbacks too much, man. I don't. Think
we just had a bunch of them. We just had Jameis. We had Teddy Bridgewater, Jameis Winston. What do you mean we don't fancy him? What's not fancy? It ain't got nothing to do with it.
What's a bunch to you?
What you mean a bunch? You just named a bunch of black quarterbacks. Yep. What you mean a bunch?
I don't see it that way. Looking over the whole history at all.
And then the potential, in terms of the history, you got a point on that. There's not a lot of those black quarterbacks in the game. That's in terms of the.
I mean, you see Lamar. Lamar was a little too black for us too, Q. Shador coming over here with iced out pieces on his arm and stuff. It's a little too black for the Saints, bro.
Okay, DC, if that's what you think, brother, we all good.
I don't know what to think, man. I'm here trying to figure it out with y'all, man. I'm just throwing shit on the board, see what stick at this point, because don't nothing make no goddamn sense. I'm trying to make sense of it, bro.
Hey, they just didn't like Shador. I mean, that's simply what it is. It doesn't make sense to reach on Tyler Show and reach over Shador to grab Tyler, and Tyler is a guy that's been hurt not 1 year, but he lost 3 years of his college football life because of really serious injuries. He had a broken leg, he had a shoulder issue that stopped him, and he had a broken collarbone. He's 26 years old, and he had 1 good year of college production, and that makes you a second-round pick. I just want to see them bastards justify that. That is not a second-round draft pick quarterback. That's not. And Shador's sitting there.
I'm gonna be back for the 3rd round. All right.
Okay.
Be back.
All right. There go DC, man. DC is on the road, having road.
Let me know, right? Because every time you say his name, I be oh shucks. I'll be like, getting flashbacks out here, man. Let me get to the house.
All right, DC. All right. So it's simply what it is at this point, family. And go over the last several draft picks since the Cowboy pick. We've seen Mason Taylor. Since the Cowboy pick of them getting the defensive end, the Colts got JT from Ohio State. Terrence Ferguson, the big tight end from Oregon, goes to the Rams. That's a good move. I like Ferguson. Will Johnson, the fantastic cornerback, finally gets picked in the middle of the 2nd round by the Arizona Cardinals. So his slide is over with. Irsay, the big offensive tackle from the Minnesota team, gets picked up by the Texans to try to help out with their QB situation. And the fantastic Demetrius Knight Jr., the linebacker out of South Carolina, is going to Cincinnati to help beef up their defense. The rest of the 3rd round right now, the Seahawks is on the clock, the Broncos, the Titans, followed by the Bucks, Packers, Chargers, Bears, Panthers, Raiders, Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bears, Chiefs, and Eagles. Round out the rest of round number 2. It doesn't appear right now that the Saints look like they're interested in making any moves or move around to see if they can snatch at people. Mike Green, the fantastic defensive end out of Marshall, is still available for somebody that's looking to make a play for him. One of the better centers in the game, and Jared Wilson from Georgia is still available if you're looking for some help on your offensive line, like the Saints are currently looking for help with. So a lot of this is going on as well. So anyway, shout out to the family. We'll do a sweep to see if anything going on with the Saints in terms of any potential trades. But look like the Saints are going to sit comfortably right now and allow things to play out the way they need to play out. Very interesting this has all turned out to be here with the Shador slide going on right now. Just at this point, I just want to know where he goes. Of course, it won't be New Orleans. New Orleans' position to take him, but it won't be us. I just want to be interested to just see where he goes here. Anytime people start reaching over the top of you for other people, man, you know, I don't understand how that works. All right, but anyway, let's listen to what. Here's something from me and Rappaport, fam. Before we continue, y'all hit the like button as we are going to, fam. If you appreciate the content. What's up, T Mama? Shout out to T Mama. Good to see you, brother Willie Garrison. Sam, I see you, Sam. Hackney in the building. Brandarius, shout out to you. Says second round pick is supposed to play next season, right? When they plan on playing this Joker, shaking my head, disgusting. Ain't no way. Shout out to you, Brandarius. There, you get a round of applause for that one, brother. Shout out to you. What's up, brother Dwayne? How you doing, man? Jack, I see you. Go Maha 25. Good to see you, fam. Much love to you. He said the Saints doomed. He says the second that Gail Benson thought it was a good idea to protect pedophile priests with the Saints and resources, F her and F the Saints. I'm done. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to you. Hope you're still listening to the broadcast. Shout out to you, bro. TJ says, now how about a little nepotism? Garrett Nussmeyer Jr. to join his dad. Hey, TJ Fleming. Hey, man, you might have, they talking about Arch Manning and they forgetting that Nussmeyer got a son at LSU that's supposed to be high in the draft. Wouldn't that be funny? You just opened up a can of worms. Sir. How about a little nepotism? Garrett Nussmeyer Jr. to join his dad next year. He was supposed to enter the 2025 draft, but decided to return to LSU for his senior year. Will enter in 26. How about that, baby? Now that to me has more legs than the Arch Manning thing. Wouldn't that be funny? Nussmeyer drafts his own kid. That's a good one. Gotta give you a round of applause for that one. That was a good one. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. What's up, Dominic? Shout out to you. Who that, to that? Shout out to you. What's up, Mel? Shout out to you, man. Miscellaneous Mel. DJ D Smooth, how you doing, sir? Aiden, big ups to Aiden, Tim. Good to see you, man, as well. Much love, fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Hit that like button. What's up, Knox Villain? Big Sean. Big Sean says, really messed up if Shador is still on the board in the third round. They're reaching. See, that's what I'm saying about these dumb people. And they had that big dumb idiot. Well, I mean, I ain't going to call the man name, but they just fools, man. They do whatever they told to do and whatever narratives they want to create. You're going to reach. How do you justify? See, the thing is, you're supposed to be drafted high based on your talent and your production and what you did in college. And whether they testing you of your intelligence, because they like to use that Wonderlic score, whatever they got a different testing measurement now. That guy passed all of that. So you can't say he was slow up here. You can't say he was hurt. He didn't play 7 years in college and was missing 3 of the years with really pivotal injuries that accrued to him. He didn't have 1 good year of college production. He had 4 good years of college production. So everything that he did, even the 1 year where the man had over 3,000 yards, Shador ran right through that. He beat him every way you could possibly beat anybody. And yet they reached right over the top of that man and drafted this guy on a stretch move. The man, 26 years old in September or November, whenever it was, he turns 26 this year. What future you going to have with a 26-year-old quarterback? Just answer that question. Spencer is 24. I mean, what you don't take a second round pick with a guy with that kind of baggage. You just don't do it. It's that's why people is like, man, come on, man. You can't make it any more obvious. Just don't take a quarterback at all. You could have went somewhere else. Just go and get the wide receiver. Go take another position. Say, okay, I see what y'all are doing. You got a defense. Go get the guy, a Princely from Ole Miss, and draft him, like quarterback, and go down, and then get Jalen Miro in the third round. But reaching over Shador to get Shuck, and Shuck is, bro, he's not that. He's not that. He don't have 4 years. He doesn't have the resume that man has. He doesn't have it. No disrespect to Tyler Shuck, but he doesn't have that resume. How do you justify that move? You can't say the kid was dumb. You can't say this, that, and the third. Are you scared of his pops coming over here? You know, if your ass start messing up, I just don't know what's going on in terms. I just know it stinks, man. I don't like how they phase him out because you know they wouldn't like that to be done to them. Let's listen to this right here, man, and hear what he had to say about Tyler Shuck.
The Saints do, as you mentioned, have uncertainty, significant uncertainty surrounding the Derek Carr situation. He may or may not need surgery on his shoulder, may or may not be ready for the start of 2025, may not play at all in 2025. He would like to. He has consulted multiple medical opinions. No answer yet. What we are going to learn a little bit right now is how seriously the Saints view this. Do they need a quarterback? Or are they confident Derek Carr could potentially be back? We know they have had eyes on Tyler Shuck, among others. We will see what the Saints end up doing. Rich, the Saints.
All right. What's up, Yen? Shout out to you, man. Good to see you all day. Sports says D draft. What's up, brother? Says a D plus draft grade so far. Appreciate you. Much love. Shout out to Trinity Montoya. Much love to Muse. Let's go. Not mad if Sanders drafted today. Thank you, Muse. Appreciate you for the Cash App Queen. Thank you. Appreciate you. Much love to you as always. Always. Much love to you. All right. So shout out to the fan. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream on this one, man. We kind of reacting to what we've seen as we get back to the draft board here. A lot of stuff still going. A lot of really good players are still on the board since Demetrius Knight's selection by the Bengals at 49 pick. Elijah Arroyo, the very talented but also injury prone. I ain't gonna say prone, but he had injuries that kind of stalled his development in Miami. But he gets picked up by the Seattle Seahawks at 50. And Nick Scorton, the Texas A&M edge rusher. A lot of potential with him, gets picked up by the Carolina Panthers. So you can see the Panthers kind of doing some stuff. They got Ted McMillan over there. Now they get Nick Scorton to get after whoever you got. Remember, the Carolina Panthers positioned themselves they were 5-12, tied with the Saints, but they were over the Saints. Remember, the Saints are in the cellar. And all of these other teams, Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Carolina, have somewhat already moved or are moving with their team into being competitive. Carolina's year 3 into their rebuild. Atlanta's going. I don't know if you can call Atlanta what they're doing a rebuild. Michael Penix will be taking over for a full-time starter this upcoming season, but he's incredibly talented. They got some good people around him. Really, I can respect what they did in the draft when they made some moves, getting Pierce, and then they got Walker and Pierce to help out the defense. Really spectacular. People are giving Terry Fontenot a hard time. Like, these people crazy, man. All right, the trade has happened. Of course, Carolina traded to get Scorton. Now the Titans traded at pick 52, and they pick up another edge rusher from UCLA. They pick him up. And then, of course, the next team on the list is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So you see guys are starting to come off the board. Mike Green is still available. Shavon Rebel Jr., the big cornerback out of East Carolina, is also available there as well. So right now, currently, the Saints have not moved up into the second round. And why would they? They're going to let the draft play out the way they see fit. So still about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks before the end of the second round right now. And Who Dat Nation is livid, man. with this, because how do you justify this? Nothing against it. And I hope people don't, and I know that Who That Nation not going to do that. They're not going to make Tyler Shuck the butt of the jokes of what happened going on with the stupid Saints. I'm not going to even say that, man, but what's been happening with the Saints and the calls, knowing that they need the quarterback, but this was a reach. It was a huge reach, and it was a very blatant move in my estimation, because that guy's not a second round draft pick. He's not. He's not. You can't say that Shador has this, that, and the third, but this other guy got everything that you would say, man, that guy's a day 3 quarterback. An extensive injury history, 26 years of age, only one proven year of productivity. Yeah, boom. He's a second round pick. What's wrong with that? All the wrong shit, but then everything, all red flags. Yeah, he's a second round pick. How are you going to build a future with a 26-year-old quarterback? That's my question. Like I said, it's just, I don't get that part of the game. All right. The dog ball says, can you play highlight of the picks on the show? Oh, you talking about? Well, I mean, I guess I can, bro, but it depends on. Let me see if I can pull it up on X and do it that way. Let's see if I can do it that way, because usually these people have an issue with you playing some of the stuff, because that's the NFL, how they get down. They play dirty. All right, so let me see. John Sigler, shout out to John Sigler, says Tyler Shuck transferred from Oregon because he lost his starting job to Anthony Brown, a QB who was not drafted and is currently completing 48% of his passes for the UFL's Houston Roughnecks. So we are, that's the thing. Like, there, to me, that's not enough. It's not justification to go, to look over. This was an indictment. This type of selection was an indictment of the bullcrap that you see going on with these folks up there. With what's going on with Shador Sanders makes no sense. You don't reach over. This guy has all kind of stuff. Not saying he can't be a good quarterback in a year or two for you or whatever, but this is Spencer Rattler team as far as I'm concerned. This Spencer Rattler team, because Carr is not going to come back and play for the Saints. He couldn't stand up to the scrutiny. He would never be able to stand up to the scrutiny about what's going on here. So it's just amazing to me, man, the level of crap. And watch you see these sycophant network people sit up there and pretend like nothing going on. Well, I'm sincerely glad that people are not really listening to these people. They're using their platform to tear down their dumbass narratives that are very evident, that you can see it very clearly. Oh, that's not a house you're looking at over there, Q. That's an invisible sign banner. That's so that big ass house with windows. That's not a house over there. No, that's that's a highway banner. I mean, that's just repugnant. But at the end of the day, like I said, man, this is simply what it is, and with this kind of crap. But anyway, back to it. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are still on the clock here. They got the pick is in. We'll see. They need edge help. Mike Green, would he be the choice here? Tampa Bay they won the division 4 years in a row, and they win it because they make the right decisions. Thank you, Dog Vault. I'm gonna look and see if I can pull some highlights up on Big Belly. Says pass rushers, corners, wide receivers, running backs, all on the board, and you go with Tyler Shuck shaking my head. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. A lot of who that's don't like it. Yes, indeed. A lot of the who that's not liking the selection, man, because they know BS when they see it, man. They know BS when they see it. If you need a quarterback, you reach over this dude. Like I said, man, it's just fascinating to me how it all looks. And Ian Rapoport says, while teams red flag Will Johnson's knee, he did not have a pain. Will Johnson said that they had some type of injury issue with Will Johnson. That's why he slid. They say while teams red flag Will Johnson's knee, he did not have pain or swelling in it, which should be a good sign. And he said Will Johnson don't fall in the 47. So I'm definitely frustrated. I know I'm healthy. So it did cost him a little money, but at the end of the day, that's a chip on your shoulder. It's a chip on your shoulder. See, and the thing is too, fam, it's about making the right picks. All right, the Bengals. Okay, the Bucks. They picked Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. It's a good selection here. Good pickup for them. Congratulations. Oh, that's a really good pickup. Ben Morrison is a solid cornerback from Notre Dame. He's going to Tampa to help their defense out. So Tampa Bay doing their thing, man. Tampa Bay added another talented player to their team on the defensive side. We know they have a couple of those guys kind of old, but they get the wide receiver from Ohio State, Emeka, with the pick to kind of help out the wide receiver core. And then Ben Morrison as the cornerback with the second round selection for them. So they get two of their needs met. What's up with Mike Green? Mike Green is now sliding. You know, does Mike Green end up in Green Bay? Would make sense because they do need an edge rusher. We'll see in a little bit. The pick is in, so they had to pick that in. It might be Mike Green. They can use some help. All right. Thank y'all, man. Big ups to the fam, man. Y'all hit the like button for me. What's up, Barbara? Shout out to you. KT says Staubach was 20 because he served in the Navy during Vietnam War. Shuck is injury prone, bust in the making. All right. He's just messing it to Sam. Sam says, how many of who that's watched a single Louisville game? I seen some of them, bro. I did actually watch a couple of games with the guy playing, man. Like I said, I like what I seen from him. I didn't see enough. And you don't take a 26-year-old guy in the second round with an incredible injury history like this in only 1 year of production out of 7 college years. That is not a second round selection, obviously. Could y'all see the difference between quarterbacks that's on the board? You take the best quarterback if you got one on the board, a guy who has no injury history, a guy who's more passing yards, a guy that played at a higher level, a guy with no injury history. Did I say that? It's just amazing to me, man. These people are, boy. And see, the thing is, you're in the NFC South. You see what these other guys are doing. You see how they're drafting. Atlanta's not playing with you. Atlanta ended up picking up 2 guys on the defense. They got Pierce. Pierce is a solid defense, plug and play like a dog. They got Walker. He's a solid player. Atlanta's not playing. They're getting that defense together. They're getting aggressive. They're getting the defense together. And like I said, man, Carolina got some help for Bryce. They got Ted McMillan over there. You know, they adding people. They adding talent. You got to compete with these people. All right, and Green Bay goes with Anthony Belton, the big offensive tackle. There you go. So they get some help for Jordan Love to protect him. Can't be mad at that one. Yeah, so yeah, the craziness is, how do you justify this? This guy, I don't care what they say. You see the do you see something wrong with this picture? All the stuff them people were saying about, you know, the man, this, that, and the third, and all this kind of stuff, and then next thing you know, guess what? Oh, we can't get him because he got issues with this, that, and the third. But this guy, he got some real stuff going on. See, dirtiness always come out, man. It's so obvious and clear, man. But at the end of the day, it's all right, man. All you doing is open the door for Tyler. That's all it is. And we'll see. We'll go for Spencer Rattler. We'll see how it all plays, man. We'll see how it plays. All right, let me play some little footage of this guy. Hopefully, let me see if I can kind of speed it up for y'all and see what's going on. It's a little footage of the man throwing the ball. And let's see if y'all can see him right there. Y'all gotta have a little internet thing going on right now. All right, that'll be enough of that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll get back to it, man. And that's a little something on it. All right, the Chargers make Trey Harris. That's right, Trey Harris, the pick for them. And Trey Harris is off the board for the Chargers. So how about that? All right, Chargers. I see y'all, Coach Harbaugh out there in Charger land trying to lay it down, man. I see you, Coach Harbaugh, doing your thing, man, building up that team, man. That's a tough place at the coach, man. You have Harbaugh out there. You got Sean Payton. Pete Carroll. Who else is there? Sean Payton, Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, and Harbaugh. Think about coaching that. Boy, that is amazing. The coaches there. Sean Payton, Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, and Harbaugh. Dude, that's tough. So the Chargers get a weapon in Trey Harris, really good wide receiver from Ole Miss. Saints scouted this guy. So anyway, with that being said, fam, let's move it forward. There got some picks left. I see the Bears making some trades. Sean Payton done made some trades. You see right there the Raiders, they're moving up there. The Lions then switched out with them. So we see the Lions then jumped in there underneath the Bears. So we see the Lions might want somebody. So the Lions pick at 57 and at 60. So Coach Brian is trying to put this thing together. Saints sitting pat. Other positions, they got the QB9, Tyler Shuck. Who else are the Saints going to get, family? What else we need to do here? Let's take a look at that. The Bears on the clock. We'll see what the pick is. They can use some help at the edge. They're already reached out and got their wide receiver. But like I said, now it's a thing to figure out where this where in the hell is Shedeur Sanders fall, family? That's the thing I really want to know. Where does Shedeur fall at? That's the thing I'm looking at. Where does he fall at in all of this, man? That'll be really interesting. Now that's what I'm gonna be studying on. Where does he fall? We'll see what the Bears picking. All right, big ups, fam. Big ups to the family members there. AT4 says they're a black balling program on SS. And the Saints really just totally exposed whatever's going on with Shedeur Sanders. I don't know what's going on with them, but it's whatever it is. It's based around Deion Sanders, and Deion Sanders knows. If you look at a couple of Deion Sanders tweets, he knows for certain that his son should have been in the first round. If he goes to the fourth round, like I said, it's cool. He's gonna get drafted eventually, and wherever he lands at, he's gonna be a force. So anyway, it's just one of those things. All right, Dwayne said, well, Q, here's the deal. They're trying to set a narrative for Deion in his position of being a big influence in and out of this league, and they'll deal with his sons accordingly, no matter. Yeah, but his son's still going to get in the league. You're right, Dwayne. You're right, my brother. Thank you for that. And the interesting part about it is if you talk about the Shedeur thing, he's going to get drafted, probably end up in the third round somewhere, getting picked up, if not at the back of the second, somewhere in the third, because the quarterback's going to get to a point where, if you picking quarterbacks over him, that's not even close to him. The Saints pick was really stunning to me because that guy, if you're looking for red flags, this guy had flags all over the place. You don't spend a second round pick on a 26-year-old player with multiple years of really tough injuries. And at an important position like the quarterback. You don't do that. That's why people are upset. And they're going to try to make you seem like you shouldn't be upset about this, that Tyler Shue's going to be a good quarterback for you. That's not the point. Tyler Shue is a good quarterback. He's not worth the second round pick. He's not. He doesn't belong there. But to reach over Deion's son to go and get him and say, "Here, you're a second round," is ridiculous. It's repugnant. For everything we know red flags are, that's just not the case, right? That's just totally red flags. You don't do that. So that's why people are disrespecting the Saints right now. They're not doing Tyler Shuck. They're not disrespecting Tyler Shuck. But it's the fact that, with the Saints, they purposefully reached over Deion. Said there was no other quarterbacks close to him. Sean says, we passed on a Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year honors and the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award, which went to Jaden Dash the previous year. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, T-Mama knows it, too. All day says, bring back Ian Book. Yeah, man. Larry says, that was a bad pick. A-Camp, what's up, A-Camp? Says, oh, my God, I just got out of work and found out we picked Tyler Shuck and Sanders was still available. Indeed. This is the truth. This is like the smoking gun or bullet, whatever you want to call it, the smoking gun. This guy's not even in the same league with Shedeur. Not even close. His one good year. I mean, the one good year. Hold on, let me show y'all something. Let me pull it up. The one good year that the man had, which was 3,100 yards rushing. I mean, passing. I don't think that's what that wasn't even Shador Sanders' worst year. It just doesn't make it. It just makes sense if you know they're trying to humiliate him. Trying to do it to humiliate him and bring him down to make him feel sweet. But you're only gonna power him up. Like the man, Shador Sanders' worst year was a 3,200 yard year that he did in his first year at Jackson State and his first year at Colorado. He threw for 3,200 yards and 27 touchdowns. The first year in Jackson, he had 30, then 40, then 27, and then 37 last year. How do you throw for 37 touchdowns against 10 interceptions, over 4,000 yards, with a 74% completion rating and fall all the way down to the second round? His worst year, let me show it to you. And this is not against Tyler. It's just showing you what's really going on. And it's these dummies here, this Pavlovsky idiot and this other dude, just simpletons and morons. They just didn't want them. And just sit there and cover for it, just idiots. But this is the thing. Look at this. This is Shador Sanders' numbers right here. His worst year with 3,200 yards, 27 touchdowns is the least amount he's thrown in his magnificent college career. Look at his numbers. He had a culture shock. He went from the SWAC up to Colorado. That's a culture shock. And still he excelled. His numbers got even better insofar as the interceptions dropped when you usually go up. Look at his completion ratings. This is ridiculous. But then let's go take a look at Mr. Shuck. All shucks is DC calls, and that's funny, really funny, right? I gotta give DC some good ones on that. It's some credit on that because DC, that was a good one, brother. All right, let's find Mr. Tyler. Hold on, let me go here with it. And look, y'all remember the man's stats. Now, this is how you judge them based on that. Hold on, let me see if I can find what his syncs are. And this is how you base them based on that. Here it is. All right, and here go Tyler here. Tyler Shuck. He had 7 years in college. His worst year, his best year. Now they don't want to. You don't show me these goddamn stats. I'm going, play with me. Now you don't want to show his stats. They don't want to show his stats. Let me see. They don't want to show us the stats unavailable all of a sudden. Hold on, let me find them. Hold on, I don't get those stats. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. All right, so here, let's go over here. Let me see if I can find his stats. Yeah, I'll find them. They're all of a sudden unavailable. Hold on, fam. I'm gonna go back to the board in a second. Let me get Tyler Shuck's stats. His stats overall. And remember, keep in your mind Deion's. Hold on, let me find stats. Keep in mind Deion's sons. Shador Sanders' stats. Right. Keep in your mind his stats overall is the less year he had was 3,200 yards and 27 touchdowns. That was his worst year as a quarterback. Right. I'm having the hardest times trying to find this man's stats all of a sudden now. All of a sudden his stats not available. Hold on, don't worry, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it because this is very very weird. But I'm persistent. I'm gonna get the stats. Oh, fine. All his damn stats here. All right, here we go. All right, here it is right here. This is his jacket right here. Right? Let me super size this thing. Yeah. There you go. All right. So if we look at it, Oregon, Texas Tech, Louisville. If you look at his best year, his best year was not even better. His best year wasn't better than Shador's worst year. Literally. He threw for 3195. The less that Shador did was 32, over 3,200 yards. He had 27 touchdowns. Shador beat him with passing as well as touchdowns. His best year was not better than Shador's worst year, literally. 3195 and 23 touchdowns against 6 picks. Shador Sanders' numbers were over 3,200 yards and 27 touchdowns. It's just, I just wanted to do that to show you how stupid this is, how all this don't make a lick of sense, and it cannot be justified for that. But anyway, we'll see how it goes, fam. We shall see how all of this goes, because in the end, man, it is what it is. The Saints already made the move. Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shough will be competing for that job. And like I said, man, the questions, we're going to ask the questions too, because they'll be asking them questions about this, about the Shador Sanders. You can skirt it all they want, because that's the major thing. They done invited all these questions here, reaching over the top. Man, don't make any sense at all, but it is what it is. Literally, Shador's worst year, the man, his best year can't touch Shador's worst year. Literally, I just showed y'all that. It's just what it is. All right, what's up, Troy? How you doing, sir? Says Q. Looks like Mickey's still calling shots. No way, Coach K. Pick this guy. This pick smells like I don't know what the hell. He says smells like I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Mickey. Okay. Yeah, we'll see, bro. Kellen Moore was a former QB himself. Ain't no way you can tell me he's better than Shador. Nah, Aiden said, yeah. Bro, hey, bro, if anybody tell you that, I just showed you statistical proof. Literally showing you that Shador's worst year was still better than Shough's best year. And he had one of them. Just showed you. There was no justification for this pick. None whatsoever. But it is what it is. Miscellaneous Mail says, I think Moore is miscalculated. He's trying to shore up the line, but this is a scramble league. With Shuck's injury history, I thought he would be mobile and ball out. L-Dub says, Duncan said the Saints considered Tyler being the second best QB in the draft behind Cam Ward. I just can't believe that, bro. I don't accept that at all. Nobody would believe that. He believed that. So I could prove to you right now that's a bunch of malarkey, bro. Because if they believe Tyler Shough was the second best quarterback in the draft, why the hell were they chasing Jackson Dart? See how that falls flat on its face? If they really believe Tyler Shough, that's what I'm saying. They just be saying anything. If they believe Tyler Shough was the second best quarterback in the draft, then why the hell were they chasing Jackson Dart? They would have drafted Jackson Dart if he was there. They just be lying, bro. They just be spreading misinformation. That don't make any sense. They were chasing Jackson Dart. And the Giants picked them in the first round. The Giants did something what people didn't believe. They said Jackson Dart would be. That's why the Saints positioned themselves to be in the second round, because a lot of people didn't feel that somebody would be, taking him in the first round, because he wasn't a first round quarterback. A lot of people thought he'd be toward, at the top of the second round. That's why they were jostling for position to see if he fell there. But they were looking at Jackson Dart. Sam says, Q, do a Mickey impression, reasoning with Moore to take a QB in the second round. Let's hear it. Will they let him wear number 9? And really pisses off the Saint Nation. I don't think they'll give him the number 9. But justifying the Tyler Shough, hold on now. Let me tell you guys something. Hold on now. I know you guys don't like Tyler, but let me tell you something. He's going to be a great quarterback for us. Hold on now. I see a supercharged Joe Flacco in that guy. Let me tell you. Hold on now. And Joe Flacco was a really good quarterback. He won a Super Bowl, by the way. Hold on, you guys are so wrong on this. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco. He can hold on, he's tall. He got strong arm. He could see over all those guys. He could throw the ball down the field. Yeah. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco. We welcome him to the Who Dat Nation. I don't know how he's going to do it. He's the guy. All right. You guys, you just pump your brakes and drink some orange juice, okay? Wow. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco. He's going to win games. He's going to win us a Super Bowl right here. I'm telling you guys crazy. I listen to Slick Mickey. I'm telling you, I got this, baby. I'm a legend here. I'm untouchable too. Why now? Did you guys see my jacket yesterday? You see my jacket? I'm telling you, did you see the shirt? You seen the squares in the shirt and the jacket had squares too. Okay, but you seen that? Hold on, you guys. I'm telling you, I'm styling and profiling, baby. We got this. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco. Oh yeah, that's right. All right, okay, Mickey. All right, okay. You're a supercharged Joe Flacco. That's right. Hey, Mickey, I think some of your gourmet orange juice that went spoiled you've been drinking on, brother. A supercharged Joe Flacco. Is that what you got? Who Dat Nation? That's his comparison, right? That's his comp, right? And then his comp is Joe Flacco. Oh my goodness, man. You gotta love it, man. You got to love it, man. You gotta love it. Supercharged Joe Flacco. That's what Slick Mickey say. All right. Tate Ratledge. And let's see, the last since the Trey Harris pick 55, the wide receiver goes to the Chargers. The last 3 picks have been offensive picks. The Bears picked up some offensive help with Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College at 56. At 57, Tate Ratledge, the big offensive guard from Georgia, goes to the Lions. As the Lions continue to start they're building up on that offensive line to keep things together. And Joe Batch out of TSU is picked up by the Raiders. There you go, KT. There you go. Jack Batch is gone, man. He's there. 5th player in TCU history to record a 1,000-yard receiving season. He was named the 2025 Senior Bowl Most Valuable Player. Hand-eye coordination. The guy can't catch the ball. He runs hard, breaks tackles after the catch, tracks the ball deep downfield, has a zone buster who settles into windows and presents the quarterback with a big target. 6'1", 214, tough as nails, catches a lot, takes hits too. New general manager John Spytek, that's his real name, Spytek, knew that he had to improve one of the league's worst offenses. So you get Geno Smith, a wide receiver. And didn't Genty go to them as well? Wasn't Genty picked up by the Raiders as well? So, hey, I want to say the Raiders trying to build this thing. That's Pete Carroll over there trying to get that offense together, family. Pete Carroll trying to get it together. Let me take a look at the Raiders selections. Yeah, so Ashton Genty was the 6th pick, and they had a wide receiver there to give some help with Geno Smith in that offense. So there you go. They climbing. They got a lot of picks left too. They got 3 more picks in the third. They got 3 picks in the third round. When they pick in the third round, they got 3 third-round picks, 2 fourth-round picks, 3 sixth picks, and a 7th. So the Raiders got a lot of stuff that they can do to build up the team. So there you go. All right, so that's the top picks right now. The Ravens are currently on the clock, and the pick is in. Mike Green is continuing to slide down the board. Would the Ravens be the place where it goes? What's going on with Mike Green? Is he banged up? Is he injured? What's going on there with Mike Green, man? All right, Mr. O says Q, but doesn't Jake Haener? He have a chance. But listen, Spencer Rattler, he's thoroughly dispatched Jake Haener. The only reason Jake Haener hung around is because of unfair competition practices by that evil possum that ran the team before he got canned. That's what kept Haener in the game. But for those who know, watch the OTAs and watch the preseason, they seen that Spencer Rattler outdone him. But Dennis Allen was doing this thing to try to protect Carr from competition. And I told y'all that. I told you he was going to do that. I told you he was going to do that. He played all them games and moved Spencer to the third string. Well, how do you justify that? Wouldn't even ask some questions behind it. Well, literally, how could you be a coach of a professional NFL team and sit up there and violate the competition rules that the team's supposed to be based on, thinking that your team won't see it? If I'm seeing it, they see it. That's why they didn't want to play for this guy. This guy was incredibly stupid and off code. Incredibly off code. Caught lying to players, doing unfair practices with his players. It's supposed to be a competition where guys win the job free. And you bend the rules to make it advantageous for another player is foul. People will not trust you. They will not play for you. If I seen it, they seen it. He fractured his own locker room, which led to him being fired. He did it to himself, stupidly, operating against himself, being off code. Then didn't take any responsibility for it when they fired him. I don't look at it as I failed. I look at it as they didn't want me anymore. They didn't want you anymore because you failed, you moron, you idiot, you chump. You fractured your own team. You backstabbed them publicly and threw them under the bus for your hated rival. Even James Hurst said that. He said he thought they were going to fire him when they walked in that locker room. Instead, dumb Mickey, he got on them and said, "Oh, line now, you goddamn guys in here. Hold on now, you guys going to listen to this guy? You heard me? You hear what I'm saying? Stupid. You don't win by luck, huh? You're not going to win by luck. You got to have a plan. You're not going to win by luck. It doesn't work like that." All right, Brother Devin says Trevor Lawrence was in the same high school class as him. That guy is old, bro. Thank you, bro. God damn it. Let me tell you guys something. Hold on. I'm back on this mic here. Hold on, Q. Let me talk to the Who That Nation. Hold on. Now, you guys listen to me. All right? Don't worry. You guys look beyond age. Did you catch that? Hold on. You guys look beyond the age. Look beyond the injuries, the 3 years of injuries. Look beyond the 7 years. Okay? And what you're going to see is a really good quarterback, a supercharged Joe Flacco. Look beyond, like I'll say it again. Look beyond the age. Look behind the years of injuries, the 3 years. Look behind all of that and see a supercharged Joe Flacco. Okay? We're going to win the Super Bowl. And you're welcome. I'm going to say you're welcome early, okay? You're welcome. It's insane. Look beyond the years. Look beyond, I know. You guys look beyond the red flags. You guys, I know. Oh my goodness, man. This all we got here. This is what we got. All right, okay, let's look behind everything. God damn it. I know. All right, look behind Derek Carr. Don't worry about Derek Carr. We're gonna be look behind the fact that we're gonna be in the Super Bowl next year. God damn it. All right, Mike Green is off the board. So the Ravens, wow. The Ravens got Mike Green from Marshall. Wow. Boy, the rich get richer, don't they? They got a bona fide pass rusher who's going to be pissed at the highest level of pisticity because he almost went to what? Where he went. This guy is already really good and he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. And the Ravens got him. Wow. Smart, man. We're not going to look up on winning. It's a plan to win. It's usually easy to fail because you don't need a plan to fail. Matter of fact, isn't that the same? If you plan, how does it go? If you plan to fail, if you don't plan to plan, how does it go? We all put it in the chat. I'll highlight it. But you usually need a plan to win. You're not going to look up on winning against. Oh, my goodness. All right, Sean Payton on the clock, and he took R.J. Harvey from UCF. There you go. So they pick up Coach Payton doing his thing, man. He got a 5'8", 205-pound. Let me put some on RJ right here. A couple of moves. So Mike Green, first and foremost. Let's do the Sean Payton pick. RJ Harvey, the running back from Central Florida, 5'8", 205. Small running back, but has some power to him. He ran for the fourth. He has the fourth fastest 40 time. He was 4.4 in the 40 among the backs. He's a pull away threat because a guy that catches the ball out the backfield, averages over 13 yards per catch last year. He's a space monster. But, reaches top speeds instantly. The guy has a rocket on his back. So patient, makes defenders miss, and he's one of these backs that hides behind the bigger guys, and then next thing you know, he pops out from behind them, and then boom, he shoots to the, he takes it to the house. He makes the house, like KT said, he makes the house call. He's taking it to the house. So Sean Payton got him a fast running back right there. And we still got 4 more picks before the end of the second round and the start of the third. And of course, the Baltimore Ravens end up with Mike Green from Marshall. He led the FBS, and the man had 17 sacks last year. 17 sacks last year, and he fell to almost to the bottom of the second round. That's incredible that the Ravens get Mike Green. Explodes off the ball in transition from speed to power. Hands are active, changes direction. Chases with excellent effort, gets under blockers, shoots hands defending the run. Former linebacker who also is good at getting into coverage. So, but their analysis with Kyle Van Noy entering he's 35 years old. They need somebody to kind of step in there and keep it going. So it's a pretty solid move right here by the Baltimore Ravens. And as I'm talking, the Washington Commanders get Trey Amos, the cornerback from Ole Miss. So he's 6'1", 200-pound, physical press corner. Is the call for the Commanders and like I said, I've seen a lot of good drafting going on by some of these teams. The Commanders are doing a good job. Coach Payton's put together a solid draft so far. I do like the Mike Green going to the Baltimore Ravens situation. I like Ben Morrison going to Tampa Bay. I think that's good. Nick Scorton going to Carolina to help them pass rush. That's going to be big for them as well. Demetrius Knight Jr. ended up with Cincinnati. Needs some help defensively. JT from Ohio State going there as well to help their pass rushing efforts. Mason Taylor to the Jets with Aaron Glenn. He gives a safety blanket to Justin Fields. That's pretty good. Luther Burden III going to the Chicago Bears to beef up their wide receiver core and their offense, period. And then, of course, Quinshawn Judkins going to Cleveland to give them a starting running back, and also Carson Schwarzenegger, one of the top linebackers in the draft to help out their defense. So a lot of stuff. We're really interesting, too. One of the surprises of the second round was the fact that Will Johnson fell to the 47th pick in the second round, and he was scooped up by the Arizona Cardinals. That's a really interesting move as well. 3 more picks remaining in the second round, family. The Bears, the Chiefs, and the Eagles are the only picks that remain there. All right. Yes, Raiders passed on. Yeah, like I said, bro, when you see this happening, usually it's not, and this is what Swagoo said. And you should have heard, Stephen A was the only voice of reason on the show. I seen the skit. And I don't know what Molly was talking about. What the hell she talking about? She was trying to get, I was telling her, shut up. Because you don't need Orlovsky trying to, I'm talking, Dan Orlovsky didn't say such. I'm like, shut up. You don't need to talk for you. Let the man talk. Shut up. Getting all in the end conversation, trying to say some stuff and protect Orlovsky and Swagoo. Trying to protect the narrative. Oh, it's nothing going on here. No, there's something going on here. You goddamn right, there's something going on here with Shedeur Sanders. And don't look over here, ain't nothing going on. There's nothing. No, there's plenty going on right here. For all people that know Bucky Not Bucky Brooks. What's the brother from ESPN? Lewis Riddick. Lou Riddick was animated. Lou Riddick is usually pretty, in control, smart brother, under control, speaks really well. Well, he was even animated. I was like, man, look at Louis Riddick getting into it. He's like, man, this is a travesty, this stuff there. Yeah, it's a travesty because any man or person, period, that scouts people, that knows a good, really good players, could see this is constructed. This is an artificial thing going on here where they're ignoring him and they're going to ignore him to a certain point where he gets picked up. And there'll probably be something around the fourth round or something. It's a humiliation thing going on right now. That's what this is, because you can't justify Tyler Shuck over Shedeur Sanders, man. That don't even make any sense. That guy got several red flags over him. He's a second round pick for a 26-year-old quarterback. Hell, by the time his 4 years is over, he's gonna be 30 years. His rookie contract puts him at 30. What you gonna have him? But can't lie now. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco. Don't lie now. God damn it. All right. Anyway, it's all interesting, man. It's just insane. This is really weird to me what's going on right here. But I do like the Mike Green call right. There's quite a few things right here. And of course, we know that Jack from TCU, the wide receiver from TCU, brother was killed in the attack that happened early this year when that asshole got in that truck and ran the people over. His brother was hurt, was offed in that issue. And I know he's playing with a heavy heart. So shout out to that man and family, man, for going through that craziness. So we forgot about that. Not forgot, but a lot of stuff is happening. But y'all remember the year started off with that. And his brother was, killed in that foolishness that happened there with that asshole. But he made it into the league, man, and that's an inspiration, man. That's really inspirational, man. So shout out to him, man, as well. All right. Yes. All right. There it is. Thank you, Brent. Shout out to Brent. He got it. Failed to plan. You planned to fail. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you, man. That's what it is. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Shout out to you. KT says, can you tell Mickey to stay put? I'm on my... Oh, I know who that guy is. I told security to watch out for that guy. I got that picture. I told him, I say, that guy right there, you arrest him on sight. Arrest him on sight. That's what I told him. I know. All right, shout out to you, KT. All right. Also, brother Will, how you doing, Will? He says, Q, you said the rich get rich, also the dumb get dumber, Mickey. There you go. Yes, indeed. So it's just one of them things, man. But yeah, man, crazy times in the city of New Orleans. All right, we got two more picks as the Bears trade back into the bottom of the second round, and they take Shamar Turner, the big defensive tackle from Texas A&M, 6'3", 290. They get another. So the Bears, in fact, you see teams jostling, moving, and improving, and it's just like you got players on the board that can help you, and you see some of these teams moving around, just making plays, putting their stuff together. Like for instance, we know the energy and how teams move. Like for instance, the Philadelphia Eagles over the last several years have been a team that's always in trades. They always work in the market, always bringing in people. Remember when they did a couple of years ago when their defensive linemen started getting hurt, they were signing guys, not practice squad Canadian players that sit at the base of your practice squad where you never see these guys do anything. They actually were signing veterans off the street to come in and play while their other guys were on the mend. That's not something the Saints do. They don't do that. They're not active, and that's Mickey Loomis. He's not an active general manager. He doesn't get active like Howie Roseman. A good general manager pays attention to his team all the time, knows he talks to the players and all this kind of stuff. That's why I said split they're not going to ever fire this guy. But the most that I could request for them is to take the general manager position away from him and give it to somebody that will do it the correct way. That's the problem I have with Mickey Loomis. He doesn't treat the general manager position with respect. He doesn't do in-season evaluations. He said that out of his own stinking mouth. And the reason he said he doesn't do them because he gets emotional. He literally said that. I get emotional when I get emotional when we win, and I get emotional when I lose. So I just don't do evaluations. And I said, y'all heard that? You heard this idiot just say? He literally said that. And there was no articles on it either. I'm like, that's real. That's what general manager don't do in-season evaluation. That's why when the season ends, he's sitting up in your face looking at you. I'm like, what the hell you guys want? Well, Mickey, can we have some answers to these questions? Oh my goddammit. Man, listen, we're going to do some in-season evaluations, and at the end of the season, a couple of weeks from now, then we'll come back at it. Well, Mickey, you going to have a press conference to tell us what evaluations? Oh, well, no. Hell no. And I told you, y'all not going to get that. In season, he's supposed to do evaluate. We do them here. We knew what players stunk. I was telling y'all that. I was like, listen, we need to get rid of Ali Udo. We need to get rid of Shane Lemieux. These guys are not good. We need to get these guys out of here. They were bad calls. I said we need to get rid of Cedric Wilson Jr. We need to get rid of these. We need better players here. If we're trying to sell, I was telling people, hey man, this guy's not good. This guy's not. Get this guy out of here. Let's get some more people in here. They didn't do none of that. They kept them sorry players here and they paid for it. Teams, the general manager recognize players that don't fit and he gets them out of here. Guys that's not working hard. A lot of these guys didn't even know the playbook because they didn't know who they were blocking. They're not communicating out there. The guy, he wouldn't change the offensive line coach to take this guy and do. They don't do none of that. So I'm like, I say what I see because I know how the team's supposed to look, how they're supposed to win. And this is not how you do it. All right, so anyway, that guy literally said that too. And ain't nobody wrote an article about it. I'm emotional. That's why I don't do in-season. You don't do any season, no in-season evaluations. What general manager don't do evaluations on his team at the most important aspect of the moment of the season when games matter. That's a lot of data you can use to adjust and turn your team either way they need to be. If you need guys here, the right guys or guys you need to trade for, impact guys, whatever you got to do to get them to get where they need to be. So whatever you've been doing, you can't do that no more. And I don't think he recognizes that. He thinks what he's doing is the right way. And the only reason why it didn't work was because those guys was injured. That's what that guy literally thinks. So he don't consider bad coaching, lazy players, not studying the playbooks, not communicating, bad coaches not doing what they're supposed to do to keep people accountable. He doesn't none of that factors into his mind because he don't know what he's talking about. We see it all and talked about it all the time. We know this team. I sit up here and dissected Clint Kubiak's game and told you, fam, straight off the bat, this guy don't know what he's doing. He don't know how to adjust. You take this guy and that guy away from him, he can't win. Didn't I tell you all that? I said, fam, this guy cannot adjust. He cannot adjust. He cannot adapt. He overuses his players, and then when they're not there, he's lost. And his playbook goes to shit because he don't know what he's doing. He's living off the rep of his father. You want to talk about somebody living off their father name? You want to talk about, how about that guy? That's real spill there. Okay, the next guy I've been taking, we got two more picks left in the bottom of the second draft. Omar Norman Lott, big defensive tackle. Is that normal? No. I was thinking about to say something else. All right, but 6'2", almost 300-pound defensive tackle from Tennessee is the Kansas City Chiefs guy. So they get a defensive tackle to help them at the bottom of the second round. Big guy that can move inside, so we'll see what's going on with him there. And then, of course, one more pick number 64 in the second round. Philly is on the clock right now. So we'll see. The pick is in. So a lot of the guys starting to come up off the board. And guess what? Shador is still sitting there as the best. But this Shador he's still sitting up there. So you got Darius Alexander, Siobhan Rebel Jr., Shador Sanders, Jerry Wood, and all this kind of stuff. Shador is still sitting up there. Boy, these people are funny. They are a gas. Philly got the pick in. All right, big ups to y'all, man. Thank y'all. Y'all hit the like button, man, for it as well. Troy says, did you see the combine clip of Tyler going viral on YouTube? I did see something of that fact. Like I said, hold on for a second there, fam. Look at that. That's Andrew Makuba. Look at that, KT. The Eagles get Makuba as a safety. Oh, man. This guy, man, Drew Makuba, watch the tape on, man. The rich get richer, man. From that guy will knock you out. I love his style of play at Texas. That secondary, Jahdae Barron, and you have Makuba there. Solid pick for Philly. See, Philly continues to pick up guys with that knockdown, drag out mentality. That's a playmaker right there. And Philly gets them. The rich get richer. All right, we're now in the third round, fam. We've now crossed over into the third round of the NFL draft. We know the Saints weren't active. They let the second round pass. They have multiple picks in the first round. The Saints will pick at pick 71. The Giants started off at pick 65. So we'll see. So the Saints, it'll be the Giants, Chiefs, Browns, Raiders, Pats, Jags, Saints at the 71st pick. And then the Saints will then pick again in I think later on at the 93rd pick. So they got 2 picks in this round, and we'll see what the Saints could do. So once again, the Saints pick at 71 and again at 93. Now, is there some movement? Usually the third round, you start seeing some movement. So we'll see if the Saints kind of start trying to do something here. We'll have to see. All right. Thank y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. All right. Let me get on down here, get some of this. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I heard about now. Back to the Tyler Shuck thing. I seen clips of him, and like I said, listen, I'm gonna say it again for Tyler Shuck. Tyler Shuck did a good job last year at Louisville. He really did. He had a lot of positive things going on, but my criticism of him is he had 1 year out of 7 college football years. He had 1 year where he threw for over 3,000 yards. He had 20-something touchdowns against, between 3 to 6 picks, something like that, which is positive. But that's not worthy of a second round pick. And then you throw the red flags, the fact that he had 3 injured years, a broken collarbone, a tore up shoulder, and a broken leg. That's red flag central. And the fact that he's 26 in November or September of this year, he turns 26 years old. So to me, that's all kind of stuff that would make me slide down to like the 4th round. Like I would be good with you at the 4th round. You can't justify taking them that high. Yeah, I would go. If Milroe were the guy, I would be like, okay, I'm cool with the Milroe thing, because you've seen like last year at Alabama, Milroe's numbers dipped, but the year before was really good. And when people started seeing him in the combine and him throwing, that he improved after the season to a degree with him working with people. When he went to the combine and everything, the pro days, his stock kind of elevated because he was working on certain things. And the fact that the scouts universally kind of accepted the fact that Milroe were more of the first year Milroe when he threw for like 20-something touchdowns versus last year's Milroe when he threw for like 16 touchdowns and 11 picks. So they were like, yeah, this guy is more like the first year guy. There was nothing to compare with Tyler Shuck. There's nothing to compare because he never did it but for 1 year. That don't earn you a second round pick at 26 with 3 injury plagued years on 7 years of college football. He can play. So we'll see but this is the guy that Kellen Moore's attaching this little red wagon to. And then, of course, Adam Schefter just tweeted, as the NFL draft night, the 3rd round, Shador remains undrafted and on the board. I think eventually he's going to come off the board. The Giants make the call to get Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. He's a guy, 6'4", 305-pound defensive tackle from Toledo. The breakdown on him says in a 3-4 defense, you need a 5 technique who can win the one-on-one situations against the offensive tackles while having the power to set the edge Alexander has exactly that, as well as enough quickness and physical upside to be an effective rusher on third downs. He will be a clean fit in the Giants' three-man front next to the first-round pick Abdul Carter and veteran Brian Burns. So that's the breakdown on Darius Alexander, who's the first pick of the third round. The Chiefs are now on the clock. So we'll see what the Chiefs got going on. We know the Chiefs just made a pick to get Lott as a defensive tackle right there. They had some work going on there. Siobhan Rebel Jr., the big cornerback from ECU, is up on the board. He's one of the best available guys. Of course, Shador is there if you need help on the interior of the offensive line. Jared Wilson is also available. Wide receiver help, Jalen Noel from Ohio State is there. Kevin Winston Jr., the Penn State safety, is there. If you need running back help, Caleb Johnson is also up there. If you need defensive help, Big Landon Jackson from Arkansas is on the board as well. They got a lot of talented people. Xavier Watts, a tremendous safety, is available. Ty Felton, one of the wide receivers. Cam Scatterbolt, if you need a running back. Gunnar Helm, Dylan Thompson. Milrose is still available. Defensive end Brady Swinson from LSU. There are quite a few people. Offensive tackle Charles Grant for William & Mary. So they got quite a few people that's still available on the best available guys out there. So we'll see what they got going on, what the pick is in. All right. So the Browns are there. We'll see what they got going on here. A lot of stuff going on, fam. A lot of stuff going on. So the edge rusher, the Chiefs take Ashton Gillette, 6'3", 264 from Louisville, 3-year starter who closed his college career with 40 tackles for a loss and 26 and a half sacks. So that's who the Chiefs got, and the Browns are on the board. All right, so anyway, fam, with what's going on right now with the rest of the draft, what do you guys see the Saints pivoting to? Let's talk about that. Okay, we already know we got the offensive lineman Kelvin Banks Jr. at the tackle position. Thumbs up to that. You end up Tyler Shuck. It's not you got a quarterback. It's not the guy that you was looking for, but you ultimately did get, a quarterback. Not, it wasn't Shador like it was supposed to be, but it's Tyler Shuck. That's a reach. But with the 2 picks in the third round, where do you guys think the Saints go with the rest of the picks? Where do you guys want to see the Saints go? Should we go wide receiver here? Should we go another offensive lineman? Should we go edge rusher here? Should that be a guy? Who do you guys like and think that should be in the realm of picking up a couple of these guys? Who do you guys see that you would see as a good fit? What position? Me personally, do we go wide receiver? Do we go cornerback here with the third pick? Whoever the third round pick has got to be somebody that can do something. Me personally, I think we're right around the right time when Savion Williams should come off the board for the Saints. I think Savion Williams should be the selection. If Savion Williams is the guy, then I would be very happy about that, right? And of course, maybe you get another edge rusher down the line, and they got quite a few edge rushers that's still available in the draft. I mean, Princely is still here. Princely is still there. So, I mean, it's quite a few people that's still available to be picked. Landon Jackson, Brady Swinston, Princely from Ole Miss, Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. That would be extra. If Sawyer's the man, I tell you what, fam, if the Saints get Savion Williams and Jack Sawyer, well, I'll be like, man, listen, I know Tyler Shuck ain't the guy, man, but listen, man, hell, I'll be even happy if the Saints were like, we get because you're going to have to get an edge guy, right? You got to get somebody that fit that 34 look. And I don't know if Sawyer is the guy, even though he's a football player, but I don't know if he is a guy that you would want at that 34 side. Okay, I guess JT would be a better fit there. But then again, I don't know. How do y'all guys feel about Jack Sawyer playing that 34 in? Could he set the edge? Is he strong enough to set you? I think he is good enough to do it, but it might probably be somebody with a smoother fit to do that. But Princely is another guy that I like a lot too. Stewart from Michigan is interesting. So, I mean, you guys tell me what you like. KT, what you think, brother? Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. But I think this is the time when you see a guy like Savion Williams come off the board in the third round. I tell you, I would really like that, to be honest with you, fam. I'd be really excited about that. Does Cleveland grab Shador Sanders here in the third round? Does Cleveland say, hey, man, you suffered enough, man. Enough. Now you know your place. Now you know your place. Come on over here. So I think Shador goes in the third round somewhere. We'll see. All right, KT says edge, corner, and wide receiver. And is that priority, KT? And that priority? I'm not gonna lie, man. If I'm the Saints with that next third round pick that's coming up, I'm going for Savion Williams. At 71, I'm going for Savion Williams, bro. Harold Fannin Jr. There you go. Cleveland gets tight end Harold Fannin Jr. Another Harold Fannin Jr. is the selection. Fantastic tight end, man. Fantastic. What he led FBS led college in receptions for the tight end. He had 107 catches. 17, my bad. 117 catches last year. Over 1,500 yards. So he put up really big numbers against Penn State, Texas A&M. The guy did his thing, man. So he's one of a real fantastic call, and the Browns make him. So Shador continues to slide. The Raiders are on the clock. We have 4 picks until the Saints' first third round pick, family. All right, Professor. Shout out to the Professor, man. Good to see you, brother. Caleb Jackson, Deion Walker, and Rebel Jr. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, GT Coates says defensive tackle and edge guy. Thank you, sir. Mr. O Universe says Deion Walker or Landon Jackson. Okay, thank you, bro. Clint says wide receiver, corner, or defensive end. All right, appreciate you. Jack says Jalen Noel or Savion Williams. Thank you, bro. Sam says Saints could use a holder for the. Okay. All right. Wyo says Savion. Okay, thank you, brother. All right. Yeah. Okay. Jay Huntsberry. Shout out to you. Jay says Siobhan Rebel Jr. Okay. Thank you, brother. All right, brother Byron says wide receiver, defensive line, or tight end. All right, KT says Savion Williams at 71 and Siobhan Rebel Jr. at 93. Q. Oh man, love it. See, they would earn some brownie points with me with these 2 picks. Like the third round, they got 2 picks in the third round that can really swing a home run. The Savion Williams and maybe a defensive end, because like I said, I'm not big on Cam being the guy as the pick is in, and the Raiders take Darian Porter, the cornerback from Iowa State, the 6'3". It's another big cornerback, 6'3", 200-pound cornerback who played special teams, returned punts, third fastest in the 40 time. So he's done the same, but he reads quarterback and tracks the ball well, and zone coverage type of dude, big frame, good at the 50-50 balls. Darren Porter, 6'3", 200-pound cornerback from Iowa State is the Raiders selection. So there you go. Nice move. 3 more picks to the Saints, to the same time. To the Saints. All right. Yeah, all right. Possession receiver. Okay, thank you, brother. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well, fam. I'm trying to see if I can find to get that. That's my whole idea. It's like, okay, Brian says a new general manager. Okay. That's right. He ain't lying. Indeed. You ain't lying, brother. You ain't lying. All right. And of course, we're going to flash to the poll question. We had over 500 people right now voting on the poll. We asked, which position should the Saints draft in day 2? Wide receiver, edge rusher, QB, offensive line, the defensive back is the 4th option, and 47% is still running the poll. I'm going to probably switch that question in a second to once the moves are made, and then it is how do you feel about the draft? Very interesting times, man, tonight. Being the Saints supporter family is a very interesting phenomenon, isn't it? Very, very interesting phenomenon to be a Saints guy, because, boy, I tell you, these suckers be doing all kind of stuff, man. They really do. But anyway, before we even get into that, before we finish the draft, family, let's listen to it, because there was an interview by Tyler Shuck, man. So we're gonna play a little bit of that Tyler Shuck interview so you can hear from the horse's mouth, Tyler Shuck. So give me a second. I'm gonna cue that up so you can hear.
Oh shucks.
All shucks. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get Tyler Shuck here. Hold on, give me a second. As DC joins us. Hold on, DC. Let me get Mr. Shucks, Tyler Shucks, all shucks.
All shucks.
All shucks. Here we go.
I mean,
What do you got
great
to say?
organization with great coaches.
Tyler, what was your pre-draft experience like with the Saints? How many times did you kind of meet with them and Kellen?
Yeah, so Coach Tolzien came to my pro day, and we did a really extensive, board work. Went to go get lunch and dinner. We spent about the whole day together before pro day, and we connected really well. He watched pro day, obviously, so he got to see me work out. And then, shortly after then, I came in for a 30 visit and got to meet everybody, and it just had a great experience, man. The facilities there, the coaching, I met all day with them, and they had great feedback, great support, and but yeah, I really hadn't heard from him since then. And I was talking to my boy Ziad right after, and it was just like, man, I hope it works out, as I was leaving at the airport, and luckily it worked out.
What was the moment like when you got the phone call?
Oh, that was surreal. Just for this moment with everybody here. You didn't think, maybe it was possible when you're getting carted off the field, and but you kind of have that self-belief and support around you. And I was just happy to be in that moment and go to an organization, a team that kind of believes in you, and I'm ready to go compete and earn it.
Is this kind of the range you expected to go in? What was the day like, kind of watching those first few picks come off?
It was definitely nerve-wracking, just because, I know I had a really good, meetings and relationships with the Browns, and had extensive, workouts and stuff like the same really thing with them, and that was definitely a potential. So once that kind of went off the board, I was all eyes were looking towards the Saints, and it was just kind of a big relief off the chest whenever finally got the call.
Tyler, you mentioned the injuries. What's the journey been like, trying to come back from them and now landing in this spot?
I mean, it's been a long one, but for me, it's only made me stronger. I've had the bone breaks. It hasn't affected me physically, and it's strengthened me mentally. So, I feel so prepared to come into New Orleans and just go there and continue to learn, continue to grow and compete. And at this point, I'm ready for this opportunity and excited to get there.
How important was this last year for you mentally? Just getting through the full season and getting to play everything out without having to deal with the injury again.
It was huge. Just to be in that style of offense, under Coach Brom, you're running pro style concepts, having a lot more control of everything, having a full season where you have to manage the ebbs and flows. And, I've obviously been around and seen a lot of ball and started a lot of games, but getting a full season and kind of being able to showcase what I can do was my main goal. And was just happy to be here in this moment and want to continue doing that.
Hey, Tyler, congratulations, man. You mentioned that you're excited about working on some things. I'm just curious about how you feel about your contact with Kellen Moore and this New Orleans Saints coaching staff and their ability to help you be able to do that.
I mean, I think everywhere Coach Moore has been, it's been greatness from the quarterback position. I think he's a guru when it comes to that. And I'm just so excited to kind of continue to work with him. And that, I feel like this is the only team in the NFL where you got the QB coach, the OC, the head coach, all quarterback guys. So just an incredible opportunity to come in and learn from them.
Growing up in Chandler, how well did you know Spencer Allen?
Pretty well, I would say. We weren't friends, but we played against each other in Pee Wee, going into high school a little bit. So we were always kind of in the QB circuit, but super fired up to be in the same room with him. And yeah, he's such a great dude and obviously a really good player.
How would you kind of describe your play style?
I think for me, I'm a high-level mental processor and have those, NFL traits and QB qualities, being a taller guy who can move and be athletic and can make any type of throw. But I think for me, my biggest thing and where I've had success is being able to win pre-snap and make up for it post-snap if it's not the right look. And for me, I'm going to continue to try and play free and just go out there and continue to grow and continue to get better. And I think that, every year in my career, I feel like I've learned so much and gotten better. So that's my goal right now is to continue to climb.
Who are some guys you grew up watching and kind of idolizing, I guess?
Yeah. For me, I was a huge Tom Brady fan growing up, but I would say the guy I watched the most was Matthew Stafford. Just his toughness.
All right. Oh, we're going to go back to him right now. The Saints are on the clock right now. The pick is in. We'll go back to him at another time and listen to the rest of that interview. As the Saints are on the clock for the first of the picks, man, and we'll see Siobhan Rebel Jr. is one of the top guys there. The Saints are looking at a cornerback here, and we'll see who the call is and who the Saints go with. We shall see, man. Is it Siobhan Rebel Jr.? Well, the Saints could use some help in the secondary. He's the highest person on the board currently. So is he the guy the Saints go with?
They're going to pick whoever we think they're not going to pick. That's what I'm going with. So everybody put their best pick in the chat, and they're going to do something else. That's where we're at right now. So you said Siobhan Rebel, that's who I would want them to pick. So they're not going to pick him. Who you want? You want Savion Williams?
I would definitely prefer that. I mean, Siobhan Rebel Jr. is not a bad selection, DC. We can get him there. We just talked about that. Getting him.
I like Savion Williams a lot, but I think they still can get another receiver. And the cornerbacks going to start getting slim pretty soon. You got, is Amos gone?
I'm not sure.
We're running out of cornerbacks, so they definitely not about to take Jalen Noel. That's who they're saying the best fit is for us. I don't think they're going to take him.
We'll see who it is. Saints on the clock. We'll see exactly who it is, man.
It's gonna be somebody we don't expect. Everything about the draft has been a surprise so far. I don't think they're gonna stop.
Shouldn't be that though, DC. Shouldn't be that, because this one right here is some of this stuff is not as difficult as they're making it out to be. Like Siobhan Rebel Jr. would be a good pickup for the Saints here, as well
he
as
is coming off an ACL, so maybe they're a little nervous.
Well, that's true because we had what was it? The other cornerback, the 6'3" cornerback, went over Siobhan Rebel Jr., so he might be sliding, but there are other players.
What if they shock everybody and draft Shador? Go 2 quarterbacks back to back. I tell you what, Q, the preseason tickets will sell out, and the dome will be divided.
So we're going to see what the call is, man. Who do you – I know, okay, man, I just asked the panel members the question about it. Wide receiver would be a good back. Like I said, Savion Williams to me would be lights out. I would really like to have him as the guy. And they could go edge rusher here. Landon Jackson from Arkansas, he's out there. There are a couple of guys out there we can use on this team. So I don't know how what Kellen Moore I've known it was with the Saints game plan.
But Landon Jackson out of Arkansas, I could see them doing something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Landon Jackson's still on the board, or perhaps they go offensive line. I don't know. Okay, no, Vernon Broughton. Vernon Broughton is the pick.
Who the hell is this, man? I told you, whatever we think they're gonna do some other shit.
You're overthinking shit, man.
Who is Vernon Broughton? Who is this, bro? Let's see, where is he on the best available? He way down there somewhere. Huh? God damn, I don't think nobody was gonna go get Vernon.
He ain't listed on the best available, DC.
God damn.
Hold on, let me pull him. Let me.
Man, what is he?
Hold on, DC.
What is he? A special team? He's a special teamer.
I'm drawing blanks on Vernon Broughton, brother. I don't know what these people are doing, man. They are obviously going to see. They
shit in the bed, bro. They shit in the bed, bro.
Big time, bro. You get a defensive tackle. We've never been loaded with tackles right now, bro. That's not a. They need
a D tackle, Q. I told you that they need a They need a D tackle for the 3-4, bro. Like we got Gotcha, but after him, like running the 3-4. But man, they definitely overthinking this shit. They think they're in free agency. What happened to best player available?
All right, here it is right here. Let me get a breakdown right here, family.
Man, where is he at? Vernon Broughton.
Vernon
I'm
Broughton
still
from.
I went to the second page. I still don't see him. Q.
Hold on, this is NFL Network. Vernon Broughton from the University of Texas, 6'5", 311 pounds. They give him a 6.10, a good backup with potential to develop into a starter. His bio is
6.5
2020
sacks. Okay.
redshirted, played 2 games as a reserve, played in 21, 12 games as a reserve. 2022 played 12 games, 1 start, 7 tackles. 2023 played in all 14 games, 1 start, 17 tackles. 4.5 tackles for a loss, 1 sack. Played behind 2024 NFL draft pick Byron Murphy II and Tavontre Sweat. In 2024, played in all 16 games, 15 starts, 39 tackles, 4.5 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles.
Is he he's a D tackle?
He is a defensive tackle. 6'5", 311. I guess he would be a
man. This dude not listed. Am I tripping? Or is he not listed?
Projected as a 4th round player. The Saints moved up and took him in the 3rd. He's projected as a 4th round player.
Q, I don't even see him on the list, man. Unless maybe I'm blind.
You got to go to the prospect list. The overview broadens demonstrate an above average range as a tackler. He has an adequate anchor, but needs to improve his upper body strength to press and shed downhill blocks. Instinctive rusher with diverse plan and is outstanding at causing havoc with length and footwork. His rush alone creates rotational value as a 3 technique or odd front defensive end. Strength, gets off the ball quick with first step, looks to split and balance through double teams, athletic ability to extend his range as a run defender, outstanding use of length to bypass protection, pressures the pocket with force, and or foot quickness. Rush plans are well conceived and diversified. Weaknesses, lacks girth in his lowers with thin calves. Can be a step slow reacting to blockers' lateral steps. Takes longer rides on the block than necessary. Needs better upper body power to press and shed blockers. Hard charging rush can lack balance and control at times. So this is the Lance Zierlein breakdown of this player that they deemed him as a 4th round pick. Saints took him with the first 3rd round pick that they had.
What the fuck is wrong with us, man?
It's what it is, DC. So Vernon Broughton is the selection for the New Orleans Saints, man. And of course, yeah. Hey, man. Well, hey, what can I tell y'all, fam? That one there was a complete surprise. I didn't think.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe they're going. You think he could possibly play the edge? Maybe they're looking at him as somebody they're gonna put on the other side of Gotcha. And Ryan Brazil, you put those 2 guys as your edge in the 3-4.
Me personally, DC, I think these guys gonna be seen more as a nose tackle than if anything. But you know,
no, I don't think so because he fits the same profile as like he's a Brian Brzee type prototype. So like, why are you?
That production ain't there. He not no pass.
Yeah, 6.5 sacks.
Yeah, but that still don't mean that's what kind of dude.
But you know, you running the edge in the 3-4, man. You got to do more. You got to do more than pass rush in the 3-4. You need to be a hell of a run stopper. Like you could run a small defensive tackle on the edge in 3-4.
But let me ask you this: if you're looking for Vernon Broughton to be an edge rusher, there, why did you just take Landon Jackson?
He didn't fit the right. He had a bad raw score.
And Vernon Broughton had none of that makes sense.
Man, I don't know, bro. This dude was projected to be the 132nd pick. Why the fuck are we taking him at 71? Nobody's gonna get this dude, man.
A projected 4th round selection. The Saints took at the first of the 3 of their top 3 picks. I mean, we'll have to see how it goes, man. So
I don't think they're gonna use him as a nose tackle. They had guys that were better as pure nose tackles that were still there.
We have to see. We have to see.
I'm
I think more
at this
on this
point,
Barton
man.
guy. This one, KT.
He don't fit a full nose tackle to me, to me, but maybe I could be wrong. I don't know a lot about him. Shit, I would took Deion Walker over him. If we wanted for a nose tackle.
It's terrible, man. I don't know Broughton like that, bro. Vernon Broughton. We have to do some research on him. I thought they were better fits for what they're trying to do. But in terms of the light, you see the Saints trying to address the defensive line. Maybe they see, Gacho as a guy that's maybe a fill-in, and this guy, because listen, it's a third-round pick. You see, this guy is going to be.
That's why I say he's got to. They got to look at him starting on one of those edge spots, man. He's competing for a starting job with a high third-round pick. I would think that would be their vision. He's obviously not going to be the starter at nose tackle, but you can run, a pretty nimble D tackle as an edge in the 3-4. So, to me, that's what it fits. We got our 4-3 D tackles. You don't need those. So it can only be for the edge. They're trying to set themselves up to do the 3-4. We're probably gonna run some type of hybrid defense where we're doing the 4-3 and 3-4 this year, and they're trying to have enough players to do both. Outside of that, I don't get it. Maybe they see something we don't see, but so far I'm not really super hyped. About the two first picks on the second day. The first day pick, then grew on me after going sitting down, thinking about it, watching it. I like our offensive tackle, but this pick is a head scratcher, man. This is crazy, man. We had a lot of guys still here that you could have went with.
Yeah, I'm looking at those the ones
Savon Revel, you know what I'm saying? Like your guy Savion Williams. You could go there if you want to. You go Jordan Birch. There's
a ton of talent there. I don't get it, DC. I'm gonna be doing research on this man to get more information. Rich says, did you say Mickey was who talked to him? I think he did mention Mickey in that interview. Thank you, bro. All right, thank you, brother Rich. KT says, in a 34, your pass rusher or the outside linebackers who will be a defensive end who will clog the running lanes. Thank you, KT, for that information,
right.
bro.
That's true, KT. You need somebody who can eat up some blockers. You want them three guys on the front to be able to eat up some double teams to free up your pass rusher. But that's the only thing that makes sense to me, Q. They got to be looking at him on the end.
Well, like I said, I'm doing more research on this, brother. Hit that one.
Damn, Jalen Monroe still around? I thought somebody would grab him.
Shador is still on the board.
What about Stewart out of Texas A&M? Somebody grabbed him?
He gone, bro.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a nice pick too.
He gone. I think wasn't it Carolina that got him? I forgot who got him. I'm to look it up again, but I think he's.
Damn, Scatterbull still out there, so he probably go at the end of the third. We're not gonna pick him.
Yeah, but this gentleman, the Saints selected. That one was.
They hate us.
No, I just think that they got a different board, man, or something. It's just. I don't know. I don't know enough to say because I'm not familiar with this prospect. I'm not familiar with this prospect at all. This is one of these guys where I'm doing more research on him. Like the Saints took this man, he could very well be very good. I mean, I've seen there was other guys that are out there was actually that I would consider. A little bit.
I guess maybe they was talking to Calvin and they asked him who was the hardest person to block, in practice with the Texans, and he told him this guy. He said, "All right, well, we gonna draft Vernon." I don't know, man. Anybody in the chat know much about Vernon Broughton?
Yeah, I'm looking up film on him right now. Whatever I could try to play. This is from the Saints site. They picked this up. Saints selected tackle Vernon Broughton from Texas with 71st overall pick in 2025's draft. 6'5", senior from Houston, emerged as Texas defensive front over the course of the career. Former top 80 national recruit, Broughton started 15 games in 24 career. Recorded career best 39 tackles and 4 sacks. He was a critical piece of a deep Longhorn defensive rotation, playing behind early NFL draft picks before stepping into a starter role. Broughton impressed with his length, 35-inch arms, and power at the Senior Bowl. This is his NFL Combine result: 6'5", 311, hands is 9. You know, there you go. Just the statistics there. I don't see his 40 time though. All right, Broughton has first step quickness to penetrate and above average range as a tackler. He has an adequate anchor, but needs to improve his upper body strength to press and shed downhill blocks. He's an instinctive rusher with a diverse plan and is outstanding at causing havoc with his length and footwork. His rush alone creates rotational value as a 3 technique or odd front defensive end. There you go, DC.
This dude did 5 years in college? Am I sensing a theme here? We're trying to get older through the draft?
College veterans, brother. And Chevelle Rebel Jr. is going to the Cowboys. How about that? Cowboys got Chevelle Rebel Jr. Hey, man.
So who gonna play outside cornerback? I guess they're just gonna throw Alante over there and
Alante and Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid?
Yep, Alante and Kool-Aid. Those are the guys.
So we got Yedem play on the inside?
Yeah, probably. We'll see, man. I want to say.
I don't know. Yeah, I never really seen him play the slot a whole bunch, man. He kind of always on the outside.
It's never. Well, my thing is Rico Payton's a part of it too. You don't know if they're gonna bring a draft pick guy in here as well to compete, but we'll see how it goes, bro. I know with the nickel position, that's Udo. I mean, not Udo. What's our guy named the little nickel back that played DC? They signed him back under a deal, so he's taking up the Amadi. Ugo Amadi. Ugo Amadi is the nickel guy.
Okay.
So yeah, so you did.
I like Ugo.
Yeah, Ugo Amadi.
I didn't know he was gonna get a promotion like that, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, he signed everybody back, bro. So I mean, but yeah, Nick Martin was the linebacker that went to the 49ers and picked before. Since then, Landon Jackson went to the Buffalo Bills. Thomas, the cornerback from Florida State, ended up going to the Jets. 6'2", 200-pound cornerback goes to Aaron Glenn's team. Pat Bryant, the wide receiver from Illinois, goes to Sean Payton's squad. Nick Martin, the linebacker from Oklahoma State, is going to San Francisco. And Dallas gets Siobhan Rebel Jr. from East Carolina. He ends up there. The Carolina Panthers ended up getting Princely. They got Princely.
Oh, man, they got Princely? Oh, man.
Princely's off the board now, so he's going to your rival, Carolina. Carolina is putting together a pretty solid draft, too, man.
I mean, everybody in the South, from what I saw, we the only ones with a few question marks these last 2 picks. But, maybe Broughton could be something, man. Like, I don't want to shoot it down, but this is definitely a little weird. Because, I think he would still been there at pick 93.
DC,
maybe they scared with the medicals on Chevelle Rebel. That would have been a pick I would have took. But I remember a while back, the Eagles, there was this real good cornerback, and he was coming off an ACL tear. And I remember the Eagles drafted him. I think he played for Kansas State. I can't remember his name, man. But the guy never turned out to be anything. But he was projected to be a high first round draft pick. Tore his ACL, and I guess it just threw him all the way off track. But I don't know, man. Maybe they were scared away of the medicals on Chevelle. So show us some video of Broughton, Q. Let's see if you can pull it up before pick 93. What are we looking at, man? I know we don't normally do hope, bro, but I think we need to start selling a little hope, Q. This shit getting blue.
I'm not selling no hope.
You need to go back to your old pushing man ways, dog. This get bleak right now, dog. Yeah, bro. You gotta sell a little hope, man. This ain't we talk abroad, bro.
That was you selling all that hope, brother.
Yeah, bro, this shit is fucked up right now, bro. We gotta do something, man.
Just laugh. That's what I'm telling you. Just laugh at it. Just laugh at it.
It's crazy, man.
I know, bro.
Well, I do see a theme with them drafting older guys, and what that tells me is they possibly looking for him to start. So, I think that's definitely a thing. I think they're looking for him to start. So, maybe that's a plus. But I don't know, man. It's intriguing. Very intriguing.
All right. Well, I found some tape on
Sidney Jones. That's right. My man KT, bro. You be on it, dog. Sidney Jones. And it was Washington, not Kansas State. Yeah, you're right, brother. Sidney looked good too. Huh? KT, remember him? Man, tore his ACL and ain't turned out to be shit in the NFL. So I thought the Saints was gonna snatch him. We need a cornerback that year too. Okay.
So this is a film of Nick Broughton right here.
Maybe we gotta believe in our new coach for the D-line, man. They had to talk to him, so maybe this was one of his guys.
And the highlights is showing all big, though.
Yeah, he looks unblockable. I know they definitely had to talk to Calvin, man. They're going with Texas. I know they talked to him. And I wonder if this regime, is that going to be a thing, man? Are we going to be going after Texas players now? Like how we used to do Ohio State? We got two Longhorns in the building all of a sudden.
Yeah, DC. They liked that Texas squad. Listen, the Texas defense this past season was ridiculous, especially Jahdae Barron's listed as one of the best cornerback. I mean, Sean Payton ended up taking him. Makuba. Philly took Makuba. He was fantastic.
I like when I see it on tape, Q. He looks unblockable, man. Definitely got to put a couple of bodies on him. Look pretty fast for a defensive tackle, too.
Yeah, he does move pretty good. I'm going to do some more research. I'm just giving the family members a little take on some of this so that they can see him. So not too bad, family, for what y'all seeing right now on a man. Yeah. Fighting off blockers and getting to the ball carrier. So he's showing some positive stuff right there. So, there you go on that. We'll kind of get more on the breakdown going forward. But yes, indeed, man.
So two offense, and I guess it's going to be two defense, right?
Yeah, well, you got who was the first pick? You got Kelvin Banks Jr. It's the line. You get your quarterback in Tyler Shuck, and then you get Broughton right here as your defensive end, probably wide receiver or maybe somebody like that, and with the next pick coming up. So, man, we should see how it looks. But right now, man, it's just very interesting. So since then, Siobhan Rebel Jr. Princely ended up going to the Carolina Panthers. They moved up to get him. Jordan Birch, the edge rusher from Oregon, is going to Arizona. Houston is on the clock, followed by the Colts, Bengals, Titans, Steelers, Bucks, Patriots, Chargers, Packers, Jags, Texans, Rams, Ravens, Seahawks, Saints at 93. So we got quite the distance to go before we get to the second of the third round picks. And while we're at it right now, shout out to the fan. What's up, Bishop? Shout out to Bishop, Mad Drummer. Brother Richardson and Stang, Life is DJ Naughty. Big ups to you, Molly Mall. I see you, brother. Appreciate you. What's up, Lonnie? Shout out to Lonnie in the building as well. Big ups to you guys. St. Gunn, I see you, brother. Shout out to you as well. What's up, Jammin'? Big ups to you. All right. Okay. KT says Broughton was overshadowed by Alfred Collins. Okay, there you go. Okay. All right. So this could be a diamond in the rough. I watched that tape right there. Too. Bad. Yeah. Richard says that something is not right with me. Right?
Check it out.
Some insiders said the Saints did not have him on the board. Okay, thank you, bro. Appreciate you for that. King Dirt says new coach in the 3-4. He says the new coach in the 3 to 4 year mark. My words. Hopefully, Mickey gets can also. Okay, kind of reword that, my brother, so I can get a clearer understanding of what you're putting out there. All right, and also we got a few super chats here as well. Jesse Jackson, keep hope alive. Speaking of hope, DC, keep hope alive.
That's the number one, man. That is the number one all-time hope pusher, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Dealer in the world.
He's the Rayford Edmonds of Hopium dealers, Q.
Rayford Edmonds. Ricky Ross, the real Ricky Ross of distribution. Jesse Jackson. Shout out to Jesse, man. So he'll be in the Hakeem Hicks role. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you for that.
Okay. I can see that. I can see him in the Hakeem Hicks role. That's kind of how I envision it, man. It's got to be. I'm like, man, they got to be going on, having him on the end in that 3-4. And from what I saw on tape, the little quick bits of what I saw, man, we got to give him a chance. Maybe this can work.
All right.
Don't know him, but maybe it can work.
We'll see, DC. We'll see, bro. We'll see if the guy looks.
I'm very curious how we gonna do linebacker and in the end positions going to this 3-4. It's like, man, we got to be kind of running some type of hybrid version because we still set up to run the 4-3 too with all these defensive tackles we got.
Brent, shout out to you. Says, guess DC didn't hear from brother Gregory.
The problem is you trying to talk with your shit and you don't know nothing instead of listening. Huh?
I'm listening.
Okay? No. I get $40,000, nigga, and I dare motherfucker to
Gregory smacked the shit out of that nigga was interviewing.
Oh man, shout out to Brent, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Brent. Hey man, y'all don't get me here long, Brett. I'm gonna let you get my opinion now. And I'm gonna talk with my shit. Even when I don't know shit about Broad, I'm still gonna talk.
Hold on, bro. You sound like Dick Gregory on that one, brother.
Yeah, man. That's my great uncle, man. I done studied a lot from Brother Gregory, man. He taught me a lot. I knew about Dick Gregory before he was popular, man. Been listening to Dick Gregory, man. Dick Gregory had me. That was the first time I thought about fasting. Listen to Dick Gregory. I said, man, let me try this shit.
He was on that too, DC. He had that back in the day. Yeah. You're going back on him. You're going back, brother. That's right. All right, Jared says, Q, he says, do you think Kellen's back hurts from all this reach? Hey, give you a round of applause for that. All this reaching, you're it, man. Hey, man, they're doing a lot of reaching.
All this goddamn reaching, huh?
Oh man, hey, listen, fam, for the family members, man, do me a service, man. First of all, hit the like button and the share button, fam. If you're listening across the broadcasting platforms, y'all hit that like button for us. If you're not a sub up. Join the Sports Coma family. Also, big ups to the fam. We got a new poll question up for the family members. Please feel free. Got almost 200 people chimed in. If you hadn't got your vote in, please answer. We got a new poll question up. Grade the pick of QB Tyler Shuck in the second round. A, B, C, or D. Right now, 58, or is it 58? 58% of the family members polled has given the pick a D grade, C grade, 21% pick C, 13 pick B, and only 8% gave it an A. So 56% of the family members grade, now it's 57, grading the
yeah. It's a C. I give it a C because they drafted a position of need, and we kind of gotta wait to see how it play out. But it's definitely leaning in a trajectory towards an F. Because if he ain't good, and then you look at he old as shit too, man, it's just a wasted pick. You ain't got time to be trying to let him figure it out. Oh, we let him sit behind such and such for 5 years. The man career gonna be over.
In 4 years, he'll be 30, DC.
He got the pop this year or next year. This year or next year, or ain't gonna be worth shit.
But really, what makes it interesting, DC, is that there's the caveat is Spencer Rattler. Spencer Rattler could very well keep him out of that, which means he'll be at the end of his rookie contract. He'll be 30 years old, just like that. Spencer's 24. So Spencer Rattler, to me, is going to keep Taylor Shuck as a backup quarterback, a second-round pick quarterback, because Spencer, to me, he'll be the stuff. This is great news for Spencer Rattler. Yeah. Great news for Spencer Rattler, because Tyler Shuck is, like I said, he did well last year, but red flags all across the board with all these injuries, his age, but he's not a franchise like second round pick, second round pick. You're looking at a guy to be the face of your team, so to speak. Tyler Shuck is 26, and Spencer Rattler's not let him get on. Spencer Rattler's going to run this thing, bro. So you deprive Shador of getting his role, but now Spencer is going to stay ahead of this thing. So yeah, go ahead, DC. What you got, bro?
Maybe well, but there's 2 points of emphasis I want to point out about Shuck. One is Fletcher Maxwell came out and said Shuck was always graded as the number 2 quarterback in the draft to the Saints. They had him behind Cam Ward. And number 2, I want to remind everybody that all Shucks was the backup to Justin Herbert, a quarterback that Kellen Moore coached. So I'm wondering if just maybe Kellen Moore knew about all Shucks before he ever came to the Saints and always had his eyes on him. He was the backup to Justin Herbert at Oregon. We know Kellen Moore coached Justin Herbert with the Chargers, as well as Mr. Staley, who's our defensive coordinator, was the head coach over there. So do they have some type of insider information on all Shucks? And was he really graded high on the board, man? I mean, maybe they know some things about him or have been watching him for a while and see him in a light that we don't see him in.
Well, inside information.
I'm selling hope tonight, dog.
I hate you, brother. You're trying too, bro. I applaud you. Let me give you a round of applause for trying, DC. Shout out to DC.
This one night only special. I don't want to get back into my devious ways, Q. This one night only.
Okay. But
these picks got to be making sense on Saturday.
But the thing is, with the Tyler Shuck situation, like when you talk, like even if, and I don't believe that at all. No disrespect to Jeff Duncan. He's just reporting on what he's hearing.
Are you talking about him being number 2?
Right. I don't believe that at all, because if that was the case, then why were they chasing Jackson Dart? If that was the case, they would know Tyler Shuck was
screen, baby.
Right, exactly. Well, no. Jackson Dart was the guy. They would have drafted Jackson Dart if he was available. They're saying that about Tyler Shuck right now to make it look better than what it is. They say, well, we always had an eye on him, but that don't justify Shador Sanders is overall better than this guy. He is overall better. His statistics, everything. Like I just showed the family. Maybe you didn't see it. Maybe you heard it.
No. I know.
You heard it?
I say they see him in a different light than us. Obviously, we got 20/20 vision over here. They looking with some type of different glasses and shit.
DC, all I'm saying is,
Dick Gregory up there with the special glasses. You don't got the clip with Dick Gregory when you put the special glasses on. They looking with the special glasses, man. You know,
you put the special glasses on, you can't take them off.
You can't take them off, baby.
That's right. Who that daddy? Shout out to you, fam. Says Q and DC. This means that Spencer Rattler is QB1. And I said, oh, Shuck, when they drafted him.
Oh, shucks. That's right. Who that daddy? Appreciate that $9.99, brother.
I mean, the crazy part about it is, DC, you done started some stuff with the all shucks because it's and you're right. Spencer Rattler is going to lead this competition if it's fair. If it's fair, because obviously they don't want Tyler Shuck to look bad because Spencer's a 5th round draft pick and Shuck is a 2nd round pick that's 26 years old coming up in several months from now. And that'll look kind of bad on them if Spencer outshines, but Spencer will outshine. Hopefully it's a honest quarterback competition. So I don't know what kind of camps are with Kellen Moore running, with how he will operate. But Dennis Allen did not do it fair. So there'll be some advantages given to Shuck because he is Kellen's handpicked guy. And he carries a 2nd round grade.
You got to think about that.
That's
He's higher graded than Spencer Rattler. So he gonna be making more money than Spence. So you got to think about that.
That's that component too. So hey, man, you got to factor all that into it. DC, you must do it.
Outside of Shador and Cam Ward, man, how much better are really these quarterbacks than Spencer Rattler? If we're being real,
it's
you think Jackson Dart is better than Spencer Rattler right now? Because I don't. Not right now. Maybe he can be, but not as a rookie.
No.
I don't think.
No, he's not better than Spencer Rattler right now. He's not. I would say no to that. And it's questions like people try to say the offense that Shador was running. I would say the same thing about Jackson Dart. Now I can appreciate Jackson Dart because when he was at Ole Miss, LSU had to play him, and you respect the hell out of his playmaking ability. Like he's a threat to pass and run on you. He's very decisive. He'll pull that ball down and take off on you. He'll lower his shoulder on you. He's easily a super athlete there. So he was really exciting to watch. But Lane Kiffin's offense could be kind of deceptive. Running that offense kind of boosts your numbers. And then you will be asking, is this guy really as good as what it's showing you, or is that a product of that offense? Because you've seen Golden Corral and all these other guys put up stats and stuff like that over there. And is he a byproduct of the offense? If you look at, so that's a question that you ask and see if he can kind of make the jump from what Lane Kiffin was running there, this fun and gun style system that he was running there, to whatever you're going to have him established doing in the NFL set. So, I mean, that was the question I had about Jackson Dart, which I didn't see him as a 1st round quarterback. Tyler Shuck, I didn't see Tyler Shuck as a 2nd round quarterback. I see him more as a day 3 quarterback, a guy that's not ready to start for you. In a couple years of development, you can have a decent backup option. That's how I seen him like 3-4 days ago. Then all of a sudden, this was this increase right before the draft, which is incredibly synthetic. It wasn't a gradual process. It's almost somebody took him and
he was the plant. He was the plant.
Put him up there. Yes, it wasn't.
I don't know, man. You don't think it was more Jackson Dart was the plant than Shucks?
No, I'm saying that's what I agree. Jackson was the guy.
Jackson Dart seems like the typical playing guy. I still think he can be good, but he seems like the playing guy. He was an afterthought, and then all of a sudden they talking about we're gonna take him at 9. Man, where the hell that shit come from?
Well, see, that's the thing, DC. Like it's like
and
I
he
said,
went in the 1st round. He wasn't never projected nowhere near the 1st round once school was over. All of a sudden, the last 2 weeks. He just poof.
That's why I kept showing people examples and talking about guys like Mitchell Trubisky and all these other guys that all of a sudden, right before the draft, they get this steroid boost in their rankings, and then they hop up there. This happened to Tyler Shuck. Now there are reports talking about he was always the number 2 on the board, and they were chasing Jackson Dart. That's a lie. That's cap. They're saying that now to justify the pick because they know they're going to get fallback from not picking Shador Sanders. They're like, well, we already had this guy on our board. Shuck is not ready to start. He's a couple years.
Whoa! You mean a 26-year-old? It's not ready,
bro. No, bro. 1 year of college.
So he had 7 years in college, and he's still in.
It was mostly all that was backups and injuries. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Tyler spent 7 years in college, and he was backing up people. And when he got an opportunity to play, he was hurt. He spent 3 years of the 7 hurt. and the rest of them outside the last year as a backup. 1 year of production. It wasn't like he threw for 5,000 yards and 40 or 50 touchdowns. He threw for over 3,100 yards. He had 26 or whatever it was touchdowns against the single-digit interceptions, which was very respectable. But at the same time, like I showed you, Shador, he didn't beat in his best year. He couldn't beat Shador's worst year. I showed you the stats. In Shador's worst year, he had more touchdowns and passing yardage than that guy did in his one best year. So it's cap any way around, and they know they're gonna get a little fallback for picking that. That's a reach there. That's a reach with red flags all over the place. 3 years injured, broken collarbone, broken leg, tore up shoulder, all this kind of stuff. In 1 year of solid college production, boom, second round pick. The guy was headed to the third day until the Saints elevated him into the second, and picked him up to where they picked him up in the second round. He's not going to take. He's not going to take Spencer Rattler's take the job from Spencer Rattler, even though they're trying to poison for it. I'm telling you, you just got to keep an eye out on it, man. That's just the real. This is how you look at it. So anyway, DC, quickly, I'm gonna get your thoughts on. Thank you, Who That Daddy, man. Appreciate you with the super chat. Here are the last few things that we've seen happening so far on the board, families. We're getting close and close. Saints are about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks. From 8 picks from now.
Ooh, Isaac Tesla went 70, Q? What?
Yes.
Wow. They must have thought the Saints was going to draft him. Somebody traded up and took Isaac Tesla.
Saints got him, yeah. That was the pick
Right.
before the Saints picked
Wow,
him.
he went 70?
But these are the last picks since Princely Umayora. Jordan Birch from Oregon, the defensive end, goes to the Cardinals. Jalen Noel, the wide receiver from Ohio State, goes to the Texans. Justin Whaley, the cornerback from Minnesota, goes to the Colts. Dalen Fairchild, the big offensive guard, goes to the Bengals to help beef up their line. Kevin Winston Jr., the safety from Penn State, goes to the
I
Titans.
like him, man. He going to be good.
Caleb Johnson, the big running back, goes to the Steelers. Jacob Parrish, the cornerback from Kansas State, ended up with the Bucks, and Noel Williams, who's the cornerback from Cal.
I guess we're gonna have to sign a cornerback in free agency.
And the Chargers are on the clock right now. DC at pick number 22. Shador Sanders is there, and everybody's waiting and wondering where Shador Sanders would ultimately fall.
Where are the Steelers? Where are the Steelers?
The Steelers are
Mike Tomlin probably will take him, bro.
They picked 3 picks ago. They picked the running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa. Caleb Johnson. They took a running back.
Caleb Johnson, he from Iowa. Let me see.
From Iowa. That's the guy, the big north-south runner, the thumper, 21 touchdowns, over 1,500 yards rushing.
I get him and a brother from Kansas State confused sometimes, man.
DJ Giddens?
No, the other Kansas.
The other Kansas State?
What's the other? What is the Blue Jays? I think it is.
Who are you talking about?
Let me see. I'm about to find it.
The only dude I know from you talking about Neil from Kansas?
Neil, yeah. Kansas, not Kansas State, Kansas. Neil, I get them two confused, man.
Okay.
There's the two big bruisers. Running back.
Yeah, Neil is good too. Yeah, Neil is good. I like DJ Giddens.
I don't like Neil. I didn't like Neil that much. He used to kind of. I think that's the one I don't like. It was one of these I liked and one of them I didn't. I kept getting them confused. But one of them was too stiff to me. They both north-south guys, but one of them was just too stiff. It's like I don't know. It could work, but I wasn't really that high on him. I'd rather somebody like Giddens or Martinez if I want to, big thumper guy.
All right, the Chargers from pick number 86 pick defensive tackle Jamari Cadwell from Oregon, 6'2", 332 pounds, big defensive tackle, size, strength, claw up the middle, plays with good pad level. So he slips book. Let me see. Hold on, let me get his stuff up here. Yeah, Caldwell didn't record a sack in 2024, but he moves the quarterback off his spot on tape. 6.5 sacks at Houston in 2023. Pushes the pocket, gets his hands up, and powers through outside shoulders, double teams. He's quicker on tape than his one 0.86 second 2-yard split would suggest. So big Jamari Cadwell from Oregon, 6'2", 332, goes to the Chargers. Packers on the clock. Packers, Jags, Texans, Rams, Ravens, Seahawks, Saints at 93. So he still got some more picks. So let's ask the family. And
Caleb, nice, Big Q. That's the one. That's the one of the ones I like. Caleb is nice. I was getting him confused with the brother from Kansas. I don't like him.
He does, but he fits with the Steelers.
He had a lot of production. I mean, he looked like Le'Veon Bell a little bit.
His running style fits that running, that tough running that they do. And plus, him coming from Iowa, the colors are similar too. So you have black and yellow, and they have the black and yellow as well. So that's pretty cool. But anyway,
I think he can fill in for the guy they lost, man. I forget his name. He always was overrated to me.
What, Harris?
Harris. He can fill in over there for Harris. Do a better job, in my opinion.
Let me ask the family members this: who do you guys think the Saints pick? While you guys have an opportunity, I'll spotlight you. The Saints coming up in about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. I'm gonna say 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 7 picks. The Saints are up next. Who do you guys think the Saints
DJ Giddens is still on the board, family.
Yeah, he's still on there. Giddings is still on there.
Yep.
You got cornerback DJ Giddings. Giddings is a running back. Yeah, Savion Williams is off the board, man. Savion Williams just went to Green Bay. Savion Williams is off the board. The Packers just selected Savion Williams. The Packers got Savion. He's off the board, man.
I don't think we're going to get in there and flash the names.
We could have waited on Broughton, but like I said, we'll see how the board plays out, man. But Broughton we could have waited on Broughton, but Savion Williams is going to Green Bay. You got to pull the trigger on some of these guys, man. They still got some talent left, but Savion Williams is off the board. For
what tight ends? Let's see what tight ends we still got left that we would we could use a tight end. I don't know if they're gonna want to go in the 3rd round and take a tight end.
I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna look at it just a second. The Packers added not 1 but 2 receivers in the top 3 rounds. This is a surprise based on team needs, but the effort is to surround Jordan Love with playmakers is commendable. Williams is a unique player who can line up out wide in the slot or in the backfield, even play wildcat quarterback at times last year. 6 touchdowns on the ground to match his 6 receiving scores. Some teams have compared his usage style to that of Deebo Samuel. 6'4", 230 pounds from TCU. Savion Williams is off the board.
There you go. No Savion. Let's see who we still got. Torrey Holden, bro. I like him for his receivers.
Yeah.
At some point, if we could take 2, I'd definitely like to take Andrew Armstrong from Arkansas, but I mean, he probably gonna be around for a while. I don't think he'll go undrafted, but maybe.
Yeah, KT likes him too.
Man, AQ, I'm telling you, he gonna be one of the ones, man. Like, if you just looking for somebody to get you them tough yards, man, you throw the ball, he gonna catch it. He did it in the SEC. They just don't talk about him for some reason. He didn't catch a whole bunch of touchdowns, so I guess that's what it is. But I don't understand how he's not considered a top 10 receiver in this draft, for real. But I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Eric Minor or whatever, ain't that your guy? He's still out there.
Yeah, he's a good one.
He's still out there, man. He's still out there. I got to look him up. I don't know a lot about him.
Cornerback Caleb Ranshaw from Tulane is off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars. 5'11", 197 for Tulane. Statistical production underwhelming, but his talented slot cornerback with high ceiling. He ran the fastest, third fastest 40-yard dash, had top vertical and tied for the 3rd best broad jump from the corners at the combine. That explosiveness shows up when he defends the run. He shoots into the backfield, closes quickly. Ranshaw is a reliable tackler with excellent stopping power for his size. He turns and runs with receivers in press coverage. There's room for improvement in this area, but he can get his head turned in time to locate the ball. He can recover when he gets caught out of position. So Tulane cornerback Caleb Ranshaw is selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Give the brother a round of applause from Tulane.
Tulane. Green Wave.
Green Wave off the board to the Jags. And then
That's
the Jags pick again. Jags back on the board again. There you go, and the pick is in again. Let's see what they do with that again. So you get a Tulane player there, and we'll see what the move is. But let me see. DC was asking about the tight end position.
Nick Nash. Somebody in the chat a while ago was asking about Nick Nash. I was trying to look him up too from San Jose State. And your guy, I didn't know a lot about Eric Agmanor.
Yeah, he had a couple of big games in college last year. Ty Felton is somebody the Saints could look at too. 6'1", 185. They brought him in for a visit. Torrey Horton is another really good wide receiver. He's about 6'3", 200 pounds. He has some.
Ty Felton fast as hell. He a 4'3" guy.
Yeah, Ty Felton is
He's a one-trick pony.
No,
they say he flashes as a route runner, and he has traits to develop.
Yeah, he got a good game to him. DC, he ain't I wouldn't call him a one-trick pony, but there are still some good wide receivers available. Torrey Horton out of Colorado State. Eric,
I like Torrey Horton. That's my guy.
Isaiah Bond is there as well. Xavier Restrepo, who's kind of a little smaller of the guys, but he's a playmaker. 5'10".
I don't want no small receivers, kid. We got enough small receivers.
Okay. All right. Then, of course, there's a couple other guys that's available there.
Yeah, at least 6'1", bro. At least 6'1".
Yeah, he might be 5'10", but he's like 209 pounds, so he's a playmaker. But you're right.
Oh, wow.
Some size. Yeah, so. All right.
210 pounds, right? 5'10"? Man, he a little tank.
209.
He a little tank, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, he made some plays for Cam Ward, man. Yeah. Cam was there. He made some plays for him. All right. So let's see, man. What else is going on in the draft right now? As we can see a few people getting pulled off the board. The last pick was Wyatt Milliam from West Virginia's offensive guard. 6'7", 313 from West Virginia. Big. So the Jags, DC, back-to-back picks in the third, 88 and 89. They took a cornerback, and then they took an offensive guard to help protect Trevor Lawrence. Next on the clock is the Rams, followed by the Ravens, the Seahawks, and the Saints at 93. So there you go, fam. You got Saints coming up in about 4 picks. So just
whoever it is, it's defense, bro. I don't know. It's going to be defense, kid.
You think it's defense?
Yeah. I mean, the Saints, they're so predictable. They had 2 offensive picks. They're going to go 2 defensive picks.
Okay.
I don't know what the pattern will be after that. That's what they're going to do.
Well, we shall see, my brother, what they do indeed.
I hope I'm wrong, but they looking real predictable, bro.
Kelvin Banks Jr., then Tyler Shuck, and then Vernon Broughton. Yes, very interesting picks indeed, man. These are very interesting picks, to say the very least, man. Very interesting picks. Very interesting for the Saints, man, to see what they got going on.
I mean, what about getting a linebacker in case we can't get our DNs to turn into linebackers? We have a backup policy there. Maybe you get a linebacker to back up Demario Davis. You want somebody to start bringing them up, you know.
This is the point. You know, we talked about, somebody mentioned in the comment section, say, Q, we're not talking about linebackers enough. And I'm like, right, you got a point on that, bro.
You got a lot of good ones.
We do have a lot of good ones. They're not really taking them right, right? Well, you got Chris Paul Jr. still out there from Ole Miss, Danny Stutzman. You know,
I like Chris.
Samuel Munden Jr. is another good one out there. I mean, they got quite a couple of good ones out there, man, that we can pull to. So perhaps the Saints looking at a linebacker to replace Demario Davis. We'll see what the call is.
Cody Simmons still out there?
Yeah, they got some people out there, and Shador's still on the board, man. Still waiting. Okay, the pick is in for the Rams. Come off the board to the Rams.
Did Shador go to the Rams?
If I was the Rams, I would pull the trigger on him in the 3rd round.
Man, I want to know what happened, man. Did they send out like a memo and said don't draft him?
I don't know what's going on.
Till after the 4th round or something. What the hell happened?
We'll see where they go, bro. We'll see where it goes.
I've never seen somebody with so much pressure and have such high production, bro, just fall for apparently no reason.
Well, they gave you a reason. It just was a stupid one. That
I mean, you got everybody got stuff they need to clean up. Okay, you hold on to the ball too long, took too many sacks. Okay, that's what he need to work on. But everybody coming out in the draft need to work on something. You got very few perfect prospects.
Hey, we don't pay attention to red flags down here. So Elijah says Cam Scatterboy at 93 Q. I can't believe he's still on the board. Yes, indeed, bro. Scatterboy late in the third. Because Saints could use him. Kamara turns 30 this year.
Yeah.
Cam could be the guy. You have Clyde Edwards-Helaire, obviously, but I think he's on a 1-year deal. He's not a lone player with. Then
That's insurance, man.
Right, and then of course there's Kendrick.
What about Keandre Miller? Keandre Miller, he flashed a little bit last season at times.
Still very unreliable, DC.
Yeah, very. We don't know what we're getting with him.
Thank you, Elijah.
Putting him behind this old line that we building, man. I mean, that might be something, man. Keandre Miller is still a question mark, very much so though, but he has tremendous talent.
He does. Him staying healthy, that's the big problem, DC. That's the thing. He could be counted because at one point he was seen as the successor, possibly for Alvin Kamara, but he has not proven that he can be trusted with that. So that makes Cam Scatterboy to be.
Cam Scatterboy would be nice, man.
I love his game. I love Scatterboy's game. I love the chip on his shoulder, the edge. He would electrify the dunk.
I think he would beat up on them defenses too, man, and take some of that pressure off AK. Make his life a little easier.
Could you imagine a backfield with Kamara and Scatterboy?
Hold up. And you know what I'm doing? I'm gonna put Taysom Hill in some of the packages too when he come back. Put him at tight end or something. Have him coming in and out the backfield, shifting. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I could see it. That'd be crazy.
Josiah Stewart is the pick for the Rams. The Rams get Josiah Stewart with their selection there, man. So he's going to the Rams. It's an edge rusher from Michigan. And he was up there for a while, too. So the Rams get another edge rusher, somebody that can help them do their thing. 6'1", 249, 250.
And Shador continues to slide, man. This is crazy.
All the way forward. The Ravens are up next, followed by Seattle's, then the Saints. Saints are picking 3 picks, family. Ravens on the clock. All right, thank you so much.
The Ravens probably take one of them linebackers, man. They always linebacker hungry.
Son of God says, is Shador Sanders being blacklisted?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You come in here and you confident, you think you got it all figured out, you this and that. This is their attempt to humble him.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't realize they created a monster here. Thank you. Appreciate you, son of God. I appreciate you. And also shout out to Who That Daddy against says Q and DC, my wife, Who That Mommy. Okay, shout out to Who That Mommy. Appreciate
Who That Daddy, Who That Mommy. All right, I like it.
That's a great family right there. Yeah, says, ask when do we draft a linebacker for the 34 defense? Thank you for that, brother. I'm give you that.
Appreciate that. Who That Daddy? That's what I was saying. I think that's what they're about to do. I was thinking cornerback. Previously they skipped on that, and then we had a little small run on cornerbacks. I think they go linebacker because linebacker is going to be somewhere where you can get a lot of value right now. There ain't been a lot of linebackers coming off the board. Named a couple of them. Definitely like Chris Paul Jr. I think he would work. Or Cody Simmons. I like both of those guys.
Yeah, I like Samel Munden Jr. I think he just
really Samel Munden Jr.
Samel Munden Jr.
Okay.
And shout out to LSU, got another one, man. Emory Jones just got drafted by the Baltimore Ravens to get there. So LSU gets another one. We're going to have a hand clap on that. Shout out to the LSU Tulane guys getting drafted.
LSU wrapping it up.
15. Started 36 games at the left tackle, the right tackle position, DC, at LSU, man. So shout out to Emory Jones Jr. Will Campbell got drafted early on. Emory Jones, Mason got drafted, Taylor. So LSU kind of rolling them in there, and Tulane got their first. 2 more picks till the Saints pick at 93. All right, thank you for that, Dad. Appreciate you, brother, for the question there. Much love there. Yeah, they got quite.
How good is Savell Munden Jr. in coverage, Big Q?
Pretty solid linebacker, man. In coverage, he's pretty balanced run. I think his gifts is. I like him in run support, but he's also I kind of consider him a balanced guy there. I mean, KT would agree with me too on that. I think he would agree with me on that too. He likes Savell Munden Jr. too. I don't think they got him rated. But according to some of these rankings, they got Paul and all these other guys over top. But I like that kid. I think he can play the position. And at some point, if you're the Saints, you have to kind of reach to it because, hey, man, guess what? Demario Davis, the time, this is last year. I mean, there are 4 of the tops, like 4 of the Saints' solid veterans have 1-year deals. Taysom Hill, Cam Jordan, Demario Davis, Tyrann Mathieu. 4-year playable. Now they got a bunch of phantom deals, 9 playable years, but 4-year for 1 year. This is the last year for those guys.
Wait, hold on, man. Somebody jumped and took Melrose before Shador?
Seattle did. Seattle picked him up.
Wow.
Jalen Milroe, that's being blacklisted.
Wow.
Yeah, this is constructed. And they pretending like he ain't even good enough to be a third round pick. This is a order. This is constructed, man.
Let somebody drive Will Howard over Shador, bro. I'm gonna lose it, bro. I'm gonna lose it, Q.
Jalen Milroe.
You know what's coming next? They gonna drive Quinn Ewers or Kyle McCord over, probably.
Jalen Milroe over Shador, and they're going to justify
it. Shador?
Yep, Saints on the clock.
Jalen Milroe can't even read the whole field right now. Damn.
Unbelievable. Watch these ESPN people sit up there and tell you don't know what you're looking at, that the teams don't see him as a third-round pick, and that a guy that had 1 year production and multiple injuries in a 7-year career that's 26 years old, that's high upside.
I don't know, Q. I think they're gonna go with Shador. It's a head scratcher, because you already got Mel Kiper saying he was the best quarterback in the draft, and Stephen A. is already speaking up for him. It'll be hard for him to just change that whole narrative and do a complete 360 or 180. I don't know, man. It definitely be weird to watch, but it is ESPN, so it ain't like you can't have it.
Yeah, that they ain't real sports over there. That's Disney running that. That's more entertainment than anything. Mm-hmm. All right, shout out to the family members. Saints on the clock. Who do you guys think the Saints select with the pick? Professor says Denzel Burke out of Ohio State or Jack Sawyer out of Ohio State. So either one. Sawyer would be a really good selection, by the way. But then again, they just took Broughton for that position. So perhaps Denzel Burke might work at the position. We'll know in 2 minutes. The Saints letting the clock run down here. Perhaps they're contemplating the trade and all the picks in. So the pick is in for the black and gold. We'll know what it'll be in just a second. So, and some of the people, the best guys available right now outside of Shador, Jarrett Wilson, the center from Georgia, a couple of wide receivers that's there, Jalen Royals from Utah, Lane from Virginia Tech, Ty Felton, which is somebody the Saints actually look to, Cam Scatterball, Gunnar Helm, the tight end from the Texans. They got quite a few safeties that play if they want another offensive lineman. Charles Grant from William & Mary is available as well. Miles Frazier is a guard. Torrey Horton, another wide receiver, is available. Savion Jones is there. Need a running back. We just talked about that. Safety, Billy Bowman, DJ Gittens, Eric Ayominer. So they got quite a few players that are available. Xavier Watts could be the pick. If I'm the Saints, Xavier Watts would be a hell of a pick for the Saints.
Xavier Watts would be a nice pick.
Xavier Watts, it would be an awesome pick for the Saints to kind of redeem themselves.
Get you a ball hog back there, man, and that's Xavier somebody who could take over for Tyrann Mathieu. I think he would be tremendous, man. Getting that experience under Tyrann, and you letting him bring him up, and he go ahead and replace Tyrann Mathieu in a year or two. And we got somebody that we could throw in that 3 safety look if you're not really feeling Howden as much, although he could play that too. But Xavier Watts, I like him. I think that would be a good pick. I don't see them. I don't see them going there though. Q. I mean, they need a secondary player right now though, so that would be an awesome pick
Well,
if they
they
did
say they
do it.
use it on the safety. It's just not the safety we thought. Is Jonas Sanker from Virginia. So the Saints take
They take Jonas Singer.
Sanker.
Let's see. Let's look.
Sanker's a safety from Virginia. So I just don't understand what's going on. I like Sanker, but I don't like him more than I like Xavier Watts, man.
Is Sanker more of a close to the line guy?
Hold on, let me pull up some information on
Can we draft somebody that's at least ranked up here with the top people?
Sanker, yeah. The Saints.
Oh man.
Let's see if I can pull up something.
ESPN got so many safeties ranked over him, bro.
I know, bro. And like I said, it's one of them situations, bro, where like we talked about a safety. They went safety. They just went, Jonas Sanker. And I'm thinking in my mind, Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, that's the guy. That's the guy that you would, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Boy, I tell you, man, I just don't know, man. I mean, I ain't got nothing against Sanker, but I'm like, man, to me, Xavier Watts is a better safety, man. Overall better safety. But the Saints do what the Saints do. They just thinking we got smart players in, and But anyway, let me pull up some breakdown on Jonas Sanker, and so the family members can get familiar with him. So they went safety. It's just not the guy at the position right, wrong player. All right, let me pull this up right here so we can get a good look at him as well. Give me just a second, fam. I'll pull them up. Man, New Orleans Saints, boy. Saints. All right, Sanker. Here he is right here. This is Jonas Sanker on the screen right here. All right, 6 feet, 206 pounds safety from Virginia. 6.23 was the grade that they give him. Saints picked him up at the back, almost at the back of the third round. He's 4'4". He's a 4.48 in the 40. Time in a breakdown, this 4-year college player played 9 games as a reserve in 21 and 22, played 10 games, 9 starts, 6 tree tackles, INT, 2 pass breakups, forced fumble. 23, first team All ACC, led team with 107 tackles, 11 pass breakups, 3 forced fumbles, started all 12 games, 4 tackles for a loss. In 2024, first team All CC, led team with 98 tackles, 8.5 tackles for a loss, started 12 games, 2 sacks, INT, 4 pass breakups, block kick. And that's what he did in 2024. So his numbers dropped a little bit from the 107 he had in the previous year. Still a solid player. They have them listed as a 3rd to 4th round projection right here. Comparison to Jeff Heath. Overview of him is energetic safety with good production, but areas to clean up in his game. 3-year starter, possesses good size and strength with a willingness to play downfield. That led to high tackle count. Sanker's long and rangy, but gets himself in trouble with inconsistent pursuit angles. He's adept at matching up against the big slot receivers and man, and plays with quick, instinctive eyes and a good burst to close in zone. He gets caught staring in the backfield at times, so his team will need to work on his eye discipline and focus. Sanker's traits and special teams value could lock him into an NFL roster early and give him a chance to work his way up. His strengths possess NFL measurables and frame, highly active with downfield default as a run defender, willing to run the alleys and strike with authority, plays with good route anticipation and in man and eager eyes and zone, instinctive with plus burst to close, excellent timing and attacking the throwing lane, deserves attention for his play on kick coverage and as a gunner. So he got a special team component to him. His weaknesses are runs into bigger blockers instead of weaving around them, plays with questionable pursuit angles to the runner, stares in the backfield and loses track of his coverage duty. Urgency can be used against him with play action. Inconsistent entry points hinder open field tackling. It's a lot to work on. But I remember seeing this guy on film before, Sanker. It's a good player, man. Like I said, I kind of would have liked. I think Watts had higher upside, but I'm not mad at the Sanker selection. So this is the guy. So of course the Saints fan make a move there and they get Sanker with the pick. So there you go. So the Saints get another player there to add to the defense as well. So there we go, fam. There you go. How y'all like the Sanker selection? Not mad at that. I'm not mad at the Sanker selection. And that's pretty much the Saints, unless they trade back into the third round. That's going to be the end of the Saints draft for tonight. So I don't know. And the Browns took a quarterback. Oh my God, come on, man. They took Dylan Gabriel. The Browns took Dylan Gabriel. He's a 5'11", 205-pound quarterback who played 60, had started 60 games. This is another guy that was in college for like 5 or 6 years. And the Cleveland Browns took a quarterback. They took Dylan Gabriel from Oregon in the third round, and Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. And they're going to tell you ain't nothing to see here. Isn't that something? Dylan Gabriel, a 5'10" quarterback, is going over Shedeur. He's still on the board. He's going to fall all the way out of it. He's going to fall into the fourth round. These people purposely doing this right in front of your face. All right. So anyway, what do you guys think about the draft so far? That might be the end of it right there, fam, to be honest with you. That could very well be the last pick the Saints do for tonight. They haven't really no movement whatsoever. They just sat back and just took whatever fell to them. And that could be it. So anyway, we're going to tune this up, fam, so y'all can listen to Mr. Vernon Broughton. He had an interview with the Black Gold. It's not very long. So y'all give me a second. I'll have that tuned up so y'all can kind of listen to that. But boy, oh boy, right now, very interesting selections the Saints are involved with tonight, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Very interesting, to say the least, man. See what's going on with this team, man. So, all right. Big ups to the fam, man. Big ups to the fam. Big ups to the fam.
Man, my internet couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I know. It's that. All right, here we go. Here go Vernon Broughton, DC. If you can just mute up, bro. We're going to play Vernon and hear from him and see what he got to say. Here we go.
Like I said before, I could they should just put me anywhere on D-line I can do it. But also, I work hard at my craft every day. I love the game of football. So, but I'm just ready to work. So, yeah.
Vernon, what was kind of your pre-draft meetings like with the Saints? Did you have a lot of contact with them?
Not a lot, but I had a little meeting with a couple of my teammates we had dinner, but I didn't really talk to the Saints that much. So, but yeah, but the process is smooth also. But yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Bo Davis?
Oh my, that's my dog, bro. Like I love that man. He has just grown me like so far in the game and just taught me so much, especially when I first couple of years at Texas. But that's my dog, and yeah, that's my dog right there. So I love that dog. I love my dog. So, but yeah, it's
What do you like about him as a coach?
really just his enthusiasm towards the game of football, but he's also his passion, but just him as a coach, but also him as a person. Like he just the way how he treats us when he was at Texas, he treated us like family, bro, and that's what I really loved about him. And we just started really hit off. So, but yeah.
Hey, Vernon, what was it like for you kind of having to wait your turn behind some really good players like Devondre and Byron Murphy and to finally get an opportunity to kind of go out there and start this year?
Repeat your question. Yeah, cut out like in the middle of your sentence.
Yeah, what was it like having to kind of wait your turn behind some talented players like Devondre and Byron Murphy and then to finally get your opportunity to play this year? Like what you have to do for that?
Yeah, it was great. But also it was a process because it wasn't just learning patience, but also knowing when it's my time and when it's not. And it was like I said, it was great because them guys made it a brotherhood. So like also we was competing for a spot every day, but at the same time it was a brotherhood, and I love it. So
There's like never any thought for you about a transferring or anything like that. You see a lot of guys do it now if they don't see the field early.
Yeah, I definitely. There's been times I wanted to transfer, but the reason why I stayed, also what helped me stay was my family, but also just my Lord and Savior. Just really helped me learn what patience was, and yeah, so that's really the main reason why I stayed. But also I love Texas and just love being around my teammates. So yeah.
Vernon, how would you kind of summarize how you play on the defensive line and kind of what you stand for?
Really, I say I play hard, bro. I don't know. Like I say I just play like really hard, bro. Like when I'm in the game, and just try to do my job when I'm supposed to do. So, but yeah.
Did I hear you say earlier that you feel like you can play all over the line?
Yes, sir.
Where did you primarily line up at Texas, and do you think where do you think you best fit in the NFL?
Wow. Primarily play at Texas, 2-eye from a 0 to 2-eye to 3 to a 5 to a 9. I played all that, but in the NFL, I mean, I don't care. Like whatever like my coaches need me to do, I do it. So I don't. Yeah, so.
Vernon, did you go up against Calvin Banks practice? What was that like?
Yes, sir, I did.
No,
It was great, bro. Like Kelvin Banks, we made each other better every day. I'm glad I got to go against him a lot because he just makes you a better player just because of the player he is. But yeah, he's a good dude to go against.
What should we know about Kelvin?
You said what?
What should we know about Kelvin?
Kelvin, he's a real open dude. Like he's a great guy to be around, great teammate. Always keeps a smile on his face. Also, his work ethic is like crazy too. He works really hard at his craft. So,
And how does
I have nothing but good things about that dude.
and how do you feel like that compares to you and the way that you are in those aspects?
I'll say I feel like why we click so much because I'm really good friends with him, and I feel like that's the reason why we click so much because one, we have like so much in common. One, I feel like we have the same damn work ethic, work hard, but also we just good people and honest, open. You can ask me anything. I'm very open and I feel like I'm a good dude to be around. Just not on the field, but off the field as well. So, yeah.
Vernon asked Kelvin the same question, but what do you think about coming back over here with Jalen?
It's amazing, bro. Like that's my dog. So it's gonna be fun just to have like a lot of Longhorns on the same team. So that'll be fun. So yeah, we get to reunite.
What was Kelvin like as a leader? What was Kelvin like as a leader?
He's the type to lead by example, but also he will help you. Like I remember during summer workouts, he will always lead by example. Also bring others along with him whenever other people were failing. He would just be there to help. So, but.
All right, that's Vernon Broughton, man, talking about the game right there. DC, very interesting points, bro, to be honest with you. When you talking about, he mentioned Coach Bo Davis, who's the new defensive line coach, came over from LSU. Connection there. We, of course, talked about Kelvin Banks Jr., who we practiced against, so you got a couple of connections there with some of these guys, which explains a lot.
That explains a tremendous amount of it. And our safety, Jonas Shanker, man, I've been sitting up here watching highlights of him. I actually like him, Q. He's a hell of a
he ain't a bad guy.
He's a hell of a special teams player too. So I think that's another little asterisk that they got for taking him. And I saw him in one clip, man. This dude was running stride for stride with two, man. Tether rope. Run stride for stride with him, bro.
Yeah.
You know, he's fast. He's really fast for a safety, and he can hit. He's not much of a ball hog. He's not much of a ball hog, but he looks like he's a sure tackler. You know, he makes good tackles out in the open field. He can definitely blitz too. You know, he can run him on some safety blitzes, and he don't look that bad at coverage. But if I had to guess, I would say that's probably where his weakness would be. A lot of his highlights, I'm seeing him, pretty much attack the ball, see ball, get ball, and in special teams, man, he makes some plays in special teams, bro.
Yeah, and yeah, not bad at all, DC. And Xavier Watts went to Atlanta. So Atlanta ended up getting Xavier. 13 interceptions, grabbed 13 interceptions and broke up 13 passes over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So high value there. So the Falcons basically building all 3 layers of their defense through the first couple of days of the draft. Jalon Walker,
and they're gonna have a hell of a defense, man.
Pierce, and then Xavier Watts. I gotta commend Atlanta, man. Atlanta's doing a knockdown, drag out way of building up that defense. Just the first 2 days worth of picks really help upgrade what they're trying to do defensively, man. They're making an onus to improve that defense through the draft. He goes to the Falcons, and Jalen Smith, the cornerback from USC, ends up with the Texans. Jared Wilson, considered one of the top centers in the game in the college, finds a home with the New England Patriots. And Dylan Gabriel, the 5'11",
can you believe this shit?
From Oregon, goes to Cleveland. And they ask the question, there's no, it's just no, man.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody had any reservations or doubts, man, Shador just isn't that good. That's why they're clearly blackballing him.
That's what that dumb Florski said.
It is very clear, man.
Swag cool, and the rest of them got up there and said, "Well, I don't see what you're saying, Stephen. The guy just played what he got to do. And, 30-something NFL teams are not wrong. They just didn't decide to pick the guy." Like, man, you guys are incredibly thick-headed, man.
Man, he ain't thick-headed. They bribe him with turkey legs, man. That's all that shit is. He's doing what he could do to get a turkey leg, man. That is the dumbest shit I ever heard. What is he talking about? 30 NFL teams. Like, why they try to play with us and act like we ain't in a time where everything coming out, man?
That's why
no blackball and shit. Everybody know that's real. So you gonna get on TV and try to play us? Oh, so you smart and we stupid, right? Don't believe what you see with your eyes. Listen to me. That old dumbass rhetoric. Everybody know what time it is. You could say you don't believe in Shador as a quarterback. You could say he wasn't the best in the draft. But, I mean, anything beyond the second round, man, it's just bullshit. You can't tell me, okay, I give you, I don't think Jackson Dart better, but let's say I give you Cam Ward, I give you Jackson Dart, But he got to be next after that. Like, beyond that, it's already what it is. Tyler Shuck, come on, man, a dude who been in college for 7 years, and he still don't have 1 year better than what Shador did, and he been around for 7 years? Come on, man. Okay, we drafted him because he fit our system better. Kellen Moore, okay, whatever. How the hell do you explain Gabriel? A lot of people were saying he was too damn short to even play in the NFL. How do you explain that one? Well, he had 60 starts. He had the most starts in college football. He's dependable. Come on, man.
CJ says
it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Over Watts is diabolical. Yeah. He says it's diabolical. Getting Watts over a Sanker over Watts, because Watts is seen in many drafts as a guy that was one of the top safeties available in the draft. And,
hold on there now, Q. Watts isn't going to play special teams.
13 interceptions, DC. 13 interceptions in 2 years. That's safety, bro. Come on.
Hey, but he's not going to make his special teams tackle, Big Q. We can't have useless roster spots now.
Yeah, there you go.
That guy's not going to play because Tyrann Mathieu is going to play all year, and he's never going to get hurt.
That's right.
Let me stop going nigga. I can't do nigga like you. But it's
do your
yeah,
Gale,
it's
DC.
ridiculous.
Do that terrible
But
Gale
you know,
do that terrible Gale Benson you do.
well, hold on now, Big Q. I think
Terrible Gale
DC
Benson.
does a mighty fine job.
Terrible Gale Benson. Oh,
I love everybody that talks the Saints and the Pelicans. They're all beautiful people.
Man.
Bless your heart.
He doesn't. Bless your heart. Willie Green is such a nice man.
Bruh. I can't believe this draft so far, man. It's so bad that I'm thinking it's so bad. It's almost like I'm trying to see the positive in it. This is like they can't be. I mean, the Saints, they make some good drafts, you know, but it's like they can't be this stupid. Like, how do we keep passing up players we know we should
like
get?
Michael Jackson.
It sounds like the Southern Michael Jackson.
Say DC. Sounds like Michael Jackson.
Southern Michael Jackson.
Southern Belle Michael Jackson. Is that what DC doing? Oh man.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart. All right, there's 3 ball selections in the third round for Dave.
Man, how they take Sangovers? Xavier Watts, man. That's crazy.
49ers, the Eagles, and the Minnesota Vikings are the 3 remaining teams that are left. The 49ers are on the clock, and Sanders is still on the board, almost at the end of round number 3. The Raiders had back-to-back selections. They took Caleb Rogers, the big offensive tackle from Texas Tech. 6'5", 312. He started in 52 college games at both tackle spots, played a little guard as well. The Raiders took him, and then the Raiders took another offensive tackle right behind him, Charles Grant from William and Mary, 6'5", 311. Started 41 games at the left tackle position. So they trying to build up the line right away. They went back-to-back tackles, the Raiders did. So that's something else, as the 49ers are waiting to select, and the pick is in. And it's a trade. That didn't happen. Sean Payton then bounced his way up behind the 49ers now. Coach Payton's Broncos have traded back into the bottom of the third round behind the 49ers, who are kind of waiting to take a pick. So what is Coach Payton moving up for? Coach Payton, several years ago, traded back up into the first round and drafted Marcus Davenport, where he should have took Lamar Jackson. Is he doing that for Sanders? We shall see. I don't know. We shall see what's going on. Now, you got Bo Nix there, so I don't think he would want to do that. But then again, if Shador's falling like a rock, you can't miss out at getting him at the back of the third round.
I mean, I at this point, I would take Shador and let him play in the preseason, see if he can light it up, and see if I can flip him for a draft pick. Because he's going to be pissed off.
DC Mall says DC sound like the living color man on film.
Wait, the what?
Men on film. You remember that? The Men on film?
I don't know about all that.
You remember Dan Williams at that stupid and what's his name? David Allen Gritty he was doing the Men on film. They had the little stupid hat on the side of his head.
Oh, they're talking about when the two little gay dudes, they be acting like women. I was like, man, what the hell are we talking about? One of them had like the little piece of hair in the top of his head. It was David Allen Gray and Tommy Davidson.
Just Google it.
I thought one of them had like a bald head with like a little piece of hair coming out of it at the top.
It was a little hat or something.
Like a boret or some bullshit on it.
Boret.
Yeah, I think they used to play when they come on. They used to play "It's Raining Men" or some bullshit like that. When they come on. Boy, Homer trying to smash me with that one, bro.
All right, the 49ers took the selection, DC. They took an undersized cornerback, 5'9", 181-pound Upton Stout from Western Kentucky. Undersized defender with fluid hips and excellent quickness. Shadows receivers and uppercut routes and man coverage. Reads the receiver, stiff through traffic, and closes in on off coverage. He doesn't have elite speed, but he ran well at the combine, 4.44 in the 40. I would say that's pretty good speed. Reads quarterbacks, tracks the ball well in zone. So Upton Stout is the call for the 49ers as Sean Payton is on the clock with the Denver Broncos. We'll see if Coach Payton and the pick is in. Could this be Coach Payton reach? You can't
probably give him a running back. Oh, I think he might get Scatterball or somebody. Sean might be trying to get a running back right here.
DC, that might be a good point there. Scatterball is available. Why the Saints ain't trying to go up there? Well, I guess not, man.
We ain't got no much.
Scatterball is there too.
We're trying to take all safe picks. That's what it looked like to me. We're trying to, take safe picks, get what we think we need, and everybody we get, they're trying to make sure they can be productive. They don't want to take seems like they don't want to take a home run hit pick, a boom or bust type pick.
They got two.
They want to get somebody that they can use no matter what.
They got two.
Savion Jones. He jumped up for Savion Jones. That's a good pick.
Yeah, that's what I say. They have two good LSU players, Brendan Swinson and Savion Jones from LSU. And how about Coach Payton picking an LSU player? Let's get at a flip right there. Another LSU man off the ball.
Ain't that something? Huh? It only took him 20 years.
Savion Jones, man, 6'5", 280 from LSU. This dude's really good. Power, edge rusher, tracks the quarterback, pushes tackles upfield. Mix of inside, outside moves, does it all, man. Really good dude, man. Really productive player. A lot of potential. Coach Payton, 6'5", 280, Mr. Savion Jones, LSU. LSU players keep coming off the board, and Coach Payton went up to go and get them. So there you go. One more selection, DC, remaining in the third round, and it belongs to the Minnesota Vikings. They're on the clock with the final pick. 102 of the third round, and that will complete day number 2 for the Saints. It don't feel like the Saints are going to move back in the third round or nothing. So far. But there's a question in the chat, fam. We got another poll question. It's the third and final poll question. If you guys have not been heard, please vote on the poll. Let us know right now. Over 113 people right now have been in the poll. If you haven't voted, get your vote in. I will recant the totals at the end of the broadcast. Grade the Saints draft so far. A, B, C, and the fourth option is D or lower. Right now, 47% of the Who Dat Nation has given the Saints draft up to this point a D grade right now. And the second highest total is 31%, which is a C. Do you guys agree with that? If you haven't got your vote, please hit the chat and vote right now and let us know here. How do you guys grade the Saints draft so far?
I give them a C, man. They got 2 draft picks in my opinion. One, I said a B yesterday, but I'm gonna go ahead and get an offensive tackle or A pick after doing more investigation into that. I really like him. All shucks, I give him a C. I think he has potential to possibly be good, or at least be a bridge quarterback. If Rattler doesn't work out, I find it hard to believe he's going to beat out Rattler. But I think he's a good insurance policy if Rattler gets hurt, or something like that. That shit again.
Not unless they tilt the room in his favor.
Yeah, you're right. We got to watch out. They be sneaky and weaselly over here. But
that's right. Ty Felton is going to DC the last pick. It's Ty Felton. He's off the board now.
Felton? Okay.
Ty Felton's going. The Vikings picked him up 6'1", 185 from Maryland. The Saints liked him as well. 40 time, 4.37 DC in the 40 time. Vertical threat, tracks the ball well, does well in space. Decent route runner. Ty Felton off the board to the Vikings at the last spot in round number 3. So that'll complete today's draft as far as that is concerned, DC. But go ahead and finish your thought, brother.
Yeah, the big fella out of Texas. I gotta remember his damn name. Vernon. How do you pronounce his last name?
Vernon Broad.
Vernon Broad. I like that pick, but I feel like it's a safe pick. Just because they're trying to fill a hole. Um, I give it a C plus, almost a B, just because other guys they had there, man. I think I would have rather saw us take. But and the same thing with the safety pick, man. The safety pick, I'm gonna get at like a D plus. I like him. I think he could be something, but just Xavier Watts right there, and we pass up Xavier Watts to take him. I don't know how to feel about that, man. So overall, I get a Saints draft a C. It ain't a C negative, it ain't a C plus. It's just a C. They taking very cautious, calculated picks, but they haven't shown even in the third round, just like the willingness to. I mean, take a boom or bust pick. Give us one boom or bust pick, man. Give people something to be happy about. Maybe they do that in the fourth round. It's just a lot of cautiousness with them, is what I see, and I think they got to swing for something at a certain point, man. It seems like they're just trying to take everybody they take. They're trying to make sure they have a dual purpose for them. Like even if the player doesn't pan out, they can be a depth piece. Just like the safety pick, I think that was more about special teams than actual talent of the safeties, because we know Watts is a better safety. But the brother I was just watching on tape, I'm looking at him. He's a hell of a special teams player. So I know why they did that. I want to see him make a splash at some point. We need playmakers, and I don't think we're gonna get that. They're gonna keep going safe and plugging holes, which I mean we need to do that too. But we gotta go after some playmakers here, man.
Yeah, DC. I agree with you, my brother.
I thought the third round was the perfect round to grab at least a for sure playmaker. Give us one for sure playmaker, and you can keep making plays like that, whether it be defense or offense. I don't think we got that.
No, you look at the draft. To me, the Kelvin Banks Jr. Drafting was, from yesterday was a solid pickup. I think he fits a need. I think Penning is in trouble. They're trying to build in the bookends with Banks Jr. and Tali Fuaga. Love that.
Right.
The Tyler Shuck selection to me was a stretch. Definitely a stretch. Red flags. 7 years in college, 3 injury-plagued seasons of the 7, and 1 out of the 7 years, 1 good year of college production. That's a problem. Not enough to see there, even though he looked good. He looked decent there. Still not enough for him to be listed as a second-round draft pick. Red flags medically, not to mention the fact that he's 26 years old coming up in the fall. Red flags, you don't do that. And when his rookie contract is up, in 4 years, the man will be 30 years old. What kind of franchise you building? And I think Spencer Rattler is going to keep him sitting on that damn bench. I think Spencer, as long as Spencer's here, I think Tyler Shuck's going to have problems getting to the team. If this is a fair competition, it works for Spencer. So my Spencer people out there, this works for you. As far as the top stretch, that was a huge stretch. And then of course the Vernon Broughton selection, DC, it was different because we were looking at other interior defensive linemen that could, or defensive lineman period that could probably fit the scheme better. But he going back and familiar and looking at the brother and watching what he was doing, and then you say, well, what made this guy something? And you heard him say it. The Saints didn't talk to him. They might have had some dinner and all that kind of stuff, but he didn't do all that with them. That was Coach Bo. Coach Bo getting involved, and then of course Kelvin Banks Jr. involved. Right, that's right. So that kind of tied to it as well. And then you look at the tape on him, he has some upside, got to work on a few things, but some upside there. But remember, these guys, DC, you taking first, second, and the 2 third-round picks, these guys are going to be very important players to the team going into the future, because these guys will be counted on to play some games. And then Jonas Sanker from Virginia. I like Jonas Sanker. I had him listed on my board. I didn't have him higher than Xavier Watts, who the Falcons took a couple of picks after the Saints took Sanker. I like Xavier because, to me, he's a better overall safety, and he also provides the interceptions, like we talked about. 13 interceptions in 2 years is solid production. Was really counted on, a leader for that defense for the Notre Dame. Was super solid, really good. Falcons ended up with him.
He's a solid tackler too. He's not the big hitter like Sanker, but Xavier Watson, pretty good tackler too. It's not like he's got all these holes in his game. I don't get it.
No, right, but it's like I said, it's one thing. And of course, one of the family members asking about the wide receivers from Tennessee. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Hill or Thornton? Both of those guys available in the draft. Still available at this time. I know Brew McCoy is still available, and Thornton, the big wide receiver, is also still available. So both those guys there.
Both of them still there.
Both of them still out there. Isaiah Bond is still there.
Thornton looks like somebody we probably would go after. I think that might be somebody they targeting.
Are you talking about Thornton or Horton?
Thornton,
okay. All right, so yeah, there's a few people out there, man. So tomorrow, family, we'll in a moment. There's a few more. We wait for the Saints because the post draft show will be going live for the Saints. We'll have Kellen Moore pop up here and gives his thoughts on the team. But yeah, so far, this is what we got right here out of the day 1 and day 2, and Tyler Shuck is going to battle Spencer Rattler for that position. Vernon Broughton, and we'll see what he does. And Sanker is the future behind Tyrann Matthew. So linebacker, what we look at? Let's do a quick preview, DC, of tomorrow of day number 3 and what the Saints have got going on. We should see wide receivers, cornerbacks, linebackers, maybe an edge rusher come off the board. Saints have 5 picks remaining in tomorrow, and there could be some.
They're probably definitely going to take a cornerback somewhere there too.
Right. Yeah.
And you're going to see a running back, but I think running back is probably one of the later round picks they take, maybe around the 6th round or something. They look like they're going to really wait to take a running back. Linebacker would have to be next, man. Linebacker or receiver, I think you have to go there 4th round, maybe possibly tight end. They took 2 defensive picks, so maybe they draft somebody offensive. I don't know if they have another guard out there that they like. They want to get one more big fella for up front. You still got Miles Frazier out there, so they could take a guard. But if I had to bet money, I would say it would be a linebacker or somebody on the edge. Maybe they got an edge guy. We love taking people and we can envision them in new positions. Like we took a D tackle and he gonna play on the edge. Maybe we take an edge guy and play him at linebacker.
I mean, DC, you picked up on Sanker. I mean, Sanker is the guy. Justin Reed's there.
Yeah.
So Tyrann Matthew will be out the door after this year. So I mean, Sanker can definitely move into that position. I think.
Looking at him, I don't think he plays Tyrann Matthew's position. I think he's more strong safety.
So what you gonna do?
I mean, Tyrann can play both.
Right.
You probably. I mean, can you see Reed as a free safety? I think he can play both too.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
Maybe we just get a safety next year. This Sanker might just be a depth piece. That's kind of how I see him. I don't know how much they believe in Howden. Maybe they want to get somebody that's too much of a threat to Howden.
That's a good thinking. I don't know.
Who do we have? Who do we have as our other safety?
Well, besides Reed, let's see, Reed, Matthew, and behind him is Jordan Howden, JT Gray, and Miller Bradford.
You know what, Q? I think this might be the end for JT Gray. Sanker may be the piece where they can have him be that special teamer and also fill in as a depth piece in case we need another safety, and we go ahead and move on from JT Gray. If they, put him through training camp and he looked like he can handle it, maybe that's what they're anticipating.
We'll see, bro. We'll see how it all looks.
The Saints, man. They're not very creative. They're gonna stick with their process, and and just do things the way they've always done. Patch, plug, and replace. You know.
Hold on, let me play this, DC. This I got this little sound bite right here. This is Coach Bo, the former LSU coach, talking to Broughton, telling him, "Hey man, you coming to New Orleans? Here you go."
Hey Vern. What up, chicken legs?
Chicken leg.
Doing all right? Yeah, don't let me down, bro. We're gonna take you, bro, here to New Orleans, brother. Yeah, don't my Easter basket. All right. All right, my man. Congratulations, brother. Coach Keller, want to talk to you, man. Here's Coach Keller.
Congrats, man. We are fired up to have you. Congrats to you. Congrats to your family. Have fun with them, man. Enjoy it. You've earned this.
Hey, Vern.
Congrats, man.
All right.
We're fired up to have you.
That's JFK, boy. Coach JFK in the building, boy.
Man, I gotta get used to Keller more, bro. Congrats, man. We're fired up to have you.
That's Coach JFK, boy. Coach JFK in the building, boy. That boy like a young JFK.
I like Coach. I like Coach though, man. I like our D line coach. I like him already.
Yeah, I love that signing, man. I love Coach Bo, man.
I think he gonna bring some fire up there, man.
Oh yeah. I love that addition, DC, to that defense, man. That's gonna be awesome, man, to have him there. But yeah, man. Tomorrow Saints open up. Like I said, the rest of it, they got 2 picks in the 4th round, DC.
We got 2 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th, right? No, we want just 1 5th.
Well, you got 2 in the 4th. You have no 5ths, so you have 2 4th round picks, 1 6th rounder, and 2 7th rounders. So you pick in the 4th, and then
I want to see a receiver and a running back, but I mean we do got to get a linebacker somewhere. So
I can see the same trade.
Maybe I see a linebacker and a receiver. We need to, man. We need a receiver, we need a running back and a linebacker, and then I think anything else they do after that will be fine. But I think we need those 3.
Yeah, KT says, Q, we need cornerback, edge rusher.
I forgot about corner. We need a cornerback too.
He says, if our UDFAs are better than our draft class, I'm fighting someone. Yeah, KT, right. That's you need to put your gloves on, KT, because I think that's where we're gonna be headed. Well,
at least with some of these picks.
Uncle Paul, what's up? Uncle Paul is in the building. The great Saint think tank historian, Uncle Paul. What's happening, my brother?
All right.
Says JT Gray is on his last legs in New Orleans for real. Shout out to Uncle Paul, man. Much love. And listen, fam, tomorrow. We're gonna bring in KT. I'm gonna get his thoughts on after the draft is over with, KT. So get ready, brother. I'm gonna bring you in on the draft tomorrow. Pops Q will be on the stream for tomorrow for the summation. I think DC will be there too. DC, if he can be there, he'll be there too. On the Saturday stream, we'll see. But yes, we'll have
what time the draft start tomorrow, Big Q?
It start early, DC, the draft, and you might have to pop in.
Like 11 in the morning.
I want to say it's at 11 in the morning, man. I want to say that's the thing. Y'all put it in the comment section, but I want to say it started at 11. I think I had to count. Hold on, let me give you the breakdown on it. Yeah, I think it's 11 Central Time for it to remain. I just see the tweet from Stephen A. Smith.
It's 11 a.m. Muse put it in there for us. It's 11 a.m.
Thank you, Muse, baby. Appreciate you for that as well. Yeah, so we're going to be live early, and the whole damn day we're going to be here. Saint Talk, y'all join us tomorrow. Like I said, we'll have KT chiming in at the end of the show, giving his thoughts and analysis on the Saints draft classes during the completion. Pops Q, DC. We're going to open up the phone lines. Pops Q's going to be on this tomorrow? Pops Q's going to be in there, be on the stream tomorrow. We're going to be chiming in. And for the family members too, y'all guys, we'll open up the broadcast after the broadcast, or maybe during the broadcast. We'll see how everything's flowed. To hear from quick thoughts from you guys as well. about the Saints draft, how you feel about the draft, to get your word in on that, and we'll see how it goes. And then, of course, there was a tweet from Adam Schefter. I'm looking at, says through 3 rounds, 5 quarterbacks now have been drafted, but when the 4th round opens Saturday, Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders will be the biggest name available after what has been an unprecedented draft fall. This is orchestrated. A quarterback as good as him don't go below Tyler Shaw or Dylan Gabriel, who's a 5'10" quarterback out of Oregon. This is obviously constructed, man. So anyway, outside of that, Saints have several picks tomorrow. We'll see how it all goes, man. It's just amazingly ridiculous. I'm trying to find that tweet, DC, from
Well, Stephen A. when he talked about how crazy it is for
no, he said
Shedeur.
damn disgrace.
Yeah, it is, man. I mean, it's ridiculous. But this is clear, a clear shot fired at Deion Sanders, in my opinion. It's the hate for him and what he did at Jackson State, and taking a lot of those blue chip guys and having them go over there to an all-black university. Just some of the waves, he was creating, man, and they clearly don't want that. They want things to stay the way they are. They don't want anybody that looks like they could possibly threaten the power structure and the way it's set up. And I think it's a clear attack, on his family. You can have Shedeur, not be the 2nd quarterback drafted or whatever, but you can't, man, there ain't no way in hell you can't tell me his brother didn't deserve to get picked in the 2nd round. Like, that's crazy, especially somewhere like Cleveland, and they needed a quarterback.
Right. Let's watch this. This is ridiculous. by Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark just posted this. Listen to and he kind of alludes to the Shedeur Sanders thing. Let's listen to what they say. Right.
Fair conversation for the Saints to have. Do they feel that Kellen is strong enough personality-wise to handle a strong personality in Shedeur? I think that's a fair conversation that has to be
I
had.
will say this though, like he was just coaching Jalen Hurts, and though his personality is different, I've talked to Jalen plenty enough times to know that he's a grown man.
Yeah.
To know that he's an adult. To know that he wants things done a certain type of way. And if Kellen Moore can handle conversations with adults, then Kellen Moore.
Oh, fam. I don't know what's going on with
The
that.
Saints to have. Do they feel that Kellen is strong enough personality-wise to handle a strong personality in Shedeur? I think that's a fair conversation that has to be
I will
had.
say this though, like he was just coaching Jalen Hurts, and though his personality is different, I've talked to Jalen plenty enough times to know that he's a grown man.
Yeah.
To know that he's an adult. To know that he wants things done a certain type of way. And if Kellen Moore can handle conversations with adults, then Kellen Moore should be able to handle Shedeur Sanders. I think.
I don't know why that's happening. I don't know what the hell going on with that, fam. So we're gonna keep working at it. I want to hear what Ryan got to say about it, because you can see Orlovsky's just a thick-headed moron.
It's about, can you have an adult conversation with a man that's supposed to do a job professionally? And if he doesn't do that job professionally, guess what? He ain't a 1st-round draft pick. He doesn't have to be here any longer. If the film says you can be a starting quarterback for me, and we feel we can build an infrastructure around you, I'm not about having this conversation of, is your personality strong enough? Because if it's not, you should not be a head coach in the NFL.
All right, and that's I agree with Ryan Clark on. Let me give him a round of applause on that, because Orlovsky's an idiot, or either he's positioning himself like he don't know what's going on, but you know what's going on. You can't
Ryan Clark tearing Kellen Moore ass up, huh?
Yeah, you can't sit up here and pretend that you don't see what's going on, and Dylan Gabriel just got selected.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
They don't know what it is. Man, get your stupid ass out of here with that, man.
I looked at a comment
man. Can't stand these people, man.
Dan Orlovsky.
Go ahead.
He had a video up, man, where he was critiquing Shedeur, right? And everybody was like, "Damn, man, what's up with all the negativity?" They was tearing his ass up in the comments, bro. And I think that right there probably put some extra fuel in his back. Man, that dude was garbage. Y'all remember him?
His whole career.
It's garbage,
Y'all
man.
remember him? He was a backup quarterback his whole damn career. And now you're gonna talk about Shador's not and all this kind of stuff. If these people are incredibly thick. They're incredibly stupid people, man. If you don't see this type of stuff, man, do not listen to these type of people, man. Either they incredibly stupid, in which you don't need to listen to them anyway, or they're playing a game, a narrative, which you shouldn't be listening to them in. Do not listen to these people. These people are absolute idiots, morons, chumps, or they playing the game for money. Either way, they're not legitimate and they're not genuine. Everybody could see that guy's falling and that he is a first-round talented quarterback. And this happened several months back when people were critiquing his film. I've said constantly that this guy was listed as the best quarterback of college for the last year until Cam and him flipped several months prior to the draft. And then they come out with weak stories a week or so prior to the actual draft happened about issues with him in terms of his father being the only one coaching him. He's entitled. And then all of a sudden he's dropping below these other teams, and they sit up and talk about the teams don't want him. And that dumb swagger too. He does the same thing. Do not listen to these people. That's not real sports people. They work for Disney. That is a entertainment network. These people are not talking no real sports. They're not telling the truth. They play these narrative games. So I don't got time for no games. I don't have time for no narratives. All I have time for is the truth. I don't have time for people blind and can't see what's right in front of them. If you're in that state of mind, boy, I don't see how you leading anything or taking care of yourself or nothing. Because everybody can see that kid is better than Tyler Shuck, better than Dylan Gabriel, better than all this Jackson Dart. His numbers are better. I just show people statistically, DC, once again, for my peoples in the back, I showed that Shedeur Sanders' worst year, his worst year was better than Tyler Shuck's best year.
Mm-hmm.
Showed them on the show. You cannot justify that. That's why people are in there, that they're upset about these moves. You ain't going to be able to trip them one way or the other, but it's all right. Guess why? Because Spencer Rattler's going to take care of the business. He going to keep Tyler Shuck or whatever his name is sitting up on that goddamn bench until he's 30 years old.
That's
right. The bottom line.
Do it for Shedeur, Spence.
Do it for Shedeur. Yeah, I ain't got time for that, DC. Now, look, here go right here, but hold on. I thought
that's what all the black quarterbacks in the NFL, they need to get a wristband and say, do it for Shedeur. You heard me?
Yeah, that's Deion Sanders. I don't know. I don't think he commented on it.
Barbara actually, he had some comments on the matter. He was saying there's a new flag they put out on players coming out of college. He said you had the ones with character concerns, right? You had the guys that don't love football, and now he's like saying you got the guys who got paid, these NIL deals, and he said he was referring to something Jay Glazer said, and saying that could cause guys to fall because they looking at it like they don't have to grind. They already got the money, they're just doing it because they're good at it type thing. So Tiki Barber's he has some standpoint where he's trying to lump Shedeur into that type of narrative. But in my opinion, everybody's saying something to allude or let you know that he's being blackballed, but they, a lot of people are trying to sugarcoat it or clean it up and make it not sound as bad as it is.
Right, they're trying to. They're doing it in front of your face. They're running a program in front of you. And then one of the things is, and I heard the guy that did the guy that did the Tupac documentary, Greg Katie, who's the guy that investigated the Pac stuff. The reason why I do this because I heard an interview with him saying that certain people have to be colluding all against such and such and all this kind of stuff, and that's just out of line. I say when people say that, man, to me, these are disingenuous people. These are sneaky, rotten, underhanded people that's trying to prevent you from seeing the logic and using tactics to try to shame you into believing what the group is saying. This is what they used to use on people. That's what peer pressure is. When you're in school, if you don't believe as the group then ridicules you, because you don't think, you don't feel the same way they do. That's the peer pressure thing that they use in school. It's psychological. But that bullshit didn't happen on me because I didn't care what they thought anyway. They were a bunch of idiots. Most of us a bunch of idiots anyway. But the bottom line is this: is that if you're an independent thinker and a critical thinker, the majority of the time you're going to write your own way. You're not going to buy into the group think. You're not going to go for the narratives. You're going to go with what works in the pressure. To not want to belong with these other people will not sway you in that opinion. You gotta use critical analysis based on logic and what's in front of you, and people trying to show you what's in front of you is not what it is just underhanded and rotten to me. And that's what these ESPN people do. That's what a lot of these other cats are doing. Well, that's not going on. Shador is just not that good. Even though, like I said, statistically speaking, that don't make sense. The video, if you know how to read tape, you can look at it and see the guy's numbers is ridiculous. His accuracy rating was 70%. He threw for over 4,000 yards. He had multiple touchdowns and all this kind of stuff. And he did it over 4 years in high production with and all this stuff. They can't say he's weak. They can't say he's a drug addict. They can't say he's a troublemaker. You can't say anything, but you see how they tore that kid down by using dumb shit and all this kind of stuff. And that's just showing you right, and they do it right in front of your face while saying we're not doing anything. You guys just don't see what you're seeing. That's how they've been getting away with all this for years with these narratives. That's why it is the people, please don't listen to these people. Do not buy these narratives. Orlovsky knows what time it is. He knows he sees Swagger and all these other clowns. They see what's really going on, but they are paid to tell you in a different way. And they'll sell you up the river for money. They'll lie to you all day. They don't care as long as they get paid for it.
Swagger do it for turkey. He do it for turkey legs, Q. He don't do it for money.
He's doing that bitch eating pork butter or whatever. That's what he do. He do it for the cheapest meat that you can buy. But at the end of the day, man, like I said, man, don't listen to these lying ass people. You see what's going on with it, and it ain't like we talk about it's a black quarterback. No, Cam Ward was taken first overall in the draft by the Tennessee Titans. People are not talking about Cam Ward going to the Tennessee Titans because the process is now put on Shador and where he goes. So, and even Robert Griffin III talked about this, like, yeah, man, we're not even celebrating Cam Ward. That was an accomplishment. This guy transferred several different schools. He ended up in Miami. He became the first overall pick, so that should be celebrated as well. But like I said, we kind of caught up in the Shador thing right now. I think eventually people will get back to that, perhaps. But yeah, the thing, where does he go? But the truth is, he'll go somewhere in. You know what? It might. DC, imagine if he didn't go drafted. Imagine if Shador went undrafted and had to go into the NFL as a UDFA.
That would be unbelievable, man.
That would be unbelievable, huh?
That's almost like at that point, if that happens, I think Deion Sanders and all the other, black athletes, man, they should really take a look and really think about, we had our own league, man. Think about firing something like that up, bro, because that would be probably the worst blackballing we've ever seen, man. Like, how does a guy go from being projected the number one draft pick? If he would have came out last year, people were saying maybe he wouldn't have won number one, but he's supposed to go number one this year, right? But last year was a better quarterback class, and he stayed because he probably wouldn't have been able to go number one last year, yada, yada, yada. But you go from being projected number one to dropping all the way undrafted. You didn't get hurt. Your production was right up there with the number one draft pick. You didn't get no type of scandals. You didn't get caught using drugs or steroids. You ain't got white women coming out soon. You like Shannon Sharp. Nothing.
No, this shit.
And you fall out the draft.
Hold on, this shit.
That would be crazy, bro. But the narratives you talked about, yeah, don't believe them. The craziest one I've heard, though, Q. Do you know they got people running around? I forgot who said this on TV. They said Shador Sanders' completion percentage was high because he takes unnecessary sacks instead of throwing the ball away. I say, God damn, bro. I
would love to hear that stat on Derek Carr.
God damn, bro.
About Derek Carr. I can't seem to get that with Derek Carr, like Captain Checkdown over here. But yeah, they'll say anything to try to run the kid down in the ground, man. That's what I was saying. Unnecessary lies. They really don't have anything, but they really don't. So I'm prepared to watch anything. Here's Kellen Moore, y'all.
Guys, how's it going? You guys just want me to run through these guys really quick? I'll just do a quick.
Come on, young Jeff.
I ain't gonna lie. Jeff look kind of happy,
Take
bro.
the questions. So starting with Tyler Shuck, obviously, we're really, really excited about the opportunity to get Tyler. 32 starts. He faced a lot of adversity through his career. Battled through obviously multiple unfortunate injuries that kind of took him through a navigating process. But as we went through this process, just the more touching points we had with Tyler, the more impressed we got. He was a guy who went through this whole process. I think it's unique when you have a guy who went through the Senior Bowl, did the whole entire combine, went through the visits. Scott went out there and saw him at Louisville.
So Shador get drafted because he didn't do the combine?
Every interaction just really enforced the player that he was. And so as you go through this QB process, obviously never easy decisions with that. Just felt like he was a really good quarterback. He was ready. He's prepared. Obviously he's been through a lot in a good way. And so he's ready to compete in our quarterback room as it plays itself out. Going to Vernon, obviously just a phenomenal kid. Just the energy, the juice that he brings. Our chance to go out there for their pro day, we had a chance to kind of connect with a lot of those Texas guys, and obviously this is our second one that we got. So he played behind a lot of premier defensive linemen when he was there, and so as a result, he kind of had to be patient. And sometimes you credit these guys that play the patient game, that kind of earn their opportunities on the field. And for him, obviously it took a little while just as he waited his turn. But Bo and Terry had great relationships with him. Obviously, when you have people in-house who've invested with these guys, who spent a lot of time with them, huge advantage for us. His versatility on the defensive line, his ability to play in a number of positions, I think is going to be great for us. He's got length. He's got quickness. He can anchor. He's got good hands. He'll have a chance definitely to compete with our interior defensive line group. And then Jonas Sanker, this guy's a 3-year starter at Virginia, special teams. He's a captain. He just does everything. And this guy is, for us, we just felt really, really fortunate to sitting there late in that draft. There's a lot of DBs that were going off the board, and for him to still be there and available to us, we're talking about him for a while. And so just really impressed by this guy. His play style, his instincts, his ability to, his tackling ability is really, really impressive. His ability to play on the back end. We're really fired up to have this guy. He'll obviously provide tremendous depth and add competition to the safety position there. So excited about all three. That was a big time day for us. We were really excited about it. And any questions?
You mentioned Tyler's the adversity on the phone call to him was one of the first things you said here. Like, why is that? Why is that something that kind of stands out and is important in that scouting process?
Yeah, I think all quarterbacks go through adversity, and there's challenges as you go through this. And those guys who can handle adversity tend to thrive in this league. And so, Tyler certainly dealt with some that are very unfortunate, especially when they're orthopedic injuries. They're not, some of the other ones, they're just bones. And, sometimes bones break and you get in unfortunate situations. And for him to continue to rebound from those and then play at such a high level this past year, again, as we went through this process, he kind of just built momentum as we kind of went through this whole thing.
Tyler's such a unique example, I think, even for the imperfect scouting process of a guy who, at the Senior Bowl, I don't think he was on a lot of radars as being drafted as high he was, and sort of people caught up late to that. But was he somebody that you guys recognized right away that everybody's just kind of missing on?
What?
This class?
I think it's a good question of momentum. I think it's a momentum as you talk about this process. I think it's a good example of how long this process can be and how there's all these different touching base points and their potential building blocks for these guys. And for him, to go, compete in the Senior Bowl, to go to the combine, he just did everything and just went for it. Then he went and did his pro day and all these different steps, and he just continued to take advantage of them. I thought it's a really good example. Our scouting department was really on this guy. They did a lot of work, even going back to Texas Tech, back to Oregon. These guys knew his whole story. They were really on him for a number of years. And so, as coaches, we kind of join this process as it goes. And for those guys, they already kind of had this thing building. And for us to kind of come in and see all the work that had been done, and then to continue to interact with Tyler, again, momentum was definitely valuable to him.
A group effort, obviously, but would you say he was a guy that you personally really like, that he's kind of your guy? I mean, look, there's a bunch of quarterbacks to pick from in this draft.
Yeah, we certainly feel great about him. We feel like he's he's ready to compete in this group. I think we have a really competitive, really high level quarterback room. Obviously, starting with Derek, Derek's obviously dealing with his shoulder at the time, and so we'll kind of navigate that as it goes. But behind him, now you got
Derek
Spencer,
ain't
you
in the
got
room.
Jake, you got Ben, you got Tyler. We got this really competitive group. All these guys really, you saw them coming through this process, and you're a big fan of all of them. And so, we feel like we're in a really good space there to allow this thing to compete and kind of go through this process.
Compete for the starting job if Derek was healthy.
Obviously, we felt great about Derek. We've been pretty consistent as we went through this process that we felt great about Derek, and so obviously we'll navigate the injury process.
Is there any benefit to like Tyler's age and maturity and experience and exposure to a handful of systems, like just in how he sees the game and processes it? And what did you see when you kind of put him through some exercise?
It's a really good question. I think Tyler's experience, certainly there's value to that. You can see it in the classroom aspect of this thing. His ability to process football at a very easy rate in the classroom. It's really good when you throw him up there and you're watching film and you're talking about plays and concepts. He's got great exposure. He's got great experiences that he can lean on. He's been through a lot of different football, and he's certainly a guy that is very comfortable in that space.
The quarterback position, do you view that as a positive? The older player as opposed to maybe a different position, the younger player might be preferable for the development?
You can certainly say that naturally that position you can play a little longer within age, just because of that the style in which that position is played compared to so many other positions. And so his experience is valuable. I mean, these guys are quarterbacks playing well into their 30s. Once they get their opportunity to take advantage of it, those guys can play for a little while.
Is that a big gap between Tyler and whoever the next quarterback was on the board?
A lot of good conversations, a bunch of guys right in there. And as we went through this process, we felt like there was a lot of good quarterbacks, and ultimately you have to make a decision. They're never easy. These guys never make it easy because there's a bunch of good quarterbacks coming in this league each and every year. And so you had to go through that process, conversations all the way up, through today, really leading up to it. And so ultimately you got to make a decision. You just got to go for it.
You talk about like that. Who's going to be there at 40? Did you take the call to go up at all, or were you got pretty confident?
Yeah, we certainly you always have conversations about moving and whatnot, but we felt pretty comfortable about staying at 40. We'd have a good opportunity there, depending on how everything played out above us.
Colin, it's been 3 straight years since selected a quarterback that played in the Senior Bowl. In fact, Derek Carr played there too. You played in the game, actually 4 out of 5 too, if you go back as well. What is it about that position? You play in the game, and you've seen it both ways now. For that quarterback, to play in the game and to be successful and help them out.
I think that's a really good observation. I think for all these quarterbacks, this process is a very thorough process. There's so many touching base points, and we want to try and get it into it as many times as we can. And so I wasn't a part of the Senior Bowl. I wasn't quite here yet, but certainly our scouting department was there. And so, those guys get to get down on the field, spend time around this guy. All these quarterbacks, you can see a number of the guys in this class as well. Those are big time experiences. They put you through an uncomfortable environment. You see how these guys respond. I remember being in it as a quarterback. The Minnesota Vikings were our coaches, and Bill Musgrave was our offensive coordinator, and Craig Johnson was our quarterback coach. Kevin Stefanski was our assistant quarterback coach, and they throw you kind of in the fire, and it's a different system, and you're uncomfortable. But it's a really good exposure for you, and I think it's a great testing mark for these guys. And so certainly you've seen a lot of these guys who've been able to achieve great opportunities because of it.
Specifically like about the way Tyler plays the position?
Yeah, I think just great rhythm, anticipation. Certainly you feel like he can hit all marks of the field from a throwing perspective. And, I think he's got a great feel for this game. Obviously you love the system that he's been exposed to at 3 different places. He's played some different styles. And so I think he's certainly comfortable and flexible within that. And so I think he's got a mind and a arm that in that combination, he plays at a really high level.
Time when it kind of all started to come together for him, or you saw it at each stop and between each injury?
Certainly I focus mostly on the Louisville experience. Obviously, the other experiences, there's some, you see those in passing more in the past years, but you spend a lot of time invested in this past year's work. That's the quarterback we're looking at right now. And so, we felt pretty good.
And he's talking about bad plays, negative plays, how you use that as a growing learning experience. Is that kind of generally how you approach every position, or specifically quarterback?
I think with quarterback positions, yeah, I think for any position, you're always trying to give these guys real honest feedback. And so these guys all got strengths. They all got great talent that obviously is putting them in this position. I think for all players, all coaches, every person in this situation, there's growth opportunities. And so I think it's always fun when you go through those meetings to kind of share some of those, hey, here's probably the growth steps that I would encourage you to be focused on, and kind of see how they respond and how they acknowledge those. And so, these guys all have plenty of growth opportunities. They all have steps that they're going to continue to grow. This is a get in the door opportunity, and then what you make of it is obviously coming forward. So I think obviously he's just one of many of those guys.
Use some of the like kind of off platform, kind of, for lack of a better term, trick shot throws. Do you want to kind of encourage some of that creativity, or do you kind of have to rein it in, or kind of pick your spots in that?
Just for him specifically? Yeah, obviously any quarterback, you have to be able to play off schedule. You have to be able to throw at different arm angles. That's an important aspect of this game. These rushers are really good in our league, and so you're going to have to move off the spot. It's not always going to be clean, and you got to still be able to deliver. And so within that, obviously guys always are going to have growth opportunities as far as the decision-making factor, and when do you live to go to the next play, and when you're trying to still create. And so all these guys, that's a thing that you're going to continue to build each and every year as you go through it. Trial and error.
This is the highest the Saints have taken a quarterback since Archie Manning. And with that kind of investment, and what does that mean for Derek's future, not just this season, but maybe beyond that?
Yeah, we just felt like, it was a really good player. Obviously, we felt good about Tyler through this process. And, I don't think there's anything wrong with ever investing in the quarterback room. We feel like there's a lot of depth in there now as we go through this process, and we'll just let it play out.
Studied a ton of quarterbacks, obviously, in the last 5 or 10 years. Is there a guy that you think he's sort of like?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't want to throw too many comparisons as far as expectations, but I think obviously there's a lot of quarterbacks in our league that play with the rhythm, the timing, the anticipation that he plays with, and so there's a lot of different styles. There's a lot of guys in our league, the Jared Goffs, the Kirk Cousins, the guys that play with that rhythm and timing and feel for it. He can run, and so obviously he doesn't use it all the time like some of the other quarterbacks, but he has the ability to run. Obviously showed it with the testing numbers that he provided through the combine, and so you feel like you're getting a really good quarterback in that.
You run a lot of the stuff that you ran with Jalen Hurts, the RPO type stuff with him, or is he a different guy?
I think it's probably a little bit different, but I think he does give you the tools to create some of that, and we'll just kind of see how it all plays out. We'll let that go, and we'll see when you need it.
Inherited Dak, Justin, and Jalen. What was it like just going through this process of trying to find your guy, and where the things you were looking for that he kind of checked along the way?
I would say every year you're evaluating the quarterback position just the same way you would any other year. Obviously, it just so happens to be we end up having the opportunity to just aligned with our pick and the opportunity to draft one. And so there's a lot of different ways of playing quarterback. I think it's important that you have accuracy, you have timing, you have some of the anticipation, you have the you have the brain power to be able, process the game, and you got to have an ability to play in some sort of off schedule or different arm angles. And I think those are important aspects of this thing. And so, we feel good.
What did you kind of learn along the way? I mean, I know you mentioned the adversity part, but kind of how he handles adversity in the moment, or is there anything you learned about how he kind of to not get you down on himself, for instance? What did that process kind of look like?
A lot of great examples of throughout his career of just having an adversity moment, whether it be an injury or all these quarterbacks are going to throw interceptions. It's how you respond after that. And I think sometimes that's a fun task is when you're evaluating quarterbacks is watch them screw up, watch them throw an interception, see how they respond the next drive, see how they handle those different adversity moments. And so certainly Tyler was one that you felt like he had plenty of examples like that.
Is that something that he spoke a lot about you, Doug Nussmeier, as well as Scott Tolzien, all being former quarterbacks, and how that could help him grow. How, some of the things you just described feel like they're coming from a place of, I've been there, I've done that. How important is that in the process of developing a quarterback for you and your staff?
I certainly feel very fortunate that we have Scott and Doug here. The experience that our our room has, as far as just guys who've been in that group. Scott Lenahan's here as well as a senior assistant. He's longtime head coach, offense coordinator in this league. He's been around a bunch of quarterbacks who've done it a lot of different ways. And so I feel like we have this ecosystem, that hopefully is a really healthy environment that allows, all these quarterbacks to continue to grow, not just Tyler, and I know Tyler's, today, but for Spencer to keep growing, for Jake to keep growing, for Ben to keep growing, for Derek to keep growing, for all these guys, hopefully we're creating a really healthy environment that allows these guys just to go play their best brand of football, and it'll all take care of itself.
Is that the kind of staff you intended to build specifically for this situation, or is that the kind of staff that you would have looked to build offensively regardless of where you would have ended up?
Certainly the quarterback position, I think, is a very valuable position. Obviously, I have a lot of bias associated with that. Teaming up with guys that I've invested a lot of time over the last few years. Scott and Doug were both in Dallas when I was there at the same time. I've been with Scott for a number of years, a lot of different places as a player and a coach. And so I feel like we're creating a really healthy environment for these guys to grow.
I'm not my depth here, but I was watching some of his plays, and I'm just curious, as someone that played quarterback, there's a lot of plays where he's going to his left and he's able to throw kind of sidearm against the momentum. Is that hard to do at that position? Just kind of being a right-handed quarterback out in that direction and throwing across your body.
Yeah, certainly the off schedule, the body positions. Quarterbacks get put in. We'd all love to take a 5-step drop, nice and pretty, sit there, stand firm, throw the ball. It's all fun. And I think a lot of guys can check that box. It's the guys who, okay, it's not clean, it's not perfect. How do you handle the adversity? He had some really battle-tested games where he's sitting in there at Notre Dame and he's taking a couple shots. He's gotten hit and he's hanging in there. And so a lot of examples of that.
You guys had 4 picks, in the first 3 rounds. Saints have traded up a ton in the last decade or so. Was it important? Was that like a thing in that room? Let's try to make all 4 picks, or did it just work out that way?
Certainly, discussions happen. It played out, really well. Obviously, having 9 picks, for this draft currently, we feel like we can provide a lot of depth, a lot of youth into this roster, and so I feel like we got 4 great opportunities so far through 2 days. We got a number more tomorrow. And it'll be a lot of fun.
How would you describe just the draft class as a whole, not individual to position, but how would you describe what you've achieved so far with this draft class, and what do you hope to achieve going into tomorrow?
That's a good question. I think so far with these 4 guys, I think you represent high character guys. A lot of guys who've been captains, who've been leaders in their different spaces, guys who've played a lot of football at big time programs throughout this country. And so all that experience, I think, is going to be really, really valuable for us.
Specifically, with Brandon's star position, or you want to describe that? Is he a player that kind of profiles into that type of role?
He definitely provides flexibility on the back end. He can play in a number of positions. You see him on the back end playing with range. You see him in the box being a really physical tackler. Obviously, he has the ability to kind of match up in some different situations, and so he certainly will provide us with some flexibility, which I think is key for our back end, for those guys to be able to line up in multiple spots and kind of allow us the creativity to do that.
Does he project as a core special teamer too?
Yes. I think I had the note. I think 8 special teams tackles his senior year. So I think that's a really cool stat. You're a big time player at Virginia, and you're going and playing special teams as a senior. 8 tackles says a lot about him.
This might be a silly question, but does Tyler remind you of you at all? The way you like to play?
It's a great question. It's been a little while, so I don't know. I think certainly there's other quarterbacks that you've been around. I think as you go through the process, I think he just did an excellent job taking advantage of each and every opportunity, and I think he's in a good position.
We've asked you this yet. Does his age, was that a factor at all in your decision making? He's gonna be 26 by the time the season comes.
It's certainly a discussion point. I think we all should have that discussion point just to confirm it. But we saw it as a positive. He's been through a lot of football. He's been exposed to a lot of different settings. Going from Oregon, Texas Tech to Louisville, and so and the quarterback position again. These guys aren't reaching their peak for a while, and so he's going to continue to rise and grow.
You're looking at a high draft pick like that, and considering the age, do you kind of look at it as you're only looking at the next 4 to 5 years of the initial contract, or do you try to look beyond 8-10 years in the future? Is it like a long-term outlook, or this is what this player can provide
Yeah,
It's
I
on
think,
its
you're, I think you're looking at where's the growth opportunities, based off the age, where's the growth opportunities, and maybe a little bit projecting out beyond that first, that first contract, so to speak. But these quarterbacks will play plenty of years, and it's not like you're talking, 30 years old. I mean, he's going to turn 26. I mean, we're fine. He's going to play out his full rookie deal. And maybe he's 30 or whatever. We can all do the math.
He'll be 30.
So much often made of like a player's age. So I always wonder if teams look at it as, okay, well, we're just gonna look at the first 4 years and he's in his 20s, so that doesn't matter to us. Or if you're maybe saying like, I want a player around for 10 years, and then maybe it does matter. But I assume every team looks at that.
Yeah, you can do it differently. Obviously, again, for that position, I think it's great. Bo obviously was a great example last year. Bo Nix, he played a bunch of football in college, played a little extra, maybe than the traditional schedule, and he had a great year.
Some of the physical things that work for him, that work for Tyler on film and everything, it's kind of easier to pick out the more physical things. What are some of the things maybe about him that stand out to you that maybe, unless you've been there, done that, you wouldn't know?
On film? Okay. Yeah. I thought his exposure in the scheme that he played his last year, I thought was a great example of, he had a lot of tools at the line of scrimmage. He had the ability to get in and out of plays. Some of those intangible things I think are very valuable. So he has experience doing that, checking and making some decisions there at the line of scrimmage. And so, I think that's hugely valuable. Obviously he's played in, he's played in the action game. He's played in the quick game. I thought they had a cool blend. They play in the RPO and ball out game, but then they take their shots, and he can attack all levels of the game, and he's done all those. And so I think he's done a lot of things, which is a great advantage to him.
Expect that in your system, some of those things are there, especially the ability to check in and out of plays and things like that. Like, is that something you plan to trust your quarterback with?
It's always something that I felt is a very valuable piece. Pretty much everywhere I've been as a player or a coach, it's always been important to embrace the quarterback has the tools and they have the best view at the line of scrimmage. And so giving them the tools to make certain decisions, make a little adjustments here and there, gives you the chalk glass, so to speak, and allows you to, put yourself in the best position to be successful.
His arm talent is like almost at the highest. Like, how would you describe how good his arm talent is? That's his strong suit, right?
Yeah, he's got a great arm. Again, he can attack every aspect of the field, and he'll be fine.
Colin, you think with the quarterbacks, with the age now, with the NIL and college football, you think they're going to stay in college a lot more now, and quarterbacks, coming out going to be a little bit older?
I think it's fair to look at it that way. I think the positives to NIL is it's maybe providing these guys some financial security that also allows them to develop in college a little bit longer, and so they get more experience there. Again, for some guys, once they get to the NFL, if they're not immediate starters, they're playing in 2 or 3 preseason games, and that's about it. And you're trying to find other development opportunities. Well, now you get a chance to play a little bit more in college, play a bunch of high, big-time games. There's a lot of positives that can potentially come out of this.
Vernon is he primarily D tackle? Can he play some on the edge as well?
Yeah, D tackle probably start inside, but have the flexibility. Again, he can work his way out as you go, and obviously Bo having great experience with him. He's got the ability to line up in a number of spots, which was a big positive for us.
When you have versatility like that, or even using like Kelvin as an example, do you guys start out at one position and then, like, as the summer goes along, you introduce another position, or how does that kind of work?
Yeah, traditionally most players, you're going to create kind of a starting point and let them grow from there. And so, you got to build confidence in these players as they go. You don't want to overwhelm with too much information and too many different things they got to figure out. You want to get them going, build the momentum, and then give them the versatility as they go.
As a team who entered this week in need of a quarterback, are you surprised at how the first 3 rounds have played out specifically at that position?
Yeah, the quarterback position is always a unique one as far as, every draft. It seems like there's always some surprises here and there in many different ways. And so there's always surprises. There's always, there's some really good quarterbacks in this draft, certainly it's there's always going to be surprises.
Shadur Sanders, I don't want to answer this, but why not him specifically, or was it just under Tyler?
Yeah. He was right in those conversations. Again, as we talk about this, these are really tough decisions, and really good player. What he accomplished at Colorado, and you watch the film, it's really, really good. think really highly of him. Ultimately, as you go through it, you got to make a decision, and we felt like Tyler was the one for us.
Just to clarify, for Derek, there's no you didn't receive the clarity you guys were looking for from Wednesday.
No. Derek's situation put more of an emphasis on we'd probably like to add a quarterback in this draft class because of that uncertainty, or
we had kind of discussed this for a long time for the whole offseason, just as far as anytime if there's an opportunity to add value to that room, there's always you always want to take advantage of that. So we discussed it for a while.
All right, good.
All right, thanks guys. I don't know. You guys want me or you want Mickey? You choose.
No, don't bring it up. Man, I'm
DC, quick thoughts, man, and I'm gonna get some of the family members super chats momentarily.
If Kellen wants to say process one at a time, I'm gonna throw up, man.
You're right. Immediate reaction to that is number one. The comparison between Tyler Shuck and Bo Nix is not a fair comparison because Bo Nix was healthy and he played through the majority of his time when he was 6 or 7 years, whatever the case may be. That's how he accrued all that college passing yards. He was healthy. So making the comparison between Bo Nix and Tyler is wrong. That's number one. All of the thought process on Shedeur, he felt like Tyler was the better of the quarterbacks. That's fine. That's his. He'll have to take the blame if this doesn't work out. But him being 26 years old is not a problem. Him being hurt 3 years out of the 7 years that he was in college is not a problem. Him having 1 year of actual playing a full season as a starter, 1 year, which was last year, and all of this is based on 1 year. And what he's basically saying, you're not going to go back and look at Texas Tech and Oregon and all that. You didn't do anything. You might get a character review from some people. He's a nice guy, all that kind of stuff. But talking about playing, he was the backup in the other time he was hurt. He only produced in 1 year. And this guy overlooked all of those red flags. 26 years old. At the second round pick that is a major reach, and I think it's a big mistake. That's my thought process. And then everything else was just basically regular, just coach speak, him be giving some general breakdown on Broughton, giving some idea on Broughton. It's cool. Broughton is interesting. We'll get more of a look at him. Sanker is also a quality safety. So I mean, a couple other the picks is. I'm okay with a couple of them, but that Tyler Shuck pick was ridiculous, man. You can't overlook. This dude literally poo-pooed some of the major tenets of scouting. If you're looking for a quarterback, the guy's too old to be that high. And then Kat says this is the first time since Archie Manning you took a quarterback that high. You take a 26-year-old guy that was healthy one time and say, yeah, that's my guy right there. That is completely asinine. You never get me to buy into that BS. I'm sorry.
Completely psychotic.
Yeah, that's the button. So yeah, everything else, we can walk with, but that to me is totally ridiculous. Go ahead, DC.
Yeah, man, Kellen Moore was making me sick with his process and what the other word he was using, team up and all that bullshit. I'm not, I guess, as livid with the draft as I feel like I should be. I think there's potential for the Shuck thing to at least work to some degree because Kellen Moore has shown me with other quarterbacks he's capable to, get maybe quarterbacks that aren't that good to look pretty well. Like I brought up Cooper Rush over there in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? So Justin Herbert looked awesome under him. And when he left, Justin Herbert didn't exactly look the same. So I'm gonna try to stick with him on Shuck, but I don't know if I don't like his personality. Kellen Moore ain't really doing it for me. He don't really come across as like leader, like he's gonna change something here, man. I hope I'm wrong, but just hearing him talk and ramble on about this shit and how Shuck, the fact that he went through adversity in that way was really good. Like, what? The fact that he ain't played 6 out of 7 years, that's really good for us. One of the most injury-prone teams in the league. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You know, it's crazy. But like you say, most of the other picks ain't too upset about him. Obviously, I would have liked some other players. I really like the first pick we had. Shuck pick was horrible. You know, I ain't trying to sugarcoat it. I just think that maybe Kellen Moore is that good of a quarterback guy that at the very least Shuck can be serviceable. But I'm really rooting for Spencer Rattler, for real. This is really, man. I'm back on the rat that. Like, hopefully he can keep Shuck ass on the bench and Shuck just be a backup. And when they asked him the question about Shador, it's all of these comments and it's a whole bunch of nothing. Like, why didn't you take him? Or, all right, maybe he don't want to down Shador, but like, you know, point out something from Shuck that jumps out over Shador. Like, you could have just said, you know, Shuck has a bigger arm. You know, I feel like he's capable of making plays deeper down the field for the type of offense we want. That wouldn't have been too bad, right? But he just talked and he gives you like nothing. But he does look excited about Shuck. And for that reason, I'm curious to see what it looks like. I want to see Spencer do well. And if Shuck is the guy, then he'll go out there and do well. And, you know, we'll see it. I am a little excited for the preseason. I really want to see the QB battle. And looking forward to not having any underhanded tactics like we saw with Dennis Allen when it was clear that Spencer Rattler was way better than Jake Hayner. But for some reason, you know, we had 2 backup quarterbacks and then Jake Hayner starting and all this stupid shit. It's just crazy. And the whole card thing, I understand you try not to talk about it, but you really like our QB room or who we got in the building. Carr ain't in the building. At this point, Carr ass might be getting fined for not showing up during training camp. Like, what are you talking about, man? What you got in the building? You a dude that's over there doing car reviews while your damn near whole team showed up for the involuntary workouts? That's what you like? Well, don't even mention his name, man. Talking about you like who we got in the building with Carr. Man, at this point, we need to resign. We need to go sign a veteran quarterback because we ain't got one in him. You don't want that cancerous ass dude around the team. And then they dropping reports today after we got Shuck that Carr wanted a raise for $50 million. He wanted a $10 million raise for playing, 8 fucking games every couple of years. And he wants more money. You don't even finish the season, and you're in a game where, for no apparent reason, when you're running out of bounds, you just decide to dive over people and shit. What's going on here? You get hurt doing that stupid ass shit, and it wasn't even on the 3rd down in a regular season game of a season that's going nowhere. This guy wants a raise. And we like what we got in the building for us. Him. Man, maybe Kellen Moore is still learning on the job, and his personality will grow, and you'll dig deeper, I guess, beyond the veneer of vanilla-ness. But so far, man, I don't know how I feel about Kellen Moore as a head coach with these press conferences. It's not as bad as Dennis Allen, but I'm getting tired of hearing him speak, Q. Like, it's just uninteresting, bland. He's not really giving you anything. Maybe that's part of the strategy, and when you see it out there on the field, it's something else. or maybe he just, has a lot of aspects that he's still trying to figure out, and he don't have nothing to give you. But Tyler Shuck and his presentation of why they liked him, I don't see how listening to him and what he said that is going to sell you on Shuck. Now, I did see some stuff on film from him that, the big throws, different arm angles. He's not lying about that. I've seen some highlights from Shuck, but I mean, what's the dude? He was like 8-6. He played like 15 games in 6 years. As a starter or something like that. I don't get it. And we go there knowing we have severe injury issues with this team. They're always talking about, if we wasn't injured. So when Shuck get hurt, we gonna use the same shitty ass excuse again. Well, with Shuck, when he's not injured, and by the time he have a healthy season, according to what he did in college, by the time Shuck has a healthy season, he gonna be like 34. If what he did in college is any evidence of what's gonna happen in the league, so I'm not really feeling great about it. But I do have confidence in Kellen Moore and what he can do with quarterback. So a lot of these thoughts at the end of this press conference, man, I hope I'm totally wrong. But I'm gonna just keep cheering for Spencer Rattler till Shuck show me something. But the other picks, I think we could do a lot better in round 4, 5, 6, and 7. But I don't think we did the worst we could have done. I think this Saints draft won't go down as a complete stinker. Although, man, we dropping the ball, man. At this point right now, I know a lot of the family got us with D's. It's below average. I say it's right about average. They're just being vanilla and trying to, patch holes. But curious about what happens tomorrow, man. Hopefully we wake the fuck up.
Yeah, man. The bottom line is, bro, all I can say, man, at the end of the day is this is very interesting, man. I don't agree. I mean, like we said, Kelvin Banks Jr. is an understandable pick. Even Vernon Broughton. I mean, that's Bo Davis getting the type of defensive lineman he feels that can help there. Jonas Sanker, even though I was talking about Xavier, I like him a little bit better, but Jonas Sanker is a solid safety. So I get all those. The Tyler Shuck thing is you won't get me to get with that at all, and we'll see because Spencer Rattler is he's gonna run that room. Derek Carr is not coming back here. Derek Carr is not coming back to the Saints. He doesn't have the courage to be able to stand in front of the Who Dat Nation and redeem himself. I don't see that happening. He's going to eventually get probably post June 1st cut, and you can't trade an injured player according to he's hurt. But the bottom line is, you might as well go into the room, and that'll be Spencer Rattler. Tyler Shuck is not a franchise quarterback. You taking a guy with the second round pick, and JFK sitting up here telling me that it doesn't matter that he's 26 years old. It doesn't matter that he has a ridiculous injury history that we don't need to have nothing to do with. Don't matter that he had just 1 year of production to justify him being a second round pick. All of this, see all the logical things that I layered out here. People know what a draft pick that high that you don't do that, but the Saints are doing it brazenly in front of you and saying, "Oh, it's no big deal." Why are they doing it? It's not going to work, man. It's not going to work. The guy now he's healthy now, but if you're the New Orleans Saints, you want to stay. And DC make a good point. You want to stay away from any player that has an exclusive injury history like that. You want to stay the hell away to it, especially if he only had 1 year production. What he said to me in terms of why he chose this other guy over Shador doesn't make any sense to me. None of it made any sense. It totally wasn't logical. All of it was illogical. You violating the recruiting principles. That's not what you do. But as a young head coach, you're allowed to make mistakes. And this was a big one. Because Spencer Rattler is going to make sure that guy don't play until he's 30 years old. And then the ridiculousness about the Bo Nix comparison was totally stupid. The Bo Nix that's terrible comparison. Stupid. Nix played, that other guy didn't play. He was a backup, hurt, and then 1 year second round pick. No. That guy was a day 3 pick at best, a guy that would have been available in the 4th round. You go and get him there. And he's a developmental quarterback. He's not ready to step in there and do nothing talking about competing for no franchise. This franchise quarterback territory. 4 years, he'd be 30. Man, get out of here. Oh, he'll be fine. Quarterbacks play into their 30s. Yeah, but who said that was him? This guy with all of the injuries, he going to play till he's 30?
What quarterbacks start at 26 that play to their 30? Because I can only think about maybe like Kurt Warner. Well, why are these quarterbacks that start in their late 20s?
I don't have a list on that, brother. I don't know.
There ain't a lot of them, man.
Only one dude I could tell you who I remember getting drafted, and it was Chris Winkie.
That's what I remember. Chris Winkie and Brandon Whedon. That's the two. That's the two I read. Neither one of them shits were well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And these guys were kind of taken, and like I said, man, I wish
Chris Winkie had Steve Spurrier behind him, didn't he?
I don't know. That's different. No, Winkie came from. I think he was.
Spurrier with Washington,
Florida. Yeah, Spurrier was.
No, I'm talking about when he was in the NFL.
He was. Wasn't he with?
He was Washington.
I think it was Carolina.
Who the hell was who the Winkie went to Carolina? I wonder who the coach was.
I don't know.
That ain't good. You don't remember none of that shit. Couldn't have been good.
Riviera, perhaps. I don't know. But yeah, and the thing is, like I said, man, I wish Tyler the most, man. I just want a competitive team. He'll compete with Spencer, and that's what counts. So we'll see where the guy's acumen is. We'll see Kellen Moore what it is. But me, commonsensically, none of that made any sense to me. All that was trash talk, But we'll see how it all looks. They're making the call, man, and they'll be on.
Maybe we tanking, Q.
Hey, man, I go with what works, bro. I go with what works. I'm a logic dude, and I trust what I'm looking at because these work and this work. So I know what I'm looking at, and I know what some stuff is funny, and they're not gonna tell me otherwise. I know what I'm looking at here. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't take a 26-year-old quarterback with a 2nd round pick. You got better people there. You don't take a quarterback that guy's not ready to play. Injury history and all. So we'll see what goes on there, man. I ain't buying it. Anyway, son of God, Trey, shout out to you, brother, for being a member. He says, is Shedeur Sanders being blacklisted by these NFL teams?
Of course.
Yes. I want to say yes.
Thank you very much.
Right in front of our
Picking me
face.
up, bringing me back to this world.
But see, they do it and telling you to your face is not happening. If you are not able, you're blind enough, you'll believe what they're saying. That's how this works. I'm going to do it in front of your face and see how every team orchestrating it down the line. They're all a part of it, but it's not happening. Then I send out these agents for money and tell you that's not happening. You're being a conspiracy guy, even though they created that term to defame people that had the truth. That was a term they created to make fun of you because most of the time these things turn out to be true anyway. They were making fun of the people back in the day. What happened when they shot the man in Dallas? What happened with that? Then it comes out that, hey, guess what? Was what it was. So it happens all the time. And people don't go for it, but eventually time exposes what's really real. So, not listening to them because they lie all the time, man. They'll tell you anything. I always tell y'all guys that who that daddy says Q and DC, my wife, who that mommy asks, when do we draft a line? Okay. Who that daddy?
You're taking it back a while, huh?
I see what you're doing there, my brother. So when I address this, I'm going to say both of y'all. I'm going to say who that daddy and who that mommy asks, when do we draft a linebacker for the 34th defense? That's got to happen.
Apparently on D3. Yeah. Getting the safety to play special teams was apparently more important than that.
Well, you take care of one need at a time, right? So they got some guys there. Got Chris Paul there. There's Chris Paul Jr. There's Munden Jr. there. They got quite a couple of really good linebackers, but you're looking for that 34 guy. So you're probably looking at that in the next maybe 3 picks or so. I'm pretty sure they got to be looking at it. Wide receiver, maybe another offensive lineman. I don't think the Saints keep all these picks. I think eventually they probably package a couple of the 7s and move up into the 6 and get somebody. I don't think they draft all these guys, but we'll see. But maybe that's something we're looking over the next.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
And shout out to Who That for Life, Chris. He says Q, our front office is on the spectrum. Tyler
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Say, Q,
on the spectrum.
you
Yes,
think
sir.
there's any chance Kellen Moore could have been one of them coaches that was scared of Dion? He not looking
Bro,
very
listen.
ballsy out there. You know what I'm saying? He looking a
Well,
little.
I heard it is
He looking a little
topic
Chucky.
of
He looking a little Chucky Ducky. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thought process is Deion Sanders, and this is something we talked about this before. Even Ryan Clark, when I played the bit earlier today, DC, Ryan Clark was alluding to the thought process is that if you get Shedeur Sanders, eventually Deion Sanders, when he turns pro, he's going to want to go where his son is. So whoever drafts his son, you know, that could possibly be a thing. So they kind of backing off. Now I don't know if that's I think it's a combination of things, but it's definitely tied to Deion Sanders dealing with his son. You can't say his son can't play football better than these other guys that the Dylan Gabriels. No disrespect to Dylan Gabriel, but you can't sit up here and say that Shedeur 6.5 and then take a 5'9" quarterback. Cleveland did that. Purposely took a 5'9" quarterback, 5'10" quarterback. No disrespect toward him, but most of the times the size quarterback, the big quarterback goes. Like you have 6'5" Tyler Shuck, who could throw the ball, but you wouldn't dare say, okay, we're gonna take Gabriel over him, even though Gabriel's production was way better, 5 times better than anything Tyler Shuck ever did. So they just doing all this based on his height and his throwing ability in 1 year. It's the ultimate gamble. It's a boom or bust prospect, and they'll definitely tilt the room to benefit them, which is what I don't want them to do. So Spencer Rattler could be playing in an unfair environment because they ain't going to want to go out where this guy is kept on the bench because Spencer outperforms him. So we might have to watch and make sure that room is not tilted and that Spencer gets a fair opportunity because he didn't get it under the last coach. He's trying to protect this other idiot. So, I mean, we're going to see what's going on, man, at the end of the day. But all other picks are in terms of solid picks, but outside of just that one with Tyler, that's an ultimate reach for the Saints. Oh, ultimate reach. That is a major reach with red flags all the way around it. So that's my thought process on it. And thank you guys as well as Super Chatters and the Cash Apples. Thank you. The poll question still up for a little bit. DC, I want you to give us the last thought as we get out. Grade the Saints draft thus far. That's our last poll question of the night before we get on out of here. A, B, C, or D, or lower. And 40+% of the Who Dat Nation has given the Saints draft a D or lower. 31% is a C, 17 is a B, and 8% is an A. And really, I mean, what made you give it a B? My family, I mean, a D or lower grade. Family members, put it in the chat. Let me know is it exclusively Tyler Shuck? I mean, who didn't you like? Did you not like Vernon Broughton? Did you not like Jonas Sanker? Well, put it in the chat. Let me know why you graded them so low. DC, please, if you finish, you're gonna finish out.
Nah, I mean my grade, is a C. It's all across the board. I haven't done my spill on that. But going into day 3, we got to get a receiver. If we don't get a receiver, we got to get a receiving tight end. We got to get something, man. We need a playmaker. Got to get a playmaker. I'm with Who Dat Daddy and Who Dat Mommy. We definitely need a linebacker, and we got to get a running back. Now I know receiver, maybe they're leaning on their ability. We did find Rashid Shaheed. I don't know how many times we can keep going back to this free agency, undrafted free agency and depending on that when we got needs in that area. But maybe the Saints see themselves being able to hit there. But just the lack of ability to get talent and explosive players is just mind-boggling to me, man, at times. Like, just go for all of these safe people that, they're going to come in and put the work in. I mean, that's a part of it. You want guys like that. But when do you take a chance on guys with extreme talents that may have some other issues or whatever while they're there? I lean towards, it's not my favorite option, but somebody coming off an injury, Thornton, I like him. as a receiver. Maybe they go another route with a different receiver. We need a receiver, man. You need a receiver that's at least 6'1", 6'2". Need somebody with some height, with some size. Kellen Moore said he wanted to build a receiver room like a basketball team. And then right after that, we signed Brandon Cooks. So where's our center? Where's our power forward in the receiver room? You know, shit, do we even have a small forward? I guess you could say Chris Olave would be a small forward as far as receivers. We got a lot of point guards, right? So need to figure out somewhere in that area. I like J.K. Dobbins too, mad runner, running back. If the Saints can do that, at least for me, they save the draft. You know what I'm saying? They can save the draft. It can still be done. I think the brother we got in Vernon, I think he can actually maybe work out and be a starter for us. We'll look back on that pick and say it was a good pick. The safety, maybe he can turn into a starter. You know, who knows? Shucky Ducky, I don't know what's going on with Shucky Ducky Quack Quack. Maybe not. That one is definitely a risk. So I guess I'll keep asking them about making a risk or a splash. It is an extreme risk to take a quarterback that's 26, right? And I saw you, KT, you put Russell Wilson in the chat. I went and looked up his age. He was 23 when he got drafted. No team is foolish enough, other than us, to draft a 26-year-old rookie. You know, but
with a heavy injury history.
With a heavy on top of that, that's even crazy. It would have been different if he was 26 with like crazy production, right? But a heavy injury history, production not even all the way there. He performed in the combine far as the 40 time, but you know, he had this one weird ass throw in the combine where he kind of put the ball like in it, threw some side on bullshit. That shit went way over there somewhere. I'm like, man, what the fuck is this? So, complete head scratcher at the quarterback position, man. But the Saints, I understand people who give them a DRF. I'm not arguing with you because I see it, because this could very well not be a good draft. We can only walk out of this with maybe one or two guys. But I think they still have a chance to make this draft, you know, respectable. I don't think there's anything they can do unless they just completely knock it out the park in these last 4 rounds to get an A this draft. They would have to be really on it. I don't see that happening, but I think they can walk away from this draft with a B if they address, you know, some of the needs I spoke about earlier, and you get a playmaker, man. We should be able to walk out of this draft and having an impact player on offense other than our offensive lineman. Defense, would like to have one there as well, but you got to get one somewhere. So I think offense is where we need them, because when our impact guys go down, like, love AK, but you already know AK gonna miss about 4 games every year. 4-5 games, he ain't gonna be there. And then he gonna have another 2 or 3 games where he there, but he pretty much ain't at 100%. He playing hurt. You need a playmaker in the backfield. Love Shaheed and Chris Olave. I think they're awesome, man. If this was Madden and you could just turn the injuries off, it might be one of the best wide receiver duos in the league. But that's not reality. So when one of those guys go down, which they always do, you know, if we're on the right side of things, maybe it could just be a little nagging injury where they miss a couple of weeks or something and they right back out there. But one of those guys are always going down. Like, are we going to just sit by and not take a receiver like we don't know this is a thing? And you got a new quarterback coming in. You're not going to make sure they have weapons in case of injury. Are we never going to build up the depth with our skill players? Or are we just going to keep getting undrafted free agents? You know, so Saints got a lot of work to do, man. Lucky them, they still got what? 5 picks? Still got 5 more picks, right?
Yeah. They got
so
2
it can
4,
definitely be done.
1 6 and 2 7s remaining. for it. So indeed, man.
They really got 2 picks here unless they trade back up to me.
I don't think they keep these picks.
Huh?
I don't think they keep all these picks. I think
they can't. They got to trade up because the 6th and the 7th round. You remember the last 6th or 7th round pick we got that was actually good?
Well, I mean, you got to dig back. What was Colston at?
Oh, that's a long time ago.
And I have to think about it a little bit.
We don't do good 6th, 7th round, man. 5th, 5th and 4th rounds, we get guys there. But that 6th and 7th round picks, they hardly ever pan out.
Well, I mean,
it's a 6th and 7th round pick, so
depending on what the Saints doing with these picks, though, that's a whole other thing because some of the players that they taking, you can find better versions of them with players that are ranked higher than them. So it's just like, okay, I could find a better version of the defensive tackle that they took. I could find a better version of the safety. Even though I respect the picks, there are players that are actually better from a prospect point of view than the guys that they selected. You know, like we got like Sanker is the pick, but Xavier ended up going to the Falcons with all the interceptions, 13 interceptions in 2 years. You can't turn that down. I don't think Sanker did that. And of course, this is the final point before we get out of here. The wide receivers, big wide receivers you talk about, 2 guys to throw in the mix too for day 3. Daquan Felton out of Virginia Tech, 6'5", 213 pounds. Big guy, good with the 50-50 balls. And Nick Nash from San Jose State's another guy, 6'3", 200 pounds. Another guy that's he caught 16 touchdowns and had 104 catches and had over 1,300 yards of production. So, you know, good route runner, mostly out of the slot, 6'3", 203, has the size. So, and there are a couple other guys to talk about as well, but we'll get more into that on on Saturday stream. We start at 11. Early in the morning, we'll be there all day. Like I said, Pops Q, DC will chime in later. We'll have KT that'll chime in as well. And we'll have you guys also. So listen, man, I appreciate all you guys for chiming in on the poll as well. Over almost 300 people on the poll. Right now, 45% of the Who Dat Nation is giving the Saints a D grade currently right now. So listen, I appreciate all you guys for hanging in there with us tonight. You know, we'll have more talk. We'll see what the Saints look like as they complete the rest of the draft tomorrow. We'll get a full look at the drafted players, and the UDFAs will follow the draft, and we'll kind of get the breakdown, and we'll listen to some more of the interviews from other guys who played. Shuck interview today. We'll listen to the safety Sanker. We also have we played the defensive end. We heard from Broughton. We'll hear from Jonas Sanker tomorrow, and also, you know, we'll kind of roll that thing as well. So anyway, with that being said, listen, shout out to the fam. Listen, do us a service, hit the like button. If you're not a sub up, and share the links, man. We're representing. You see us, we in here almost 6 hours tonight, family. So dedicated to Sports Coma. Shout out to DC hanging in there, hanging tough. And big ups to you guys.
And not wrecking my car after I heard that pick in the second round.
That's right. I'm about to tell you, Tyler Shuck about to take DC Taz call up, and he have to say, "Oh shuck, oh shucks." You know that merch coming, right, DC?
Oh,
you know that
merch
is coming, right? That merch is coming, brother. That merch is coming. All right, so anyway,
hopefully we can use that in the positive when you throw a touchdown or something.
Right,
too,
exactly.
You know?
Well, if Spencer Rattler got something to say about it, DC, he ain't gonna have too much to say at all.
They starting off on an even playing field though, because they both learning the same offense at the same time. So
okay, all right, now you get okay.
Spencer Rattler know where his locker at though. Shucks don't even.
Spencer Rattler gonna learn a lot more. They got that 1 year experience. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. Get out of here, man. Y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Show our sponsors in the chat some love as well. Links in the description section as well as the
all right,
chat.
Damien.
Go see y'all later. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for online betting in 2025. Whether you're a seasoned fan or a first-time bettor, BetOnline is your ultimate game day companion with the largest selection of odds on everything from NBA and college basketball to NHL and UFC. BetOnline continues to be your number one sports betting source for every three-pointer to hat trick. BetOnline has you covered with odds, stats, and more for every game, every play, and every win. BetOnline, the game starts here.
WhoThatDaily.com. That's right, WhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, WhoThatDaily.com is your site. The WhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That.